In the celestial realm, amidst the myriad beings, the leader of the celestial demon star, Emperor Pega of the Purple Dragon, has been in seclusion, practicing astrology for several years. This marks the first instance during his nearly thousand-year reign over the demon star that he has devoted such an extended period to this art, seemingly shrouded by a faint shadow that obscures his vision of the star, in a desolate courtyard, astonishingly adorned with various exotic flowers and plants. It appears as though the low walls confine all vitality within. At the center of the courtyard stands a moderately sized pavilion, where a mesmerizing figure clad in a violet robe is levitating in a meditative posture. His eyes, half closed, flutter occasionally as his lashes stirred. On the stone steps of the pavilion stands a towering man, nearly as tall as the pavilion's overhang, grasping two elongated spears, resembling ivory, each exceeding 7 feet in length, standing as immovable as a doorframe. Over the course of years, Pega and his attendant, the Elephant Demon King, seem to have become one with this pavilion and courtyard, with time flowing like the sun and moon, and eternity encapsulated in a fleeting moment. Months pass. The master and servant remain in this state. Suddenly, the courtyard walls disintegrate into ashes, and the once vibrant flora withers in an instant, a pall of death enveloping the courtyard, advancing inward towards the pavilion. Just as the pavilion appears on the verge of collapse, the Elephant Demon King senses the impending doom and, in a state of panic, rushes towards Pega in the pavilion. In that moment, Pega opens his eyes, raises his right hand, and sends forth a wave of energy that shields him from the encroaching death, gently carrying him away from the courtyard. Everything that transpired left the heart of the Elephant Demon King momentarily paralyzed, rendering him breathless. The most vibrant and exotic flora in his perception, along with the world's most unyielding materials, gold essence, diamond, phoenix bone, dragon tendons, had constructed the dragon courtyard. Yet, even a single piece of blue brick beneath him was utterly beyond his capacity to mar, instantly reduced to mere ashes. That moment, however, the sight of Pega instilled a dread far more profound than death itself. Pega's eyes, which should have been clear and distinct in black and white, had now turned entirely to stone. That a breeze laced with the essence of decay swept across Pega's partially petrified visage, carrying away wisps of dust with each caress. The indomitable purple dragon emperor, who had stood as a celestial star for nearly a millennium, had gone blind. His right arm, which had only just been raised, showed the first signs of petrification. Bound by the enveloping energy, the Elephant Demon King found himself immobile, gradually shifting towards the courtyard's threshold. Pega had saved him, though he struggled like a caged beast. His eyes no longer reflected terror. Instead, they were filled with boundless sorrow as he gazed upon Pega's broken form, utterly depleted, eyes glistening red with grief. With great effort, Pega parted his lips, seemingly attempting to convey something. It was only after several moments that the Elephant Demon King perceived his master's voice through the shroud of energy. A flicker of joy ignited within him upon hearing his master's words. Yet upon comprehending the 6 words spoken, he was left ashen, drenched in cold sweat. Summon the Demon Kings for half a quarter of an hour. These 6 simple words conveyed Pega's urgency to relay his final wishes to the other Demon Kings within a scant half hour. The last vestige of hope for the Elephant Demon King shattered, but he found no time to dwell on the calamity and anguish. With the energy dissipating, he had already fallen onto the desolate land beyond the courtyard. The whereabouts of the Elephant King have always been shrouded in mystery, and he never summons the other Demon Kings on his own initiative. This leaves the rather simple-minded Elephant King at a loss as to how to summon the other 11 Demon Kings. Overwhelmed by fear, the Elephant King strives to regain his composure, racking his brain for a solution. After much contemplation, he finds himself merely going in circles, and the grim scene from the small courtyard suddenly replays in his mind, filling him with despair. Letting out a tremendous roar, the Elephant King transforms into his true form, a colossal elephant demon weighing over 10,000 tons. He begins to stomp vigorously on the ground, his massive trunk thrashing at the low, withered branches. Raising his front hooves, he stands tall, his trunk swirling toward the sky before crashing down with immense force, all the while letting out roars that echo into the heavens. The Elephant King is driven to madness. He cannot fathom how to fulfill his master's command, nor can he accept the calamity that has befallen him so suddenly. At that moment, amidst his incessant roaring and turmoil, the Elephant King abruptly falls silent, gazing up at the billowing clouds above. After a brief moment of contemplation, he swiftly ascends toward the largest cloud in the sky. He first exerts his demonic power to manipulate the largest cloud, positioning it directly above the small courtyard, then gathers and seals the cloud together with his formidable energy. The clouds begin to rumble with flashes of lightning. Yet due to the confinement of his power, only a distant, thunderous growl can be heard. The Elephant King channels his essence to the utmost limit, violently thrusting his enormous trunk into the electrified cloud. A resounding boom reverberates through the sky as the gathered clouds emit a brilliant light. With 13 mighty strikes, his long trunk becomes a bloodied mess. Yet he pays no heed, resolutely ascending with the luminous cloud. The clouds can no longer be struck. The 13th toll in the celestial realm signifies dire misfortune. Although the sound does not carry far, the nearby great cities are certainly within earshot, and if a single demon king becomes aware, the news will swiftly disseminate among them. What the Elephant Demon King must do now is to guide the newcomers, elevating the radiant cloud as high as possible. The Elephant Demon King halted at a height that tested his limits, exerting himself to barely channel his demonic energy. At this moment, half of the allotted time had already elapsed. Anxiously, the Elephant Demon King awaited, and soon a powerful presence approached him from the direction of the nearest Feng city. It was the Feng Demon King. Why are you here instead of guarding our emperor? Were you the one who sounded the 13th toll? Clarify your purpose, or I shall tear you apart. A strikingly beautiful woman exclaimed furiously before even reaching the Elephant Demon King's side. The 13th toll indeed foretold calamity, compelling the Feng Demon King to respond without hesitation. Relieved to see the arrival of assistance, the Elephant Demon King inquired, "Have you notified the other Demon Kings? Can they arrive within a quarter of an hour?" The Feng Demon King appeared puzzled, contemplating the gravity of the situation. With a serious tone, she replied, "Upon receiving notification from my subordinate city lord, I promptly relayed the message to them. They should, like myself, first teleport to Feng City and then proceed here. The timing should align. A quarter of an hour should suffice." Upon hearing this, the Elephant Demon King stated, "Time is of the essence. I hope they arrive swiftly." The Elephant Demon King's demeanor instilled a sense of urgency within her, and a dawning realization of the Purple Dragon Emperor's orchestrations dawned upon her. She cautiously inquired, "What is the matter? Do share some details." The Elephant Demon King pointed towards the ruins below and said, "The Dragon Academy." The Phoenix Demon King scrutinized the area, perplexed, and responded, "Where is the Dragon Academy? It is nothing but wasteland." It seems there is a person." "Master," the Elephant Demon King uttered sorrowfully. Indeed, within a mere quarter of an hour, the other Demon Kings had gathered. Throughout this time, the Elephant Demon King remained silent. The Phoenix Demon King was equally astonished. Each arrival only uttered a brief phrase, "The decree of our emperor." The Elephant Demon King led the group outside the courtyard, hesitating to enter, while a phantom drifted within. Upon seeing it, the assembly immediately knelt in reverence. "Welcome, clan god." This apparition was the clan god of the demon race, who had come upon hearing the news. With a somber and sorrowful expression, the clan god waved a hand and said, "Rise and come inside with me." The 12 demon kings entered the small courtyard through a narrow path supported by the clan god's divine energy. He guided them to the pavilion outside, where a dark miasma swirled within, completely obscuring the form of the tattered purple dragon emperor, Pega, who was missing an arm and a pair of eyes. The clan god unleashed a mighty shout. Pega, awaken! It seemed Pega stirred slightly, as a flicker of vitality emerged from his broken body. Sensing Pega's essence, the clan god turned to the 12 demon kings and declared, from this point onward, heed every word Pega speaks. Listen closely to every syllable. All present here, should there be any disobedience, your soul shall be obliterated. The demon kings showed no hesitation and immediately swore an oath, for in their hearts, the clan god embodied the will of the celestial demon star. Subsequently, the clan deity, alongside the various demon kings, awaited the prophecy of Pagar. After a considerable pause, Pagar finally spoke amidst the eager anticipation of the gathered demons, his voice quivering and slow, as if every ounce of his strength was expended. Within 50 years, calamity shall descend, foreign tribes shall invade. The celestial demon star will be destroyed, the clan deity will vanish, and our kin will face near extinction within a millennium. Only by ceasing internal strife, uniting against formidable foes, and safeguarding the clan deity can we hope to survive and seek a turning point. The turning point lies within my demon core. As he spoke, Pagar extended his left hand and extracted his demon core from within his being. The demon core retains a trace of the essence of the one who can save our clan, as foretold by my divinations. If one who resonates with the demon core can be found, a glimmer of hope may arise. This individual is not of the demon race, but rather. Pagar's words trailed off as he ceased to breathe, leaving only the demon core in his left hand. Strangely, upon Pagar's demise, the eerie aura of death dissipated. The clan deity and the demon kings awaited the completion of Pagar's final words, but he had already departed. The clan deity was the first to act, retrieving the demon core from Pagar's hand, attempting to quell the fear within his heart. He declared, "I believe in Pagar's words. From this day forth, all internal conflicts shall cease on the celestial demon star. All clans shall relocate to the cities near the temple to avoid being systematically defeated. I shall remain vigilant within the temple, representing the demon race, united against external threats. At this juncture, the clan deity suddenly paused, remaining silent for a considerable time before continuing. Seek the opportunity left by the Azure Dragon Emperor." But what was the final utterance of the Azure Dragon Emperor? Chapter 1. The Oath of Lionheart City. The grandest celestial realm, the celestial mechanism star, the kingdom of Oath, specifically Lionheart City, stands as the most formidable stronghold along the several hundred kilometers of the border between humans and demons. The towering city walls, reaching a height of 100 meters, serve as a robust barrier against the winged demon clan. However, this has never brought solace to the cities. Lord Wantabe's winter deepens. The demonic forces have retreated, yet Lionheart City finds itself amidst unprecedented turmoil. Logically, given its expansive territory, it should not be the case that individuals are forced to sleep on the streets. Yet, since the onset of winter, hundreds have flooded into the city daily, culminating in a staggering influx of over 10,000 souls. Lionheart City, never a place of great wealth or prosperity, has suffered greatly from years of warfare, leaving many buildings abandoned and desolate. The two modest inns in the area have become inundated with guests, while the few remaining houses are hastily repaired and occupied. Nevertheless, some still find themselves slumbering in the open streets. What was once a tranquil border town has suddenly erupted into a state of unrest. In the early morning, Wantabai practiced in the courtyard when two heavily armored soldiers were escorted by the steward into his presence, reporting on the current situation. Let us merely put on a show, do not jeopardize our goodwill. Our adversaries have yet to reveal themselves. Heighten your vigilance. Those who engage in brawls within the city shall be expelled forthwith, while those who trespass into the military encampment will be detained for a week. Before being cast out, Wantabai responded, accustomed to the daily reports from these two generals overseeing the military camp and city patrols. Their accounts have become a monotonous litany of drunken revelry, brawls, and misguided incursions into the military grounds. The culprits, possessing only mediocre abilities, were often manipulated into causing disturbances in Lionheart City. With a dismissive wave, Wantabai instructed the steward to escort the two away. He retreated indoors, settling beside the warm hearth to contemplate deeply, his eyes closed in thought for a full hour. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to mutter to himself, "Truly, there is nothing left to prepare, all is in readiness, save for the favorable winds." Wantabai rose and opened the door, intending to take a stroll through the city, only to encounter his younger brother, Hwanthanen, who was briskly approaching. A smile graced his face as he inquired, "How many days remain?" The question seemed disjointed, and Hwanthanen paused before replying, "Approximately 10 days, as estimated by several midwives. However, I implore you, elder brother, it has been 3 months, you ought to visit sister-in-law at least once. Surely, that would not be too much to ask. The midwives have mentioned that your presence would bring her peace of mind, and besides, my military." Silence. Wantabai abruptly interrupted. Oh, the military. The supplies are running low. Could you perhaps allocate a little more? Huantanan hastily fabricated a response. As a marshal, you must not indulge in the unethical practice of withholding provisions. Prudence and self-discipline are lessons you ought not to require from me. Wanthabai retorted, his expression one of indignation. Huantanan offered a wry smile. In this frigid and desolate land, where might I indulge in extravagance? Very well, let us venture out for a while. It has been nearly a month since I last stepped beyond these walls, Wanthabai declared, unwilling to engage further in his brother's fabrications, and stepped outside. The two brothers exited the estate, unaccompanied by soldiers. They spent the morning wandering through the city, which had undergone significant transformation over the past few months. Many once abandoned streets and houses had been restored, and were now occupied, with some even bustling with commerce. At noon, they stopped at a roadside stall to order 2 bowls of noodles. As Huantanan ate, he remarked, the unfamiliar faces in the city regard us with curiosity. They must have recognized us. Enough of the idle chatter. Huan Tabii responded with a bemused smile, then suddenly whispered, there are not many formidable individuals within the city. Most are congregated near the southern gate. Judging by their attire, they may be emissaries from the capital sent to lend assistance. We need not pay them much heed within the city. The true targets likely reside outside and within the military encampment. Having spoken, Huan Tabii emptied his bowl completely, leaving not a drop of broth, and rose with a countenance of great satisfaction, exclaiming, the city is increasingly prosperous, splendid, truly splendid. He then turned to Huan Tesnan and remarked, our paths diverge here, so I shall return home. Do remember to settle the bill. Still engaged in his meal, Huan Tesnan lamented with exaggerated despair. Is it really necessary to flee over a mere bowl of noodles? The Huan residence in Lionheart City occupies nearly 1/5 of the city's expanse, with its rear hall housing close to 1,000 spirit beasts, resembling a veritable forest. At the center of this rear hall lies a frigid pool, crowned by a black hexagonal tower. Upon returning, Huan Tabii traversed through the front and middle halls, arriving before the cold pool, where a pathway to the tower materialized from the placid waters. As Huan Tabii entered the tower, the path gradually submerged beneath the surface. Inside the dimly lit tower, intricate mechanisms lay hidden amidst numerous perils, yet, for the Huan family, it remained the sole sanctuary of secrecy. A few days prior, several elders of the Huan family had awaited Huan Tabii's arrival, led by the eldest elder, who was also Huan Tabii's uncle. Upon seeing Huan Tabii, he smiled warmly and inquired, how did it go? Huan Tabii observed the elders of the Huan clan, and with a sense of relief, he realized that they had successfully set their plans in motion. That he exhaled softly, stating, the plan is sound, all factions involved are quite cooperative. Those capable of taking action in the city have discreetly made their way to the military camp. Once the news is disseminated, there should be no further assassins infiltrating the city, considering the scarcity of skilled individuals. However, to err on the side of caution, I have arranged for personnel to continue surveillance in the coming days. Any unusual activity will be promptly reported. The impatient second elder, upon hearing Huan Tabii's remarks, exclaimed in approval and hurriedly added, our arrangements within the military camp have also been finalized. The teleportation array is located in Anan's tent. Months ago, Anan relocated to the small courtyard designated for Ning Heir's delivery. On the surface, it appears he is merely concerned for his sister-in-law. But in reality, he has entrusted the command camp to us for discreet arrangements. Our scouts overlooked this after Anan's departure. Speaking too hastily, the second elder coughed a few times, then lifted his teacup and took a generous sip before continuing. The small courtyard and the command camp are not excessively distant, however. We have subtly loosened the 2 intervening high walls with internal energy, ensuring no visible issues arise. When the time comes to push, it will directly lead to Anan's tent. Thus, I assure you, clan leader, to await patiently here. It truly seems we must await the will of fate. Huan Tabii sighed, inwardly hoping that this indeed would be the case, otherwise time flies, and Wantin has already spent over a dozen days atop the hexagonal tower. In these recent days, only the elderly steward has remained by Wantin's side. The esteemed elders have enthusiastically begun preparing infant supplies, a task that truly challenges them. On the surface, all items are delivered to the Huafu, where the elders meticulously inspect them before taking them away. After retaining one copy for themselves, another is secretly dispatched to the military camp by a few elders, all under the watchful gaze of countless spies. The elders seem to take delight in this charade, repeating the process day after day. This stratagem not only confounds the enemy, but also ensnares themselves in the web of deception. Ultimately, they decided to remain in the military camp, for they would rather witness the birth of the child firsthand than wait for the outcome from afar. As Wantin observed the elders' faces, which were alight with barely concealed joy, an unsettling anxiety gripped his heart. He spoke in a low tone. "Old Wu, I feel a deep sense of unease. I share your trepidation. If fate truly unfolds as such, hope will be lost." The elderly steward trembled as he spoke. This steward, a rare spirit beast transformed into human form, was a five-colored deer, possessing limited offensive capabilities but a plethora of defensive spells, embodying auspiciousness and longevity. He was a gift from Wantin's father and had faithfully served as his devoted steward for many years. Everything that has transpired during Ling Heir's pregnancy mirrors precisely the circumstances surrounding my mother's conception of Sandy. Her spiritual power has surged immensely, and her affinity for spirit beasts seems to surpass even my own. Coupled with the prophecies circulating in the Tianji continent, I find myself compelled to believe. Yet, as I accepted these truths and made meticulous preparations, I suddenly recalled that fate is not a fixed entity for the Huan family, for myself, or for the child soon to be born. Huan Teibei spoke, his voice descending into madness. The old steward hurriedly supported Huan Teibei, whose body swayed precariously. A radiant five-colored light emerged from his hand, helping to stabilize his tumultuous spirit. Gradually, the grimace on Huan Teibei's face faded, and after several sleepless nights, he succumbed to slumber. As the old steward assisted Huan Teibei back to his chamber, he found himself lost in thought, reflecting, a mere grain of sand in the vast ocean, and all beings are ensnared in confusion. Huan Teibei is not alone in this. I too share this plight. The fate of the Huan family is ever so fickle, whether in the past or present. The Tianji Z of the Tianji continent stirs the winds and clouds, shaping destinies like a dragon. O Tianji Z, may this time bring about a transformation of misfortune into fortune. Not far from the western edge of Lionheart City, within the camp of the Northwest Army of the Oath Kingdom, most soldiers were resting during the winter ceasefire. However, this winter was anything but tranquil. For several consecutive months, disturbances had arisen, with individuals brazenly invading the camp and others covertly infiltrating, leaving the soldiers on high alert, particularly troubling the commanders responsible for camp security. Yet the commander, who had just reported on the security situation of the Huan residents, breathed a sigh of relief, for it had been a week since anyone had disrupted the camp. Huan Teibei ordered that the number of soldiers assigned to perimeter patrols could return to their wartime strength and commended the camp's security chief for their recent diligent efforts. As the commander strolled along the path back to the military camp, he felt an undeniable sense of elation. He had never anticipated receiving such commendation from Huan Teibei. Indeed, had it not been for the sudden upheaval, it is likely that he would have remained unnoticed by Huan Teibei for the entirety of his life. The past few months had seen him summoned daily, a testament to his efforts being richly rewarded. He perceived that his toil had culminated in significant recognition, reflecting Huan Teibei's esteemed position in the hearts of the people of Lionheart City regarding the Northwest Army. Prior to the arrival of Huan Teibei and the Huan family, the Northwest Army was the most destitute of legions, solely sustained by the Oath Kingdom. Although affiliated with the Oath Kingdom, it stood as the only force resisting the common foe of humanity, the demon race, without any support from the Human Alliance. Lionheart City, though formidable, had languished in neglect for a century, serving merely as a temporary encampment for the Northwest Army. That it could be said that Huan Teibei was the catalyst for this transformation. In a mere 5 years, the military salaries of the Northwest Army were shouldered by the Huan family, leading to the expansion of their encampments beyond the city walls, now housing an impressive force of 500,000 elite soldiers. Lionheart City itself had begun to thrive, with tens of thousands of residents making their home there. Despite its harsh, barren landscape, nestled against the treacherous Roland Forest and the looming threat of humanity's ancient nemesis beyond its walls, everything appeared to have revitalized since the Huan family's arrival. It is now fair to say that the Huan family has become the savior of the impoverished northwest of the Oath Kingdom, and it is no wonder that Huan Tabii has garnered such admiration. Chapter 2. Deception across the seas. The Roland Forest stands as the most expansive woodland of the Tianji continent, stretching across several nations and housing numerous formidable spirit beasts. Alongside perilous remnants from millennia past, a small portion of this forest encroaches upon the northwest of the Covenant Kingdom, offering a meager economic sustenance to its inhabitants. For centuries, the slow seep of demonic energy has rendered the land inhospitable to crops, compelling the populace to venture only into the forest's safer peripheries, where they hunt lesser spirit beasts and gather herbs for their livelihood. Surrounding the Roland Forest are several hamlets, more accurately described as way stations for hunters seeking refuge and supplies. Given that the nearest city, Lionheart City, lies a daunting 20 kilometers away and shares the same rudimentary conditions, consequently, most individuals opt to rest here. 3 months prior, the most remote and secluded of these hamlets was purchased by a mysterious figure. The 20 or so residents, akin to lottery winners, rejoiced at this unexpected fortune, as the hamlet had primarily served as rental accommodations for hunters. The prospect of a lucrative sale was irresistible, for constructing new dwellings would require far less than the sum they received. However, with the intention of residing in the vicinity, certain precautions were warranted. As more individuals began to inhabit the acquired hamlet, cautious villagers inquired about the newcomers, receiving uniform responses that they were hired hands of the enigmatic buyer. The enigmatic figure, a powerful leader, sought to venture into the depths of the Roland Forest to explore a perilous relic. To ensure his safety, he enlisted numerous skilled mercenaries and procured various treasures from the black market, establishing their gathering point in this very locale to save time. The villagers, accustomed to bloodshed and deceit, were initially skeptical, but after observing the arrival of weary mercenaries and several escort teams over a few days, they gradually set their minds at ease. However, was everything truly as the villagers had inquired? At that moment, within a large house in the village, doors and windows were sealed tight, guarded by dozens of individuals, creating an impenetrable fortress. Though night had fallen, the interior was ablaze with light. Were 7 or 8 elegantly attired men engaged in fervent discourse. Were anyone to witness this scene, they would scarcely believe it to be real. For these individuals represented the upper echelons of various human nations on the continent. Despite belonging to the same race, conflicts frequently erupted among their nations. Thus, the congregation of such high-ranking officials would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the land, explaining the heightened security. The origins of this clandestine assembly can be traced back several months. It was then that Feng Yuning, the wife of Huan Tabii, the lord of Lionheart City, was diagnosed with pregnancy by a physician. While this news in itself was unremarkable, when coupled with an age-old rumor surrounding the Huan family, it caused a ripple of unrest throughout the continent, swiftly spreading across the 7 human nations. Once, there emerged an unparalleled genius from the illustrious Huan family, known as the Celestial Child of the Tianshi continent, a prodigy who had not graced the realm for a millennium. This celestial child possessed the extraordinary ability to decipher ominous portents and rescue the continent from calamity. Upon his birth, the heavens and earth bore witness to extraordinary phenomena. Flora flourished wildly, and beasts bowed in reverence. He was inherently capable of communicating with spiritual creatures, marking him as a true genius of summoning. Regrettably, at the tender age of 29, he was brutally slain by the united forces of humanity for consorting with the demonic clan, leading to the banishment of the Huan family, the foremost clan of the Oath Kingdom, to the borders. This brilliant summoner was none other than the younger brother of Huan Tabii. Although the talented summoner had perished, legends whispered across the Tianshi continent that should the celestial child meet an untimely demise, his fortune would be bestowed upon the firstborn of his lineage. The death of the previous celestial child was steeped in the conspiracies of humankind, and this time, even if it remained mere rumor, the matter of the celestial child was of great significance, and the 7 nations of humanity would not stand idly by. In a brightly lit chamber, a corpulent man abruptly rose, slamming his hands upon the table, panting, "I do not agree. Why must I send someone to partake in the assassination? It was agreed that my role was merely to secure intelligence and position our informants. Moreover, the thousands of troublemakers were funded by me, costing a staggering 100,000 gold coins. How can you dare to approach me with such demands? Ah, Brother Chi, your assertion is misguided. interjected a refined young man with a gentle smile. Initially, our intent was to leverage your local influence to swiftly locate Fong Yuning's hiding place. However, we did not anticipate that Huan Tabi would merely employ a rudimentary ruse, concealing Fong Yuning within the confines of the Northwestern Anti-Demon Army's encampment. Consequently, our informants were not privy to any information that you were not already aware of, diminishing the value of your intelligence considerably. He is the Grand Prince Jinmu of the Summoning Empire. The previously portly figure was Qi Tu, the son of the left chancellor of the Oath Kingdom. Since the Oath Kingdom is a vassal of the Summoning Empire, Qi Tu, as mentioned by Jinmu, dared not voice his dissent and could only silently bear the humiliation. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Each of us shall send forth an assassin. With your possession of a master at the 4th level of transformation, capturing a living target from your ranks is a near impossibility. Should one of my own be captured and divulge my secrets, I would find myself in dire straits. For even my esteemed household would not be able to shield me from the consequences. To assassinate the child of a general who has made remarkable contributions over 5 years in defending against the demonic invasion is a perilous endeavor. Those who are exposed in such a scheme are unlikely to survive. Not to mention, the so-called righteous assassins would not escape unscathed. I oppose this notion, articulated by Prince Fengling of the Black Edge Empire, who has taken it upon himself to mock Jinmu, a reflection of the inherent animosity between our two nations. Nevertheless, he does not seem to take the assassination plot seriously, even displaying a measure of distaste. However, he has been assigned this arduous task, and his most capable ally is merely a captain of the 8th realm, hence his remarks. I, too, harbor reservations. Not to contradict anyone, but merely to offer a couple of points for your consideration. First, Huan Tabi had previously bolstered the patrol forces within the barracks. Although some troops have been withdrawn in recent days, we cannot ascertain whether this is merely a FAAD, retreating from plain sight while strengthening their ranks in secrecy. Even if not, I suspect they would heighten their vigilance around the time of the child's birth. Thus, if 7 individuals were to infiltrate the military camp for assassination, the scale of the target is immense. Should our plans be prematurely exposed, Huan Tabi could relocate his forces and easily enter any one of the numerous tents, making it highly likely for us to lose sight of our objective. Recently, I received news that an assassin from the Demon Clan has arrived, possessing strength at least at the 7th level of transformation. The Grand Master Hai E of the Tianma Kingdom spoke in a feeble tone, adopting a submissive posture, for the nation's weakness deprived it of any real authority. It was evident from his remarks that he was refuting the summons of the Imperial Prince Jinmu by the vassal states, which only added to his lack of confidence. Perhaps it was his astonishing revelation that caught Jinmu off guard, causing him to overlook the earlier contradiction. Instead, it was Prince Yalan of the Yueying Kingdom who, with a wry smile, expressed a sense of uniqueness in his plight, lamenting internally that he had been preempted. He stated, I too have received information regarding a powerful Demon Clan expert at the 8th level of transformation, who traversed through our trade port with the Demon Clan and directly crossed the border into the Kingdom of Oath. The last known location of this individual was in the snowfields, less than 50 kilometers from the northwestern region of the Lionheart City in the Kingdom of Oath. Their objective appears to align with ours. Furthermore, considering the location of their disappearance and the immediate timing, I suspect they may have companions nearby. It is unlikely that one would vanish in such a flat terrain without assistance. Moreover, their timely arrival suggests they received precise intelligence from within the human ranks. Grand Master Hai E of the Tianma Kingdom promptly replied, absolutely the same. They too crossed through our trade route with the Demon Clan and vanished near Lionheart City. However, I must admit, I had not anticipated Prince Yulan's deduction, which leaves me feeling quite ashamed. This old man, who seeks to offend no one, has inadvertently humbled himself, making it impossible for others to feel anger towards him. But why would there be a port for trade with the Demon Clan? It turns out that a millennium ago, the Moonshadow Kingdom and the Pegasus Kingdom were both vassals of the Summoning Empire, their strength waning and their resistance against the Demon Clan entirely reliant on the Summoning Empire. The Summoning Empire, burdened by the drain on its resources without any return, found itself in a state of silent suffering. The territories adjoining these two kingdoms belonged to the Succubus clan, whose power, though not particularly formidable, found it perplexing that they could not conquer such weak nations despite prolonged efforts. Eventually, they discovered that the Summoning Empire was continuously providing support to their adversaries, prompting them to seek assistance from other demon clans. When hope began to wane under the pressures of survival, the Succubi, possessing a semblance to humans, initiated negotiations with the human race. To their surprise, both the Pegasus Kingdom and the Moonshadow Kingdom, along with the Summoning Empire, swiftly consented to the terms proposed by the succubi. The terms were straightforward. First, the Pegasus Kingdom and the Moonshadow Kingdom would establish trading ports to facilitate fair market transactions between the succubi and humans. Second, the succubi would cease all forms of aggressive incursions against the Pegasus and Moonshadow Kingdoms. This negotiation yielded beneficial outcomes for all four parties involved. The Pegasus Kingdom and the Moonshadow Kingdom secured their survival and prospects for growth, while the Summoning Empire could finally halt the unprofitable venture. The succubi acquired food supplies, and due to their relatively weak standing among the demon clans, they aspired to elevate their status through trade with humans. Their resemblance to humans facilitated swift acceptance of this trade, allowing the succubi to become the representatives of the entire demon clan in dealings with humanity. Consequently, their position within the demon hierarchy improved, and thus, this arrangement endured for nearly a millennium, tacitly accepted by both humans and demons alike. The Prince of the Time and Space Empire, Qing Feilong, let out a sinister chuckle and remarked, "Then what are we arguing about? Let the demon clan proceed." I recall that in years past, several prodigies of the winged demon clan perished at the hands of the third scion of the Huan family. This enmity is not insignificant. At most, we shall remain indifferent to one another. We shall neither provoke the Celestial Mechanist nor the demon clan. The Celestial Mechanist remains inactive out of necessity, while the reasons for not engaging the demon clan are self-evident. Even if we were to send our strongest to confront them, we could not affect their might in the slightest. As Qing Feilong spoke with growing fervor, he seemed to recollect something and turned his gaze toward Prince Jinmu, saying, "The infiltration of the demon clan has been reported to both Master Hai and the esteemed brother Yalan. How can one remain unmoved in such circumstances?" Jinmu, caught at the heart of the matter and about to rise in protest, was restrained by a youth clad in white beside him. This young man was none other than the crown prince of the Holy Celestial Empire, the mightiest nation in the Tianji continent. His intervention was clearly motivated by the fact that the trade port between the Tianma and Yueying kingdoms was under the empire's control, allowing the demon clan's experts passage. Jinmu could not escape the implications of his negligence, and being publicly exposed by Qing Feilong stirred feelings of indignation within him. Chapter 3. Assassination. Those present were well aware of the circumstances, and similarly, foreign spies had acquired comparable intelligence. However, it was merely the proximity of the kingdom of Tianma and the kingdom of Yueying that allowed them to be the first to receive this information. The crown prince restrained his companion, wishing to avoid escalating the situation, as the sacred heavenly empire and the summoning empire were allies. The principal orchestrator of this affair, the crown prince, noted the discontent among the assembly and remarked that there were dark forces of the demon clan infiltrating. Yet, since their objectives aligned, this could be perceived as a form of support. Given the current circumstances, addressing the issue of the demon assassins would have to be postponed. Instead, we must concentrate on our immediate tasks. I sense that there is a lack of satisfaction with the previous proposal, and I shall amend it according to your sentiments. The assassination must proceed, ensuring absolute certainty. Our target remains the potential appearance of Tianjizi, with no intention of harming other members of the Huan family. The number of personnel will remain unchanged. Some attendees wished to voice their opposition, but were silenced by the crown prince. "Wait, let me finish," he continued. "The number of personnel will remain the same, with each faction contributing one individual. However, the assassination will be executed by myself and those aligned with Jinmu to mitigate the risk of a high-profile operation. Your people will serve as support outside. Should the internal assassination fail, the backup team must commit suicide with poison before the pursuers arrive, leaving no survivors to ensure that no information is leaked." How does that sound? I must reiterate that all of this hinges on the assumption that the child is indeed Tianjizi. Should we discover otherwise, we will withdraw immediately. Feng Ling was the first to respond, as he was reluctant to bear the burden of risk. Naturally, our actions are motivated by the collective good, aiming to eradicate the potential for discord among humanity that may arise from the emergence of the celestial prodigy. Should the newborn not be the celestial prodigy, there would be no reason for us to take such a perilous course of action, the crown prince elucidated. A profound silence enveloped the assembly. It must be acknowledged that the crown prince's proposal was one that garnered broad acceptance, significantly mitigating the associated risks. However, none were inclined to be the first to speak. For although the nations were in tacit agreement, none wished to assume the mantle of being the initial decision-maker, as the nature of this affair was undeniably distasteful. The Crown Prince was reluctant to allow this scheme to devolve into a monologue of his own, at least not overtly, and thus cast a discreet glance towards Prince Jianmu, hoping for his allies' assistance. Prince Jianmu, filled with reluctance, understood that despite the alliance between their nations, the Holy Empires might eclipse that of his own. Bound by the Crown Prince's formidable presence, he found himself compelled to acquiesce. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, an aged voice interjected. It was none other than the venerable National Master of Hai, a sage who had long been scheming, poised to be the first to endorse this plan. Among the 7 nations, his country could be deemed the most vulnerable, and he was acutely aware that should he bear the brunt of the ensuing consequences, it would invite retaliation from the other states, an eventuality his frail nation could scarcely endure. Yet, being the first to lend support carried its own implications. One must not act in haste, nor should one accept losses without recompense. It was prudent to await the representatives of the other nations to transition from passive observers to those filled with urgency. Ultimately, there remained an underlying fear of the Holy Empire that permeated the other nations. The crux of the matter lay with the Crown Prince. It was essential to make him cognizant of his entrapment in a stalemate, only to subsequently orchestrate his salvation, to gain the favor of all present, particularly that of the Crown Prince. Thus becoming the orchestrator of the assassination plot holds significant value. Splendid. I have pondered over the suggestions for the Crown Prince, and I find every detail thoroughly considered. Observing that everyone has been deep in thought for quite some time, might I propose that we finalize the plan? Old He, eager to take the lead, felt a surge of joy, secretly thinking that the old man was quite astute, contemplating how he might reward the kingdom of Tianma for this fortuitous turn of events. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he spoke up without hesitation, declaring, I concur with the proposal put forth by Master Hai. As time is of the essence, we cannot afford to delay. The others present, recognizing the urgency of the situation, reluctantly expressed their agreement after a brief moment of hesitation. The Crown Prince, too, exhaled a sigh of relief, his face adorned with a smile. Being equally shrewd, he understood the intentions of the old man, realizing that the delay had inadvertently solidified the plan. Had they rushed to a conclusion, the outcome might not have been as favorable. To ensure absolute certainty, the Crown Prince devised a clever scheme, contemplating, Old Hai, I have never been one to leave debts unpaid. Allow me to repay you. With great respect for the esteemed elder, he acknowledged that this band of youthful rascals would indeed require his guidance. The Grand Prince's insipid flattery stirred a tumult within Hai Yi's stomach. He thought it far more practical to offer him some gold coins instead. However, he maintained a slight smile as he replied, It is the young talents, like the esteemed princes and heirs, who shall serve as the pillars in our battle against the demon clan. Alas, the steadfast resolve of seasoned individuals like yourself is indeed necessary for such a formidable endeavor. Yet, it seems rather inappropriate for you to accompany us. A bunch of brash youths, during this frigid winter. The Grand Prince paced thoughtfully for a moment before suggesting, perhaps it would be best for you, Elder Hai, to return home for some well-deserved rest. The situation here is well in hand, and with us keeping watch, no mishaps should arise. Furthermore, the trade port of the Tianma Kingdom is somewhat unstable. Although it was under Jinmu's supervision, he is stretched too thin, allowing the demons to infiltrate. Your return could greatly assist him in oversight, thereby granting him peace of mind. Jinmu found himself at a loss for words. The Grand Prince, thwarted in one scheme, had concocted another. It appeared he could not escape being ensnared today. Yet, the Grand Prince's assertions held a kernel of truth. As the demon's assassins had indeed breached through the very passage Jinmu was responsible for guarding. Jinmu's mind raced as he considered, very well, I shall relinquish the trade port of Tianma. Although it is a tempting prize, it poses a future risk. The port at Yueying must also be abandoned. I must divest myself of these burdens swiftly. With his thoughts in order, Jinmu readily acquiesced. The National Master of Hai seized an unexpected boon and accepted with delight. While each individual departed, each with their own schemes swirling in their minds, albeit in a rather discontented manner. However, it is somewhat perplexing that Prince Jinmu readily acquiesced to the situation. What transpired to compel his concession? It turns out that the assassin from the demon clan was secretly allowed entry by him, rather than being a result of negligence. His intention was to execute the assassination with absolute precision, especially considering that the Oath Kingdom, one of the three vassal states of the Summoning Empire, had recently begun to show signs of surpassing its sovereign. Thus, upon receiving news of the demon assassins' involvement, Jinmu facilitated their entrance. Yet, he did not foresee the immense reaction from other nations regarding this affair, which instilled within him a sense of trepidation. Fearing that someone might uncover the truth, he opted to abandon the entire endeavor and withdraw all personnel, ensuring that even if an investigation were to ensue, there would be no trace left behind. Jinmu merely felt regret for the loss of those two lucrative opportunities. In contrast to Jinmu's vacillating thoughts, the crown prince returned to his chamber, exhaling a sigh of relief, declaring, "At last, this matter is resolved. Your Highness, are you not concerned that someone might renege?" inquired his loyal attendant. After all, various factions had debated this issue for nearly 2 months, and betrayals were not unheard of. The attendant's concerns held merit, yet upon hearing the question, the crown prince erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "I have driven away the old sea dog. With one nation fewer, how can they hold a conference with only 6? If they wish to retract their agreements, it is too late." A few days later, the various factions of both the demon and human races received simultaneous intelligence from their informants. The crown prince felt a wave of relief for having previously devised a plan, summoning everyone to initiate the assassination scheme. After inquiring if everyone was prepared, he gave a decisive command, and the 7-member assassination team set forth from an inconspicuous village on the outskirts of the Roland Forest. Simultaneously, 2 diminutive figures clad in black raced across the snow-blanketed plains in the northwest region of the Vow Kingdom, making their way towards the barracks of the Northwest Army. However, before the various factions could take action, Wanabai made his move even earlier. Having not left Lionheart City for half a year, he suddenly sealed the city as he exited, severing the flow of information within and thwarting any potential chaos at the military camp. Why did Wanabai leave the city? It was, of course, to witness the birth of a child. Having been surrounded by a collection of insipid characters for so long, he was thoroughly exasperated. He had anticipated encountering some formidable adversaries to alleviate his frustrations before departing, yet he was taken aback by how unconcerned they were about him. The remnants left behind were merely minor nuisances. Nevertheless, it sufficed to confine these individuals within the city, ensuring its safety and preventing unnecessary bloodshed. Wanabai, accompanied by his servant Wu Lao, swiftly arrived at the military camp. Huantanin had already dispatched someone to await their arrival at the camp entrance, escorting them to the small courtyard where Feng Yuning resided. The midwife had been inside for half an hour, having ushered everyone out save for the maid. As Wanabai entered the courtyard, he was met by the anxious faces of 6 elders and Huantanin. He quickly inquired, "What is the situation?" The Grand Elder spoke with unwavering confidence. "Everything is perfectly normal. The midwife has long since entered. There is no need for concern. Let us await the outcome with tranquility. Moreover, with such a multitude of guards present, our safety is assured. I find solace in your presence. Thus, we shall remain here." Huan Bei discerned the deeper implications within the Grand Elder's words. Many of the guards in the courtyard were, in fact, spies deliberately placed by the elders to relay information. However, the midwife and the maidens inside the delivery room were allies. At that moment, Huan Bei found an unexpected calmness within himself. He realized that when the moment arrived, the outcome seemed to matter less to him. He observed the guards patrolling both inside and outside the courtyard, pondering which of them were the embedded informants. He now wished for an abundance of insiders, ideally all of them, to ensure that every detail was communicated. This would solidify the various factions' conviction regarding the imminent events about to unfold. As the group awaited in the courtyard, another hour passed. Finally, the maid opened the door to the room. Huan Bei and the elders hurried inside, where they beheld the midwife cradling a newly born infant. The Grand Elder was the first to speak, inquiring, "Has the child been born? Is it healthy? What is the gender?" Chapter 4. Reality and Illusion. Huan Bei rushed directly to the bedside, grasping Feng Yuning's hand, his gaze fixed upon her somewhat pale visage. In that moment, he forgot her strength as a Realm 8 warrior, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Yuning, you have worked so hard. How do you feel now? Are you unwell? Are you hungry? Thirsty? Someone quickly, bring forth the nourishment we prepared." "Brother Bei, it's not as exaggerated as you say. After all, I am a Realm warrior. I am not so fragile." Feng Yuning insisted, "Help me sit up. I wish to see the child." Her constitution as a Realm warrior spared her from excessive discomfort, prompting her to think Huan Bei was overreacting. The Grand Elder had already taken the infant from the midwife, examining the child with meticulous care. The midwife, seizing the moment, announced, "It is a boy, healthy and robust," before exiting the room to receive an envelope from Huan Tainan outside. The Grand Elder scrutinized the child thoroughly, failing to notice the exquisitely crafted compass adorning the baby's neck, which had been placed there by Fang Yuning. Suddenly, a look of alarm crossed his face, and clutching the child, he stepped out of the room. He gazed at the clear blue sky for an extended moment, only to return to the room with a sense of despair, where Huan Taibei and the others awaited with bated breath. The Grand Elder, feeling helpless, had not anticipated such a turn of events. "This child is not a Tianjizi," he uttered, his voice laced with resignation. Upon hearing this revelation, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, suffused with disappointment and sorrow. Only Fang Yuning, who had just risen from the bed, understood the Grand Elder's thoughts. Yet she knew the plan must proceed. Concealed among the guards, an informant discreetly observed from outside, having already sensed something amiss within the chamber. Should not the occupants be filled with joy? Why, then, was there such an unsettling silence? A few infiltrators, puzzled by the scene, suddenly witnessed Huan Taibei burst forth from the room, raising his voice to the heavens, exclaiming repeatedly, "Impossible! This cannot be." The others within the chamber, equally disheartened, emerged to reveal that the elder was cradling a newborn infant. The child had indeed entered the world, yet no auspicious signs accompanied their arrival. Huan Taibei and the others were expressions of profound sorrow, leading the hidden informants among the guards to form a clearer understanding, ready to seize the opportunity to relay the news that the infant was not the prophesied one. After a bout of anguished howling, Huan Taibei felt a significant alleviation of the pent-up frustration that had burdened him for half a year. Sensing the moment was ripe, he seemed to lose his sanity, shouting, "How can this child not be the prophesied one? How can it not be?" Once he ensured that all guards had comprehended his outcry, he bellowed at the nearest guard, "You all, leave. Get out." The guards, taken aback, exchanged bewildered glances, while Huan Tainan observed his elder brother's frenzy. Suppressing a laugh and maintaining a facade of seriousness, he gestured to the guards, urging them to exit. Suddenly, Huan Taibei turned back to address Huan Tainan and the others, commanding, "You all must go as well. Leave me in solitude." The group feigned astonishment before. Under the elder's persuasion, they began to depart. Huan Taibei then directed his fervor towards the elder, holding the child, shouting, "Hand over the infant to me before you leave." "No." Fang Yuning hastily rejected, and the elder holding the child appeared somewhat hesitant. "Old Wu, hand the child over to me," Huan Taibei commanded. Old Wu, who was solely obedient to Huan Taibei, forcibly took the child from the elder's arms and approached Huan Taibei. The two exchanged a knowing smile as Huan Taibei accepted the child, his movements somewhat stiff, his gaze fixed on the infant. He urged, "Let us proceed, everyone." The crowd, along with a few lingering guards, departed, leaving behind only Huan Taibei and the newborn. However, the undercover agent among the guards did not notice that 13 individuals had exited the room, yet they had emerged from the courtyard as a group of 13. Outside, Huan Tainan organized the guards to patrol around the small courtyard, deliberately raising his voice to address everyone. "Let us head to my command tent. My sister-in-law is weak and needs to rest. I believe my brother will be fine on his own for a while." He promptly instructed the midwife and maidservants to carefully attend to his sister-in-law. "Do not concern yourselves with me. Focus on your newly born nephew and your foolish big brother." Fang Yuning, having regained much of her strength, declared anxiously as she moved ahead. Seizing the moment when the undercover agent's attention was captivated by Huan Taibei, the group stealthily navigated the prearranged shortcut. The news of the child's birth had circulated for some time, and assassins may have already infiltrated the military camp. Thus it was imperative to swiftly extricate the child from the premises. They hurried through the concealed passageway, reaching Huan Tainan's command tent with urgency. A group of individuals emerged through the breached wall, startling the guards stationed before the command tent. Just as the guards were prepared to resist, they recognized Huan Tainan. Although they were unsure of the circumstances, they hurriedly advanced to offer assistance. The guards had displayed unwavering loyalty to Huan Tainan for over a decade, which justified their assignment to protect the command tent. With the guards' aid, the group successfully entered the tent. "Go and send away the guards from the snow residence. Let them take a rest," Huan Tainan instructed one of the guards. "Also, disperse the soldiers around the snow residence, leaving not a single soul behind. My elder brother is resting inside and does not wish to be disturbed." Having given his orders, Huan Tinan followed the others into the command tent. The Grand Elder activated the teleportation array, and the group was transported to the hexagonal tower within Huan's residence. There was no need to worry about the safety of the already fortified Lionheart City, with its towering walls rising 100 meters high. Intruders would find it impossible to infiltrate. At this moment, everyone finally felt a sense of relief. Huan Tabii, having removed the disguise provided by Old Wu, appeared before the group, cradling a child. It turned out that Huan Tabii had been among them all along, cleverly slipping away under the cover of his disguise. Unnoticed by the hidden informants within the courtyard, what remained in the courtyard was merely an illusion left behind by Old Wu's disguise technique. Fang Yuning anxiously snatched the child from Huan Tabii's hands. Fortunately, she had already placed the silvery compass, a magical artifact, upon the child, which protected him from the jolts and the frigid weather that could have harmed the newborn. The infant was in a deep slumber, and it seemed that Fang Yuning's hasty movement had startled him awake. Yet, instead of crying, he smiled at his mother, perhaps having had his fill of sleep. Seeing her son smile, Fang Yuning's heart blossomed with joy, and she reciprocated with a radiant maternal smile, convinced that her child was extraordinary. Indeed, no parent would ever consider their offspring to be ordinary. Fang Yuning had long since cast aside thoughts of danger and assassination, her focus solely on her precious baby. Shiyang. Your name is Shiyang, she whispered, as she and Huan Tabii had already chosen the names. The boy was named Huan Shiyang, and the girl, Huan Shiwei. Disregarding the murmurs of those around her, Fang Yuning spoke tenderly to Huan Shiyang and began to descend the staircase, preparing to leave the hexagonal tower. Ninger, Shiyang cannot leave the hexagonal tower. Please take him to my room within the tower to rest, Huan Tabii advised, his thoughts consumed by his wife and child. Very well, Fang Yuning replied, dismissing the incessant chatter of the crowd surrounding her. Her entire being was devoted to Huan Shiyang, and all she desired was to depart from that place, indifferent to their destination. In the room of Huan Tib, far removed from the incessant clamor, Fang Yu joyfully frolicked with Huan Shiyang, occasionally pulling faces and making silly smiles, eliciting hearty laughter from Huan Shiyang. What filled her with even greater delight was that after teaching Huan Shiyang several times, the child could now babble mama. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in the military camp remained grim, with the harsh winter's chill enveloping it. The biting winds carried not only the sudden heavy snowfall, but also the unwelcome presence of intruders from the Seven Kingdoms and the demon race. Within the secluded courtyard, Huan Tib, cradling the child alone, had snow accumulating on his hair and shoulders, yet he could do nothing to brush it off, for he was but an illusion. The assassins from the Seven Kingdoms awaited their signal at the predetermined location, but the news they received left them in a state of uncertainty. The leader among the assassins, dispatched by the Crown Prince, inquired, "Are you saying that the child was born without any celestial phenomena?" The members of the Huan family left with sorrow, abandoning the child. And what of Huan Tib? So, you believe the child is not the fated one. You too have seen it. The child was carried out from the room. As Huan Tib himself stated, he had already received intelligence from various factions, all astonishingly consistent. According to the plan and the identical reports received, they should have immediately returned and ceased their assassination attempt. Yet, the order he obtained from the Crown Prince was unequivocal. The child must be eliminated. He glanced at the assassin beside him, a member of Prince Jinmu's entourage, and surmised that the prince had likely issued a lethal command. He then spoke, "Brother, let us proceed inside." "Indeed." "Very well," came the response. The prince's men had indeed received the same fatal order from Prince Jinmu and were contemplating their next move. Upon hearing this, they readily agreed. Once the two entered, the remaining individuals would have no opportunity to oppose their actions. As the pair prepared to scale the wall, they were firmly confronted by the other five. Under the intense scrutiny of their gazes, the two exchanged a knowing smile. "Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly," one of them urged. "What action?" "Our orders now dictate that we cease the assassination attempt. We must retreat." "I concur." "So do I." "I too shall depart." The five reached a consensus and began to retrace their steps. They had never intended to serve as scapegoats should the assassination fail. They would be forced to take poison as a means of evasion. Thus, halting the operation was the most favorable outcome. The remaining two, witnessing the futility of the mission, had no choice but to follow suit in the retreat. This had always been a perilous endeavor and without support. Even a successful assassination would lead to certain death amid the onslaught of the army. It was far wiser to join the others in their withdrawal, as it might offer a glimmer of survival. Chapter 5. The Silver Compass. Meanwhile, the assassins of the Demon Clan had arrived at the military camp, aided by an insider. They were indifferent to whether the child was the fabled Tianjizi. Their intent was to strike a blow against the Huan family and avenge a long-held grudge. If possible, eliminating Huan Tabii along with the child would be the ideal outcome. This moment presented the perfect opportunity, as two assassins had received news from their accomplice that both Huan Tabii and the child were within the confines of the snowy courtyard. Time was of the essence, and the demon assassins swiftly approached the small courtyard. The military camp was heavily guarded, and the assassins had lost count of how many patrols they had evaded. For masters of the 8th tier of transformation, this was not a formidable challenge. However, they found it peculiar that while the camp was teeming with patrolling soldiers, there was not a single guard near the small courtyard. This discrepancy heightened their caution. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly, yet they knew they could not afford to hesitate. Despite the oddity, they pressed on. Relying on their formidable prowess, they resolved to act swiftly, aiming to approach their target and retreat in a single strike. After stealthily ascending to the rooftop and surveying the area, they confirmed Huan Tabii's location and sprang into action. They rapidly closed in from two distinct directions, reaching Huan Tabii's side in the blink of an eye. With their obsidian daggers poised, they aimed for Huan Tabii's throat and the child cradled in his arms. Swish, swish, the sound of their daggers slicing through the air echoed. Yet, the assassin strikes met with empty air. In that fleeting moment of failure, both demon assassins silently cursed their misfortune and swiftly retreated. The illusions of Wantabai were mere fabrications, as was the child. Upon encountering the short sword, the phantasm of Wantabai dissipated, revealing instead a bundle of explosives that detonated instantaneously. The two demonic assassins retreated just in time, sustaining no injuries. Observing the scene before them, they could not help but sneer and ridicule the childish antics of Wantabai. Yet, in the next moment, their hearts trembled with despair. The small courtyard erupted into flames, accompanied by the thunderous roar of explosions. The demonic assassins, engulfed in the cacophony of blasts, were obliterated. It was only then that they comprehended the absence of life surrounding the courtyard, yet it was far too late. The entire premises had been rigged with explosives, all ignited by that singular detonation. Even the formidable assassins could not react swiftly enough, and both they and the courtyard were sent skyward. The protective array that concealed the courtyard from the heavens was also annihilated. This was the final act of the entire scheme. At this moment, Wantabai and the elders of the Huan family stood atop the hexagonal tower, witnessing the unfolding tragedy. A profound sorrow welled up within Wantabai. As the inevitable had arrived, he hoped it was not them. An ever-present sense of crisis filled his heart regarding the future, a sentiment that had not always been there. 5 years prior, when the Huan family was dispatched to this desolate land, his brother was falsely accused and vanished without a trace, and his father took his own life. In that moment, Wantabai's spirit had perished. He ceased to contemplate, for the future seemed non-existent. In this harsh and isolated land, bordering the realm of demons, guarding Lionheart City for a day, a decade, or even 20 years would yield the same result: indifference and eventual ruin. Yet now, Wantabai is resolute, determined to withstand all adversities and preserve the remaining embers of hope for the human race after the ravaging of the 7 kingdoms. This is the sole hope he can bequeath to his family as the head of the household. Inside the hexagonal tower, Wantabai spoke eloquently about how to organize the remnants of over 10,000 souls in the city to serve as laborers in Lionheart City, engaging passionately with the elders, until he was abruptly interrupted by the Grand Elder. I believe we should first check on Shiyang to ascertain whether he is indeed the heavenly mechanism child, the Grand Elder said, his forehead glistening with cold sweat, his voice quivering. Wantabai's heart felt as though it had been struck. Grand Elder, did you not hold Shiyang in your arms? How can you be uncertain? I have seen him, yet I found no signs of innate talent or aura. The concealment formation we arranged has not activated at all. The Grand Elder's anxiety deepened with each word. Why didn't you say so sooner? No, I refuse to believe it. I shall see for myself. With that, Wantabai dashed out of the conference hall in a frenzy. The Grand Elder rose to pursue him, flustered, but noticed that the crowd had followed suit, prompting him to exclaim, "What are you all doing here? Return and wait. You are forbidden from leaving the conference hall. You too, Nwaner. Let the head of the family vent his anger upon me." Nwaner shouted, still trailing behind. Nwaner felt a pang of sorrow and concern. Unable to comprehend why matters had escalated to this point, nor what the Huan family had done to deserve such a fate, Wanabai raced to his chamber. Just as he reached for the door, it swung open, revealing Fong Yuning from within. She whispered, "Do not shout. Shiyang is asleep." Huan Bei was momentarily taken aback, lowering his voice as he intended to inquire. Yet, he heard Fong Yuning say, "The Grand Elder has also arrived. You two may enter." The duo, looking bewildered, stepped into the room. Fong Yuning securely closed the door and, with an air of mystery, asked Huan Bei, "Is everything all right? No one is eavesdropping, are they? Stop joking. I have something crucial to discuss." Huan Bei replied urgently. "I am aware of your matter, but you must answer me first," Fong Yuning insisted relentlessly. Huan Bei, disregarding Fong Yuning, hurried towards the bedroom where the child lay sleeping. "Yuning, there is no issue with the room. All the walls of the hexagonal tower are completely soundproof, ensuring that not a syllable can escape." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's response, Fong Yuning's face lit up with joy. "Everything is fine. Now I can speak freely." The Grand Elder observed Fong Yuning's uncontainable smile, seemingly grasping the situation. "You know that Shiyang is fine. Could it be you? How did you manage this?" The Grand Elder asked, astonished and overjoyed. "Of course, Shiyang is extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he speak right after birth? I wanted you to worry a little longer, to make you doubt Shiyang just now," Fong Yuning declared proudly. "I knew it. Ning Er is so enigmatic. She must have delightful news to share with us." Huan Bei, upon hearing this, felt a weight lift from his heart and settled down comfortably. "What do you know? Please enlighten me. Why did you glare at me earlier? Why was your expression so sour? Why did you doubt your own son?" Fong Yuning tugged at Huan Bei's ear, pulling it with vigor with each question she posed. Huan Bei, unable to resist the overwhelming force, cried out for mercy. "Ninger, I can no longer endure this. I was wrong." The Grand Elder, unfazed by the turmoil, poured himself a cup of tea and leisurely sipped it for a while before saying, "Yunong, do share with me how you managed to keep me in the dark." "Humph, I'll deal with you later. For now, come closer and listen," he commanded. After Huan Bei took a seat, Fong Yuning began recounting the events that had unfolded 5 years ago in the royal capital. "My third brother entrusted me with a silver compass, saying, 'Sister-in-law, I am leaving. Do not inform the family. This compass is for you. Keep it with you and pass it on to my nephew for his safety. Do not lose it, sister-in-law. Take care of yourself.'" "You mean to say my third brother met you before he vanished? Why didn't you mention this sooner? You could have stopped him," Huan Bei exclaimed in astonishment. "Listen to me," both Fong Yuning and the Grand Elder interjected simultaneously. "Of course, I tried to intervene. I stopped him to inquire about what was happening. After much questioning, he finally revealed that he had broken through to the heavenly realm. I could hardly believe it. He had concealed a significant portion of his strength out of fear of bringing trouble to the Huan Bei family. His rapid growth was a source of jealousy, and during an outing, he fell victim to an assassination attempt by a high-ranking demon, which exposed his abilities. Soon after, both human and demon heavenly realm experts set their sights on him. Fearing for his family's safety, he sought to leave quickly." Fong Yuning hesitated, her voice tinged with uncertainty as she continued. "In that moment, I was at a loss and could only allow him to depart. For an entire day, I found myself in a state of indecision about whether to speak. The presence of a master from the celestial realm, absent even in the Oath Kingdom, posed an absolute calamity for the Huan family. Just as I was engulfed in hesitation, news arrived the following morning that my third brother, who had been secretly consorting with the demonic clan, had been slain. Fong Yuning, unbeknownst to me, was curled up in Huan Bei's embrace, weeping softly. Huan Bei sighed and said, "Do not blame yourself. Blame my Huan family's weakness for failing to protect your brother. Your indecision has, in fact, preserved the strength of our clan." Gathering her resolve, Fong Yuning continued, "After my brother's demise, a rumor swept across the continent that the celestial child's fate had been thwarted, and that the fortune would be passed down to the first offspring of the family. Indeed, when Shiyang was born, I felt the resonance of his essence with the heavens growing ever stronger. This aura, I sensed, was far beyond what the Grand Elder's formations could contain. Remembering the silver compass, I hastened to place it upon Shiyang, and upon doing so, his resonance with the heavens began to wane. This extraordinary energy circulated solely within him. I realized that my brother entrusted me with the silver compass to safeguard the next celestial child, which is why the Grand Elder could not perceive Shiyang's innate gifts. How touching it is that my brother, even in death, did not forget the hope of our Huan family. Had it not been for that treasure protecting Shiyang, The weight of my transgressions would have been unbearable, lamented the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, let us not dwell on the past. What matters now is to focus on the tasks at hand, Juan Tabii advised. Indeed, there are numerous matters awaiting our attention, the Grand Elder resolved, steeling himself for the challenges ahead. Yunying, please elaborate on that silver compass for me. Can it conceal the presence of Shiyang? Yet, it appears to be broken. If you don't believe me, I shall show it to you. Fang Yunying gazed helplessly at the astonished duo and retrieved the now dim and somewhat tarnished silver compass. The two examined it for a considerable time, realizing that it resembled an ordinary stone. Juan Tabii inquired, "How could this be?" "I am uncertain," replied Fang Yunying. The silver compass was once suffused with spiritual energy, glimmering brilliantly. However, after Shiyang fell asleep, I took a look at it and found it in this state. "I suspect it is indeed broken," she said, her expression one of innocence. "Well, even the most formidable treasures have their limits. Perhaps I was too ambitious in my expectations. Let us give it to Shiyang to wear. After all, it was a gift from his uncle and has, in a sense, saved his life." The Grand Elder still felt a pang of sorrow, as had the artifact not been damaged, it could have shielded Huan Shiyang from peril until he reached adulthood. "I must take my leave. There are still many awaiting me in the council chamber. Given the master's emotional upheaval today, it may be best not to disturb him." "Rest early," he said, his expression melancholic as he walked away, having endured numerous highs and lows. Chapter 6, a bitter parting. Huan Tabii responded with a nod. Rising to escort them, Fang Yunying began, "Elder, this matter must be." The elder immediately comprehended, saying, "I understand. The identity of Shiyang is known only to the three of us. You did not disclose it at the time, and I shall remain silent henceforth. The Council of Elders may not always be united, but it is unfortunate for Nan Er, who must remain in the dark." The uneasy assembly in the conference hall finally awaited the elder's arrival. He appeared disheveled, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Dragging his weary feet back to his seat, feigning a tone of sorrowful resignation, he announced, "The head of the family has been persuaded by me. Let us cease this matter and not speak of it again. We shall deliberate on future affairs at a later time." A sense of despair permeated the room, and the gathered individuals lingered, reluctant to depart. The elder felt a pang of compassion, yet he had to align with Fang Yunying. Although it might be cruel to those loyal to the Huan family, it ensured that the risk of information leaking was utterly mitigated. On the outskirts of the Luo Lan forest, in a small village occupied by the Seven Nations, the remaining six gathered, having seen only the departure of the High National Master. After waiting half a day without any developments, they began to grasp the outcome of the assassination attempt. No anomalies in the heavens or earth had manifested. The distance to the military camp was less than 15 kilometers, making it implausible for such phenomena to go unnoticed. Furthermore, to their knowledge, no spiritual treasures could obstruct the fluctuations of nature, rendering the outcome all too clear. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from afar, interrupting their thoughts. Before long, soldiers entered to report from the military camp, and the hearts of the six-seated individuals grew heavy with apprehension. They were indifferent to the prospect of the assassin perishing in the explosion. Rather, their true fear lay in the possibility of the assassin being captured alive, incapacitated, and revealing the identities of their masters. After a considerable time, as informants and assassins from various nations returned to relay their reports, the group engaged in succinct exchanges to confirm the consistency of the information received. With a sigh, Yalan remarked, "The illusion of Huan Tabii and the child left in that blasted courtyard must have been a mere mirage. Huan Tabii possesses a spirit beast adept in such arts. By now, he is likely already returned to the tightly secured Lionheart City." Prince Fengling pointed an accusatory finger at Chi-Tu of the Kingdom of Oath, exclaiming in frustration, "You Rotund One, what is the meaning of this?" Although Chi-Tu was indeed portly, he harbored a strong aversion to being called fat. With a disgruntled expression, he retorted, "What do you mean? I don't understand. What the hell are you insinuating? Are you a fool? Pray tell, where did your 100,000 gold coins go?" "They merely dug a pit and filled it with explosives, conjured an illusion, and we naively walked right into it. How could you have mismanaged the intelligence and led us astray?" Chi-Tu, somewhat dazed by the scolding, acknowledged that the intelligence failure was indeed his oversight. Yet it had not resulted in any tangible loss. However, wary of the Blackblade Empire, he refrained from retaliating. Jinmu, observing his comrade being chastised, interjected, "Brother, temper your anger. Chi-Tu's men are trapped within the city. He is powerless to act." Besides, did it not turn out well in the end? Our people withdrew in advance, and the demon race took the brunt of it. One could argue it was a beneficial outcome. Had it been otherwise, do you think I would merely scold him? I advise you to keep your dog in check and refrain from leading astray. Feng Ling continued to scold. Jianmu rose, restraining the furious Qi Tu, and smiled. Brother Feng Ling, you jest. I forge friendships with sincerity, relying on one another and expressing our thoughts candidly. Spare me your distaste. The existence of Tianjzi can be deemed a mere rumor. This matter is concluded. I shall take my leave now, Feng Ling declared before turning to depart. After a lengthy silence, the crown prince called out to Feng Ling, "Wait a moment. We must ascertain this matter further. I kindly ask my esteemed brother to wait a few more days." The crown prince was unwilling to abandon the matter, and Jianmu and Qi Tu shared his sentiments. However, their intentions diverged. Qi Tu and Jianmu aspired to uproot the Huan family to eliminate future threats, while the crown prince sought to obliterate any potentiality of Tianjzi's existence, wishing for no obstacles in his path to becoming the sovereign of humanity. Feng Ling, who already harbored an adversarial stance towards these individuals, held an entirely different perspective. He believed that securing a definitive outcome sufficed for the completion of his mission. Perfection was unnecessary. Very well. I have one final statement. Should you ever uncover veritable evidence of Tianjzi's existence, the Black Wind Empire shall not remain idle. Feng Ling vowed before departing without a backward glance. Understood then, I shall not insist further. Safe travels, my esteemed brother, the crown prince conceded. Having achieved his aim with Feng Ling's promise, he resolved to let the matter rest, for as long as he could keep everyone unified in purpose. Their departure would bear little consequence. Opportunities would abound in the future. Upon receiving the message, the remaining individuals, after a flurry of assurances and promises, departed in succession. Qi Tu, too, concluded that it was futile to rely on the rumors spread by Tianjzi to eradicate the Huan family and followed suit. Consequently, the vast room was left with only the crown prince and Jianmu. After Qi Tu's departure, Jianmu's already fluctuating demeanor darkened considerably. As he watched the others retreat, he expressed his dissatisfaction. Are we simply to let this go? What alternative do you propose? Only by plunging into the fray together can we ensure that no one escapes unscathed. If you refuse to heed my counsel, you may act as you wish. I shall not hinder you if you wish to eliminate those in Lionheart City, the crown prince replied calmly. How could I possibly do that? I merely resent being outmaneuvered by Huan Tabii. Regardless of whether he is indeed Tianjzi, death remains the safest option, Jianmu retorted, unable to voice further objections. Although he harbored a profound fear of the Huan family, he was acutely aware that should the crown prince truly dispatch individuals to assassinate members of the Huan family, he would undoubtedly be among the first to expose him. The crown prince sneered, there is nothing more to discuss. Failure is failure. This is where it must conclude. However, if Huan Tabii believes he can achieve a permanent resolution through this, he is gravely mistaken. Soon, the crown prince and Jianmu departed the small village, leaving behind the lifeless bodies of two assassins. While everyone else was en route home, two individuals stood out as exceptions. What set them apart? Their distinct destinations. Yet they encountered each other unexpectedly on the plains, 50 kilometers north of Lionheart City, exchanging smiles in mutual recognition. Feng Ling laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What a stroke of fortune to encounter you, young brother Yalan, in this place. Since it is so, why not have you venture west while I head east? Such a splendid idea. Then I shall trouble brother Feng Ling with the little thief in the east. I express my gratitude here," Yalan replied with a smile. Feng Ling, unfazed, remarked, "What trouble could there be? It is but a trifling task. Were it not for the inconvenience of this location, I would surely request 2 cups of your homeland's fine wine. Thus, I shall seize the opportunity to visit you another day. For now, I must take my leave to prevent that little thief from escaping." With that, Feng Ling and Yalan parted ways, each heading towards their respective locations to eliminate the human spies aiding the demon clan. Despite their differing paths, fate had intertwined their destinies. One hailing from a land renowned for its exquisite wines, while the other possessed an insatiable thirst for it. Had they met under more leisurely circumstances, a delightful chase would have ensued. In the imperial capital of the Holy Celestial Empire, the crown prince returned after a fortnight of arduous travel. Following a day of recuperation, he hurriedly made his way to the palace, where his father, the king, had been awaiting him for some time. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the king, already privy to the news, promptly inquired, Let us discuss your thoughts on the matter. The Crown Prince, having contemplated the situation thoroughly, responded confidently. I believe the situation is not entirely dire. Despite the turmoil caused by Huante Bay, regardless of how it evolves, it remains within an acceptable range for our side. Oh, pray tell, how is it that you find it not entirely dire? The king, though surprised internally, maintained a composed demeanor as he pressed for further explanation. The Grand Prince continued without hesitation. The actions of Huantabii have inadvertently offended various nations, although it is morally difficult for these countries to condone assassination attempts. Huantabii has manipulated the representatives of these nations for months. If the rumored Tianjizi were to be killed, it might be acceptable. However, Huan's family remains unscathed, which naturally breeds resentment among the nations. The Grand Prince continued, while Huan's actions may seem to revitalize a deadlock, they have only succeeded in creating more enemies. As long as this situation remains unresolved, even if the rumors about Tianjizi are unfounded, Huan's family will face dire consequences. Conversely, if Tianjizi is indeed concealed by Huan's family, once discovered, the repercussions will be far beyond this hasty assassination attempt, escalating to an unrestrained and relentless pursuit, potentially hundreds of times more severe. Thus, I perceive this situation as not entirely unfavorable. Very well. Is there anything else? The king of the Holy Kingdom revealed a smile that hinted at intrigue and inquired further. The Grand Prince pondered thoughtfully before responding. There is one aspect that baffles me. With Huantabii's intellect, it seems improbable that he would engage in such rash actions that provoke animosity from all nations. Once the explosives detonate, even without causing harm, the nations will undoubtedly harbor grievances against Huantabii for such an unyielding approach. Moreover, at that moment, Huantabii had already eluded capture, leading me to believe that there was no necessity for such actions. Is that truly your perspective? Indeed, I genuinely believe so. The Grand Prince replied, bewildered. You are mistaken. Even a clay figure has its moments of wrath. One may perish while another retreats, and Huantabii is retaliating. Moreover, fortunes seemed to favor him, for the ones obliterated were of the demon clan. This not only instilled fear among you, but also prevented excessive resentment, while simultaneously curbing the arrogance of the winged demons. A judicious counterattack is far preferable to mere defensiveness. Yet, to stand against all human nations, is Huantabii not exceedingly audacious? The Crown Prince expressed his astonishment. Does the Huan family presently suffer any overt losses? He inquired. None at all. The Crown Prince replied. Look at the recently returned intelligence report. The attendant presented the report to the Crown Prince, who, upon reviewing it, exclaimed with delight, Qi Tu's father, Qi Yuan, has severed Huantabii's supply lines. This is indeed a fortunate development. Fortunate? I must inform you, this is merely the Huan family's ploy to deceive you for several months. Do you still consider it fortunate? The king of the Holy Heaven regarded his son, whose face was beaming with ire. The Crown Prince knelt beside him, somewhat dispirited, and dared not speak further. Tell me, how do you intend to deal with the Huan family? Chapter 7. Where does the money come from? The Crown Prince trembled as he spoke. I have stationed all my informants near Lionheart City. Once the city is liberated, I will immediately seek the whereabouts of the child from Wanabai. If we can ascertain that it is indeed the Tianjizi, we can rally the other 6 nations to eliminate him without a chance of survival. But the other 6 nations are undertaking similar actions. Do you have any alternatives? The Crown Prince explained, if our nation acts independently, we will undoubtedly be exposed by other countries. Even if we succeed, the cost will be exorbitant. Thus, we currently have no other options. Your assertions hinge on the certainty that the child from Wanabai is the Tianjizi. Can you accomplish that at this moment? This plan has failed. You have lost. Therefore, do not burden yourself with excessive justifications. Yes, father, I acknowledge my mistakes. Seeing the Crown Prince still kneeling on the ground, the king of the Holy Empire felt a twinge of compassion and urged him to rise, saying, in truth, as you mentioned, the outcome is not entirely unfavorable. There is a significant possibility that the Tianjizi is a fabrication. Yet the position of the Holy Empire as the mightiest human nation allows for no margin of error, not even 1 in 10,000. Do you comprehend this? The Crown Prince stood and replied, I understand, and I shall remain vigilant until a definitive conclusion is reached. One more thing, the king inquired. Wanabai must have known that his actions would incite hostility from numerous nations and even lead to the current peril of starvation. Why then would he act in such a manner? The Crown Prince pondered deeply for a considerable time before articulating, at this juncture, Foreign nations do not exert influence over the Huan family. Huan Tabii had anticipated that his own country would sever his supplies. And should he proceed with this course of action? Considering the financial state of the Huan family, which has been largely in deficit these past few months, and the fact that their resources are already scant, having significantly supported military expenditures, I surmise there may be alternative financial backing for the Huan family. We must investigate this matter, for in 3 months, the Demon Clan's annual spring offensive shall commence. Before that time, Huan Tabii must have amassed a substantial fortune to sustain his army. After dismissing the crown prince, the king of the Holy Kingdom sat upon his throne, perplexed, contemplating the origin of Huan Tabii's wealth. Where could he possibly acquire such funds? Brother, do speak. You have been gazing at this cluster of wooden houses for quite some time. Have you reached a conclusion? This place is unsafe. I cannot confide in you here. Therefore, you shall take your men and dismantle every nearby village and post station, leaving no trace, and send all the inhabitants to Lionheart City. We shall converse further upon your return. Huan Tabii, standing in the biting wind for some time, spoke with a quiver in his voice. How could I dismantle these villagers? They would not allow it. If you wish to go, then you may do so. Huan Tabii turned to leave, leaving behind a final remark. Each person shall receive 5 gold coins, and upon settling in Lionheart City, they will receive an additional 10. Did I not provide you the funds before I departed? Huan Tabii Nan lamented. But that was not intended for me. I had thought you were fortunate enough to share your wealth with me in advance. Beyond the forest of Luolan, villages built against the trees are few and far between. In just a matter of days, Huan Nan has reduced this place to rubble, leading the last batch of villagers towards the city of Lionheart. The observers left nearby, though perplexed, reported back, igniting curiosity among various nations. What is the nature of this scheme? I am eager to witness what other peculiarities you possess. How intriguing. Indeed, how fascinating. Naturally, there are those who mock. Chi too, the instigator within the royal city of the oath, chuckles with a face jiggling with mirth. Huan Tabii, are you merely waiting for gold coins to fall from the sky? How utterly ludicrous. In Lionheart City, within the Huan Tai mansion, and inside the hexagonal tower, Huan Nan, equally curious, awaits his brother's explanation. As his army faces the prospect of starvation in just over a month, Huan Tabii smiles mysteriously. Do not worry. At most, within half a month, the funds will arrive. So be prepared to receive them. By the way, have the villagers been settled? Regarding his brother's words, the straightforward Huan Nan did not inquire further and replied directly. They have all been arranged. For the time being, they have settled in. The houses, though somewhat dilapidated from prolonged vacancy, are entirely free for them. They can simply repair them. Yes, ensure their comfort and seek stable employment for them. Those willing to enlist can join the army. Huan Tabii contemplated meticulously. I understand, but where in the city are there any available jobs? After a moment's thought, Huan Tabii suggested, promise them that work will be guaranteed within a month, and consider how to deal with the thousands of ruffians confined within the city. Oh, I gathered them together and had the soldiers watch over them. Otherwise, I feared they might cause trouble. Some claimed to be sent by old friends to offer assistance. I dispatched someone to verify their identities, and those who could present tokens or evidence were released, but restricted from leaving the city. Huan Tabii contemplated for a moment and said, let those confined remain in captivity for a few more days to wear down their patience. Then, we shall compel them to labor, cleansing all the main streets of the city and reconstructing the collapsed buildings. Although we have granted them a chance at survival, we shall not allow them to take advantage of our mercy. I shall send someone to attend to this shortly. You should spend time with your sister-in-law and the children. I will handle the affairs of the city for the next few days. Additionally, select 2 abandoned storefronts in the city to renovate, ensuring they are not too distant from one another and as spacious as possible. If suitable locations are unavailable, we shall have those rascals undertake the construction. And it must be completed swiftly, lest we delay our path to prosperity. After concluding the discussion, Huan Tabii returned to his chamber. Feng Yuning had been in a state of anger these past few days. Huan Tabii had been unable to placate him, as he and the Grand Elder had decided that Huan Shiyang would remain within the hexagonal tower until he reached the age of 5, when his body would be capable of enduring the spiritual seal. Only with the protection of the seal could he emerge from the tower. Feng Yuning was reluctant to have Huan Shiyang languish in the lightless confines of the hexagonal tower for so long, yet out of safety considerations, he had no choice but to acquiesce. In his frustration, he could only vent his ire upon the innocent Huan Tabii. In the cold gaze of Feng Yuning, Huan Bei savored the rare joy of family togetherness. However, beneath his persistent subservience, Fang Yuning's unexpressed ire gradually dissipated over the course of several days. The couple found delight each day within the tower, playfully engaging with Huan Shiyang, whose extraordinary mental prowess often astonished these ardent educators. For everyone, moments of warmth are fleeting. Half a month prior, the Grand Elder, having departed the Lionheart City alone, returned, heralding a resurgence of busyness for Huan Bei. No one, aside from Huan Bei, was aware of the Grand Elder's solitary expedition into the Luolan forest. Upon his return, he swiftly convened the elders of the Huan family. Within the council chamber of the hexagonal tower, Huan Tainan and the elders suspected that matters concerning financial supplies were at hand, yet the specifics remained elusive. The Grand Elder unfurled a map before them, pointing to a location, and said, 15 days ago, a collapse occurred here, in the Yunqiue Valley of the Luolan forest, triggering a frenzy among the spirit beasts. Based on my observations of the fissures in the valley, a significant number of spirit beasts from the central region of the Luolan forest will escape to the outskirts, resulting in a minor to moderate beast tide. The direction of the fissures leads directly to our northwestern plains. What a fortuitous turn of events. Huan Tainan mused. The Yunqiue Valley has always served as a barrier in the eastern part of the Luolan forest, obstructing our path. This collapse not only alleviates our financial woes, but also opens the gateway to the forest expanse. Unperturbed by the potential dangers of the beast tide, he reveled in the hope that military supplies would soon be secured. The third elder voiced his concern. Can we withstand the beast tide? Should we seek assistance from the royal capital? The Grand Elder, maintaining a composed demeanor, cast a glance at the third elder and calmly stated, there is no time to waste. Within 3 days, the beast tide will inevitably arrive. There is little to discuss at this point. It is better to perish fighting than to surrender without a struggle. Grand Elder, please tell us your plan. The second elder, known for his impatience, urged for direction. The Grand Elder scrutinized the map meticulously, marking several locations with his pen. This area is the gentlest stretch outside the Luolan forest, serving as the primary pathway for the beast tide and the only route we can track. We shall lay an ambush here. The 6 elders will pair up, leading the foreign disciples to set traps at these 3 elevated points. Our objective is to deal with the high-tier spirit beasts and drive the numerous low-tier spirit beasts toward the opposite side. NNR will command 200,000 elite soldiers to encircle from the right in a sweeping formation, capturing the low-tier spirit beasts. Ensure you bring ample beast nets. The family head and I will stand as a bulwark against any potential 9th-tier spirit beasts that may appear. After deliberations concluded, everyone began preparations in earnest. However, Huan Tien approached his previously silent elder brother, leading him to his chamber, where he inquired with an air of mystery, did the Grand Elder lie just now? How could you know? Huan Bei made no attempt to conceal his thoughts. Before the Grand Elder even returned, you instructed me to dismantle nearby villages and relocate the villagers, claiming it was related to our food and supplies. Are you some sort of seer who foresaw the impending beast tide? Speak the truth. What is going on? In truth, I had no intention of deceiving you. Huan Bei explained. The Grand Elder and Ningar suspect that there is a traitor among the elders, which is why the full truth was withheld. Is there a traitor? Who is it? Could it be the third elder? He intended to inform the royal capital about the beast tide today. Huan Tien exclaimed in astonishment. Huan Bei helplessly remarked, we cannot ascertain this matter, so refrain from wild conjectures and excessive focus on any particular elder. Let us proceed as we did in the past. The task of identifying the traitor falls to the Grand Elder. Do you have any other secrets you are withholding from me? It seems that in recent discussions of significant matters, I have been present with the elders. Huan Bei chuckled softly, casting a glance toward his chamber. You have kept this from me as well. Do you have any idea how I felt at that moment? I returned to the barracks without a single restful night, all the while maintaining a smiling facade to persuade you. How could you behave this way? Huan Tainan was taken aback, both startled and elated. Linger has forbidden me from speaking of it. Huan Bei, feeling a sense of retreat, thought it was perhaps not his secret to begin with. Regardless, after we attain wealth this time, you must compensate me. A grand marshal cannot remain perpetually destitute. However, for now, reveal the conspiracy involving yourself and the Grand Elder. Huan Bei confessed, this scheme was devised by the Grand Elder and me 6 months ago. Do you recall the teleportation array the Grand Elder assigned? Indeed. It was during our expedition to the Luolan forest that we stumbled upon a relic and made an impression from one of the ancient teleportation arrays. Upon our unintentional discovery of the teleportation array, we crafted this plan. Chapter 8. Once upon a time, there was a young with the teleportation array was powered by one of the spirit-gathering formations. Upon gaining this understanding, slight modifications were made to the structure of the spirit-gathering array, reducing the output of spiritual energy and increasing the interval before activation. Additionally, the location of the teleportation array was altered, ultimately leading to the destruction of the ruins, which resulted in the influx of numerous spirit beasts. The intention was to create an artificial beast tide when the need arose. Huan Tainan suddenly realized. So, the Grand Elder's purpose for this journey was to activate the teleportation array. Indeed, once activated, it would teleport approximately once a year, with each instance capable of transferring at most one 9th-tier spirit beast. This encapsulates the entirety of the plan. And what of the collapse of Shuiyun Valley that the Grand Elder mentioned? Shuiyun Valley collapsed 3 months ago, leaving behind a bottomless crevice, inaccessible to both humans and beasts. The Grand Elder referred to this because the teleportation location was set there. Huan Taibei casually remarked as he patted Huan Tainan and walked outside. The beast tide arrived as anticipated, and Lionheart City captured a significant number of spirit beasts and spirit beast crystal cores. An auction was held in the store that Huan Taibei had prepared in advance, where many high-tier spirit beasts emerged, attracting numerous factions from various nations who traveled great distances to procure them. The streets were lined with individuals eager to purchase low-tier spirit beasts, as they are a scarce resource for all nations. This time, the Huan family not only survived the crisis, but also witnessed Lionheart City transform from its former desolation into a flourishing hub of prosperity. In the midst of years of relentless warfare, the city of Lionheart has endured 5 arduous seasons. Today marks a moment of joy for Huan Shiyang, as the Grand Elder has just completed the sealing of his spiritual power in the hidden chamber, finally liberated from the confines of the hexagonal tower. Huan Shiyang steps onto the grassy expanse of the rear hall, ready to stretch and savor the fresh air and boundless sky, only to be suddenly scooped up by Feng Yuning. Shiyang, there is snow on the ground. Allow me to carry you. Though merely 5 years old, Huan Shiyang finds himself overwhelmed by his mother's excessive affection, rendered powerless to resist as she effortlessly cradles him and strides toward the front hall. For him, the Grand Elder's overprotectiveness, his mother's constant attention, and the chaotic fragments of memories resembling a compass upon his chest have rendered these 5 years both joyful and painful. Possessing extraordinary mental acuity, Huan Shiyang was already capable of undergoing the sealing of his spiritual power at the tender age of 3. Yet, out of fear for his well-being, the Grand Elder insisted on waiting until he turned 5. Upon finally sealing his powers, the Grand Elder, apprehensive of insufficient strength due to Huan Shiyang's exceptional mental prowess, opted for a decade-long seal. When one becomes overly fixated on a matter, they often find themselves beset by fears from all sides, Huan Shiyang mused. Within the hexagonal tower, the Grand Elder gazes vacantly at the receding figure of Huan Shiyang. The sealing has been successfully accomplished, a hurdle temporarily overcome, but what lies ahead? Surely, Huan Shiyang cannot remain untrained for a lifetime. The Grand Elder turns to the contemplative Huan Taibei beside him and inquires, "What occupies your thoughts?" "I am pondering the future. Solutions will invariably present themselves, will they not?" It seems that Huan Taibei has come to a realization, departing with a hearty laugh, exuding an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, Huan Shiyang's mother shares a similar sense of helplessness, influenced by the fragments of memories within the compass and an extraordinary mental capacity. Huan Shiyang's intellect far surpasses that of his physically developing peers. Thus, he does not require his mother's presence to fall asleep. Nor does he need to be breastfed at the age of 3 or 4, a necessity that is not typically expected of children at that age. However, whenever Huan Shiyang is affected by the memory fragments from the compass, Feng Yuning often assumes her son is unhappy or perhaps hungry, instinctively exposing her alabaster form to force-feed him. The silver compass, a source of great vexation for Huan Shiyang, has shattered his childhood before the age of 5, and it promises no respite thereafter. From the moment he began to speak and recall events, peculiar images intermittently surfaced in his mind, depicting a man named Qing Mu. The compass was once a treasured possession of Qing Mu, chronicling all his memories. Huan Shiyang wishes to discard the compass, but soon realizes that Qing Mu's childhood likeness is strikingly akin to his own. To say it resembles him is an understatement. It is practically identical. This leads to only one conclusion. Qing Mu is a reincarnation of Huan Shiyang, but no. It must be countless past lives ago, for Qing Mu lived nearly 2 millennia prior. It can be inferred that before his demise, the memories of Qing Mu were absorbed by the spiritual artifact known as the compass. After 1,000 years of wandering, this compass was gifted to him by his uncle. Due to the affinity of their souls, he was able to assimilate the fragmented memories contained within the compass, while his uncle and parents, despite having interacted with it, experienced no such reaction due to their differing souls. Contemplating these revelations, Huanxiang's aversion to the compass lessened, and his curiosity about his past selves, obscured through countless lifetimes, grew, prompting him to abandon the thought of discarding the compass. Moreover, after years of introspection, Huanxiang recently succeeded in absorbing the memory fragments and learned of his former self's demise and the reasons behind the decision to preserve his memories. Qingmu lived to the age of 109, which is not considered particularly long in the realm of Tianji continent. His memories revealed that he was betrayed by his closest brother, leading to the revelation of his whereabouts and ultimately resulting in his assassination by enemies. Qingmu was renowned across the continent, advocating for the teachings of Tao and striving alone to maintain peace and stability between humanity and the angelic race. However, due to his limited power, he was unable to resist the treachery of his dearest brother from the angelic tribe, and thus chose to preserve his memories in hopes that future generations would avenge him. But wait, Huanxiang pondered silently, cradled in his mother's embrace during the journey. Did Qingmu truly leave the truth solely for his future self? The prospect of revenge seemed exceedingly bleak. This must have been his contingency plan. With such a formidable reputation, he surely had several powerful allies, disciples, and other close brothers. He must have intended to leave them a message first. Indeed, that must be the case. I am still young, so I shall refrain from seeking vengeance for you for the time being. Once I manage to evade the pursuit of both the human and demon races, living for several centuries and gaining sufficient strength, I will then endeavor to locate that rascal from the angelic clan and ascertain whether he still draws breath. This contemplation brings no significant issue to Huan Shiyang. At least it grants him a sense of solace. Moreover, 2 millennia have elapsed, and even with their prolonged lifespans, members of the angelic clan may have perished, even if they remain unscathed. An ancient being who has endured for over 2,000 years may prove too formidable for Huan Shiyang after merely a few centuries of cultivation. Thus, he is not entirely mistaken in his thought that it is prudent to live for a few centuries before taking any action. Upon regaining his senses, Huan Shiyang discovered that he had been carried to a vast and open space. Once placed down by Fang Yuqing, he began to survey his surroundings. The couple, Huan Bei and his wife, had long grown accustomed to Huan Shiyang's whimsical nature, which diverged from that of other children, lacking their typical restlessness and leaving them devoid of any parental pride. As Huan Shiyang surveyed the expansive area, he noted that apart from the reception hall, there were only 3 small pavilions, separated by walls and not far from one another. Numerous cypress and plum trees adorned the landscape, and several pavilions for snow viewing were scattered about. In essence, the place felt quite vacant. The main hall was home to only 5 individuals, including Huan Shiyang, all direct descendants of the Huan family. A fleeting thought crossed Huan Shiyang's mind, prompting him to inquire, "Father, where shall I reside? I desire a pavilion like that one. Do not even entertain such notions. You think I am unaware of your intentions? You are but 5 years old and must share a bed with your mother. Refusal is not an option," Fang Yuqing admonished with vigilance. "And you, do not you dare agree." Under the radiant glow of Fang Yuqing's formidable maternal instincts, the father and son had no choice but to acquiesce. Huan Bei spent the afternoon wandering through Huan Mansion, cradling Huan Shiyang in his arms. And it was only at dinner time that the father and son returned. During their outing, Huan Shiyang attempted several times to broach his previous requests, yet was met with firm refusals from his father, who was under the watchful eye of his wife. After dinner, seizing the opportunity while his mother was absent, Huan Shiyang called out to his father, who was preparing to return to his room, saying, "Father, I wish to accompany you back. There is a matter I would like to discuss. Whatever it is, we can talk about it in the dining room. I can offer some suggestions as well." Fang Yuning interjected at an opportune moment. "Very well, let us converse here. What is on your mind, Shiyang?" Huan Bei inquired as he returned to his seat. "I wish to find something to learn or engage in," Huan Shiyang expressed. hoping to spend the evening in his father's chamber. However, being interrupted was not a significant issue. After all, the main point lay ahead. If I cannot cultivate spiritual power, then I shall choose to learn one of the arts, be it music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. Let us set aside other pursuits. You are but 5 years old, and venturing outside may frighten others. Huante seemed to grasp his son's desire to escape the confines of the mansion and promptly declined. Considering safety and reflecting that this prodigy should remain within the Huan mansion to bewilder his own kin, rather than risk alarming the outside world. To his surprise, Huan Shiyang acquiesced, saying, "Any of the arts will suffice. I am open to suggestions, just find me a master to teach me. Choosing among such disciplines may prove challenging. Allow me to see if there are instructors with commendable skills across the board. Only through the integration of knowledge can one truly enhance their abilities," Huante mused, faintly understanding the implications of his son's words as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. The master must have traveled from a great distance to arrive here. And upon his arrival, will he not reside in our home? Huan Shiyang inquired cautiously. Indeed, he must be invited from afar, and naturally. The master would stay in the guest room of the central hall. However, that is not feasible. The central hall is quite far from here, and it would take me a considerable time to reach there, which would be a significant waste of time. Moreover, the master's grace is as weighty as a mountain. Upon his arrival, he should be treated as an esteemed guest. How can he share accommodations with outsiders in the central hall? Therefore, might it be possible to construct a residence for me in the front hall, where the master could stay with me upon his arrival? This would ensure that proper etiquette is upheld. Huan Shiyang finally revealed his ulterior motives. Huan Shiyang, do you intend to drive me to despair? What is wrong with me sharing a bed with you? Are you truly rejecting your own mother? I must inform you that until you reach the age of 10, do not even think about living independently. Fang Yuning had never raised her voice so loudly at her son. She was genuinely angry. Shouldn't every child yearn for their mother's affection during their formative years? Yet, why is my child so extraordinarily different? You are dictatorial and overbearing. I demand my rights. I desire freedom. Huan Shiyang shouted vehemently. His words pierced through Fang Yuning's heart, which was filled with maternal love. Tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks in glistening droplets. She found it hard to believe that her son, at merely 5 years of age, wished to escape her embrace and openly defy her. Is this truly the outcome of her meticulous nurturing? Restless and helpless, Huan Tabii realized that urging his wife would be futile, so he could only exclaim, "You rascal! You've stirred up trouble, and yet you refuse to resolve it yourself." As Huan Shiyang gazed upon his mother's tears, an uncontrollable ache welled up within him. He had not anticipated such a reaction. He had believed his mother would, as in times past, yield to him. The memories of Aoki rendered him unable to bond intimately with his mother like other children, which led him to resolutely refuse her affection, inadvertently causing pain to Fang Yuning, who was deeply affected by her maternal instincts. In that moment, the memories of Aoki proved futile. Huan Shiyang pondered intensely and suddenly recalled how, during his last bout of inconsolable weeping over the demise of his pet, the moon butterfly, his mother had consoled him. Although he could not articulate why he had ceased crying at that moment, the effectiveness of her comfort remained undeniable. He drew his chair beside his mother, standing upon it to embrace her snow-white neck with his slender arms, planting gentle kisses upon her cheek. He picked up a handkerchief from the table and dabbed at her tears, softly apologizing, "Mother, please do not cry. Your eyes will become red and unlovely. I promise I shall not anger you again." Subsequently, he nestled within Fang Yuning's embrace, resting his forehead against hers, imitating her tone as he pleaded, "Please smile. Cheer up and laugh with me." With that, he broke into an exaggerated grin, eliciting a resigned smile from Fang Yuning. She understood that Huan Shiyang was mimicking her in an attempt to lift her spirits, and through her tears, she chuckled, "You little rascal. Did you not declare that I am unworthy? Why then do you seek refuge in my arms? I merely spoke what I read in a book, not understanding its meaning. Ignorance is no sin, is it, mother?" Huan Shiyang explained cautiously. Fang Yuning replied with a playful smirk, "Oh, may you elucidate from which book you gleaned the notion that children should not have their mothers accompany them to sleep? Indeed, that wisdom was gleaned from literature, which states that physical closeness between boys and girls is discouraged. I am your mother, not a mere minor girl. The principles you encountered in those pages do not apply to our relationship. Do you comprehend?" Fang Yuning, quite earnest in her demeanor, surprisingly believed her son's fanciful assertions. Huan Shiyang, in a playful tone, remarked, I maintain that not all the teachings in books are accurate. However, mother, it need not be until the age of 10. Other children of 7 or 8 already sleep independently. With a spark of inspiration, Fang Yuning responded, "Since you are eager to seek tasks, let us engage in a wager. If you can earn enough to construct a loft, you may reside alone. If not, you shall remain by my side until you reach 10. Agreed. However, I require capital, mother," Huan Shiyang replied with unwavering confidence, convinced of his impending victory. Observing that her bait had taken, Fang Yuning felt elated and exchanged a knowing glance with her husband. Huan Tabii swiftly grasped the cue and presented his purse to Huan Shiyang. As Huan Shiyang accepted the pouch and opened it, Fang Yuning, embracing him, swiftly seized it back. Upon seeing the numerous gold coins within, she felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding her remarkably gifted son. Therefore, she extracted 10 gold coins from the pouch and presented them to her son, stating, "Not all the coins in this purse are for you. The wager is between you and me, and the stakes will be determined by your mother. 10 coins shall suffice." Huan Shiyang often found his mother to be rather childish, even less mature than himself at the tender age of 5. Perhaps even his 3-year-old self would demonstrate greater wisdom. With a feigned sense of helplessness, he declared, 10 coins it shall be. I shall earn money in the future to pay for the construction of my house. Set a goal for me." Huan Tabii eagerly responded, "Let us consider the loft we currently inhabit, which cost approximately 500 gold coins. Think carefully before you speak." Fang Yuning interjected sternly. Huan Tabii glanced at his son and then at his wife, who cradled their child, and with a resolute heart, he closed his eyes and, feeling a pang of guilt, muttered, 5,000 gold coins. Make sure you truly know how much was spent, he thought to himself, sensing the gravity of the situation. He then exclaimed, 50,000 gold coins. I remember now, it cost 50,000 gold coins. As the sum increased 100-fold, Fang Yuning finally expressed her satisfaction, saying, "Shiyang, did you hear that? 50,000 gold coins. Can you achieve this?" "I agree," Huan Shiyang exclaimed. "Please don't make things difficult for my father." He accepted this rather exaggerated figure with a nod. Huan Tabii quickly reassured, "No difficulties. No difficulties. If there are no further matters, I shall retire to my room for some rest. Today has been exhausting with all the lies I've spun." With that, he made a hasty exit from the dining room. Fang Yuning, feeling provoked, shouted, "Huan Tabii, return and clarify your deceit." "Mother, it is getting dark, and I wish to sleep. Please take me back to my room." Huan Shiyang intervened, successfully diverting his mother's attention. "Not just yet. Shiyang, you have been outside all day. You must first take a bath. Come, let mother carry you to wash up. You must be clean before you can sleep." The following morning, after finishing his breakfast, Huan Shiyang found himself at the mercy of an elderly gentleman brought by his mother. Despite his desire to resist, he could not find an opportunity to do so, with his mother watching closely. At long last, the family tailor completed taking his measurements and presented an array of fabrics in various colors and textures for Huan Shiyang to choose from. "Young master, please select a few fabrics that please you, so we may have your garments custom-made," the tailor implored. Having just endured a lengthy session with the old man, Huan Shiyang, with a hint of reluctance, replied, "I shall have this purple one, and that will suffice. But young master, you may choose several." "We need to make multiple outfits this time," the tailor persisted. "No, I want only the purple one, fashioned into different styles," Huan Shiyang insisted, appearing quite fixated on the color. After the measurements were taken, he settled in the courtyard to bask in the sunlight, idly waiting. During breakfast, Huan Tabii had informed him that he would be busy for the next few days and could not accompany him. Shortly, Elder Wu would bring his personal attendant, allowing Huan Shiyang to explore the city. However, the area beyond the city gates remained a perilous forbidden zone for him. This arrangement was a consequence of the wager made the previous night, which Fang Yuning had reluctantly agreed to. The man brought by Elder Wu was of average build, with a dark complexion, appearing rather ordinary and certainly not resembling a practitioner of any kind. Huan Shiyang, already growing impatient, eagerly seized the man's hand and dashed outside after Elder Wu introduced him. As he ran, he called back cheerfully, "Grandfather Wu, your beard has grown long again. I must help you trim it when I have the time." "Ah, you rascal, I arrive a tad late, and you are already mocking my beard," Wu Lao chuckled, absent-mindedly stroking his newly sprouted goatee. Huan Shiyang, tugging at his guard Tianxian, quickly grew weary after just a few steps and had no choice but to allow Tianxian to carry him toward the exit. "Tianbo, Is it appropriate for me to address you in this manner? Tian Xian, flustered, replied, Young master, there is no need for such formality. Simply calling me by my name will suffice. Then I shall continue to call you Tian Bo. How can that be acceptable? Are you implying that I am a woman? Should I then refer to you as Tian Andi? Huan Shiyang jested. Please, young master, do not tease me. I merely wish for you to feel at ease. Do not be so tense. Your expression is quite severe. Am I truly that frightening? Huan Shiyang explained. Though the front hall of the Huan residence was relatively modest, Tian Bo carried Huan Shiyang for quite a while before they reached the entrance. Given Huan Shiyang's current state, it was inevitable that he would be carried outside. Upon arriving at the gate, Huan Shiyang expressed surprise. I recognize these two gentlemen. We met yesterday. Do you stand guard here every day? One of the guards, with a simple demeanor, replied, We are merely the gatekeepers, rotating weekly. The young master need not concern himself with us. How could I not pay attention? Once I become familiar with you, I shall be able to sneak out, but for now, it is impossible. I grew fatigued after just a few steps. I must wait until I grow stronger, Huan Shiyang said with a mischievous grin, leaving the guards exchanging glances. Huan Shiyang was already being carried by Tian Bo down the bustling streets of Lionheart City. Uncle Tian, would you take me to the city wall? From the tower. My view was always obstructed by the fortifications, and I longed for the day when I could stand atop the wall, free from barriers. Huan Shiyang's mood was somewhat exhilarated. My young master, the staircase to the city wall is currently blocked by heavy snow, and we cannot ascend before winter concludes, Uncle Tian replied. We cannot go up now. Huan Shiyang expressed his disappointment. What if the demon clan seizes this opportunity to attack? Uncle Tian patiently explained. Winter affects the winged demon clan far more severely than it does us. They expend a considerable amount of energy flying in such frigid conditions. Thus they are unlikely to launch a large-scale assault. Uncle Tian, you possess such knowledge. You must have slain many demons, right? Are you part of the anti-demon army? Huan Shiyang inquired. I am from the Huan clan's foreign lineage. The family head has graciously allowed me to remain here, providing me sustenance over the years, during which I have indeed vanquished a number of demons, Uncle Tian responded. Then, Feng ran. To what realm have you ascended in your cultivation? Huan Shiyang suddenly shifted the topic, his tone taking on an interrogative flavor. Uncle Tian felt a wave of cold sweat. Was this truly a 5-year-old child? After a moment of astonishment, he replied honestly, I can barely be considered at the transformation stage. How impressive. Your family must be quite formidable among the foreign clans. Huan Shiyang marveled. I am alone. I have no family of my own, Uncle Tian stated. Then you have not taken a wife or sired children. Uncle Tian sighed. No, I have not. You are already of such an age and still remain unmarried? Delaying further would be ill-advised. My mother has several maids who are nearing marriageable age, and I am acquainted with them. I shall introduce you when the time comes. Tian Bo. The thought process of this young master is truly astonishing. Tian Bo decided it would be best to converse with him as little as possible, as Huan Shiyang left home later than usual. By the time he had meandered through just 2 or 3 streets, it was already noon. Tian Bo gently reminded him, Young master, it is already noon. It is time for a meal. Are there any delectable treats in this city? Huan Shiyang replied absent-mindedly. Oh right, Tian Bo. Did Grandpa Wu give you my allowance this morning? And no, Tian Bo responded somewhat awkwardly. Then my mother did not give you any either? Huan Shiyang inquired, puzzled. No, she did not. Chapter 10. Tian Bo, you are mine this morning. I indeed encountered the lady, but she did not provide any. Under the pure and innocent gaze of Huan Shiyang, Tian Bo felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead, pondering if he had perhaps encountered a ghost. As it seemed the young master was aware of something. Why are you a bit late? Huan Shiyang remarked. However, without any pocket money, shall we return for lunch? I cannot treat you, Tian Bo, as my funds are limited. He spoke with a hint of grievance. What are you saying, young master? I can manage lunch at the Central Hall's dining area. There's no need for you to bear the expense. Tian Bo internally sighed with relief. It's all my mother's fault for insisting on a bet with me. Now she is so stingy that she won't even give me pocket money, he lamented. Tian Bo, do you think my mother will save me any lunch? The lady is attentive and virtuous. She will surely set aside some for you. Undoubtedly. Upon returning to the courtyard of the front hall, Huan Bei, it turned out, was indeed present, but not waiting for Huan Shiyang. Instead, he had just finished his meal and was taking a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. He was quite surprised to see Huan Shiyang return. Huan Yuning mused to himself. Did he bring Shiyang back? Can Tian Xian not even manage this small task? He can't even deceive a child into spending money. Earlier that morning, Huan Yuning had met with Tian Xian to instruct him to ensure that Huan Shiyang would spend all the gold coins in his possession throughout the day, indulging in food, drink, and entertainment, purchasing some delightful new toys. Although 10 gold coins were a considerable amount, it was Huan Shiyang's first outing, and his curiosity about the unfamiliar sights would surely lead him to spend liberally. As long as Huan Shiyang relinquished the bet after exhausting his funds, Huan Yuning would be more than willing to be generous with his pocket money. The sudden return of Huan Shiyang caught Fang Yuning off guard. Huan Shiyang was placed on the ground by Tian Bo, and he sniffed around his mother's side. It smells like grilled fish. Mother, have you already eaten? He complained. I thought you would be out having fun all day and would eat by yourself at noon. Did you not eat? I will instruct the kitchen to prepare something immediately. Fang Yuning feigned a look of sudden realization. There is no need for such trouble. I can accompany Tian Bo to the cafeteria in the central hall. It would be a perfect opportunity to explore the central hall in the afternoon. Yesterday, when I followed father, I was surrounded by those people and couldn't see anything at all, Huan Shiyang said casually. The food in the central hall is not very good. I will have the kitchen prepare something for you. After you finish eating at home, your mother will take you to the central hall, all right? Today, I forgot about Shiyang. And I apologize, Fang Yuning said flusteredly. I'm not angry about this, but Tian Bo is my guard. Shouldn't he only listen to me? Huan Shiyang said unhappily. Fang Yuning understood that her son must have figured something out and shot a glare at Tian Xian, saying, Did you betray me? Tian Bo quickly shook his head, bewildered at how the young master had come to know without him saying anything. Don't blame Tian Bo, I figured it out. Tian Bo is very honest and wouldn't lie at all. Mother, you have chosen the wrong helper, Huan Shiyang declared proudly. He had deduced it from the moment Tian Bo suggested dining out, as it was unusual for a servant to propose eating out when they were uncertain whether their master had money to spare. What if the master hadn't brought any? That would indeed be quite embarrassing. It is evident that Tian Bo is aware of the wealth he possesses. His knowledge stems from his encounter with Fang Yuning that morning, as she intends to deplete his funds, thereby shattering his dream of solitary living before the age of 10. Observing her son's somewhat smug demeanor, Fang Yuning realizes that he harbors no resentment towards her, which brings her a sense of relief. Overcome by a twinge of guilt, she suddenly recalls something and presents 5 gold coins to Huan Shiyang, saying, Shiyang, your allowance is 5 gold coins each month. Can you forgive your mother now? Fang Yuning attempts to project a sense of vulnerability. Huan Shiyang, with dexterous familiarity, takes hold of his mother's hand and nestles into her embrace, comforting her. Mother, I am not angry. I promise to use only the 10 gold coins we agreed upon to fulfill our wager. I am a person of my word. His passionate declaration is indeed moving, yet in Fang Yuning's arms, it appears somewhat out of place, eliciting a smile from her. I certainly believe in my precious Shiyang, she responds. Nevertheless, despite her amusement, Fang Yuning places great importance on her son's promise, as she yearns to win the wager and accompany Huan Shiyang through his childhood, allowing him to remain oblivious to the harsh realities of the world for a little longer. However, she firmly states, you must not rely on Tian Bo any longer. He is my protector and must heed only my commands. Huan Shiyang, with a serious expression, responds earnestly. He does not oppose his mother's previous actions, understanding that the wager should be based on individual merit, and he possesses the confidence to prevail. However, the guardian is one's own, chosen even by one's parents. Yet, having entrusted him with this responsibility signifies an obligation to heed his commands. Otherwise, would it not merely become a means for the parents to monitor him? Fang Yuning reluctantly acquiesced, acknowledging that she indeed harbored the intention of employing Tian Xian to observe Huan Shiyang. Yet, this was merely a manifestation of her affection for him. She simply did not comprehend it. Huan Shiyang proceeded to the central hall, leaving Fang Yuning, who felt a tinge of melancholy. Perhaps she had long known and should have adapted to Huan Shiyang's extraordinary path of growth, just as he had already become accustomed to her often overly affectionate displays. Tian Bo followed closely behind Huan Shiyang on their way to the central hall. After a considerable time, when Huan Shiyang could no longer endure, he allowed Tian Bo to carry him onward. It was then that Tian Bo dared to speak. Young master, do not blame madam. It was my clumsy tongue that caused this misunderstanding. Oh, so it was you. Then I shall punish you, Huan Shiyang replied with a laugh, suddenly exclaiming in surprise. Whatever you say, young master, I shall accept the punishment, Tianbo responded. My punishment for you is that you shall no longer address me with the diminutive title. Is that not a substantial penalty? In the central hall of the Huan residence, the dining area was prepared for the disciples of foreign clans. Although the offerings were not extravagant, they were ample and complimentary. Though mealtime had passed, a considerable number of individuals remained. Huan Shiyang found an unoccupied table and awaited Tianbo. Tianbo soon returned, carrying 2 food trays filled solely with steamed buns, porridge, and greens, yet he had selected the largest trays, ensuring a generous portion. However, oblivious to the fact that Huan Shiyang was but a child, Tianbo had unwittingly served him a quantity meant for an adult. Huan Shiyang gazed at the meal before him and chuckled wryly. Tianbo, do you think you can finish this? Indeed, master, replied Tianbo, taking Huan Shiyang's words to heart, refraining from miscalling him again. Huan Shiyang, upon hearing this, was both amused and exasperated. How can you be so sure that I can consume as much as you? I do not know. After a moment's thought, a mischievous grin crept upon Huan Shiyang's lips. Since it has all been served, we must finish it. If I cannot manage it all, you shall take responsibility for the remainder. Tianbo. In the end, Huan Shiyang merely consumed a modest bowl of porridge, leaving the rest to Tianbo, who devoured it all with evident delight, showing no signs of being overly full. Though somewhat reluctant, Huan Shiyang found satisfaction in not wasting food. Turning to Tianbo, he remarked, yesterday, I noticed a vast open space in the central courtyard where many children were playing. What is that place? Master is referring to the martial arena. Allow me to escort you there, Tianbo replied, lifting Huan Shiyang and departing from the dining hall. The martial arena serves as a training ground for disciples from foreign clans. Despite the midday meal having just concluded, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered to train. As Huan Shiyang surveyed the area, he realized it was not as splendid as he had imagined. Previously, he had only glimpsed it from afar amidst a bustling crowd. But now, standing within its confines, he found the practitioners to be rather dull, repetitively performing monotonous moves, drenched in sweat. This place has always been a crucible for young disciples of foreign lineage to refine their bodies. Naturally, Huan Shiyang would only observe such activities. Occasionally, a teacher would come to offer guidance, imparting only the most rudimentary techniques. Overall, this venue serves as a fundamental martial arena accessible to all, where the large number of participants, mostly possessing limited talent, renders the scene rather unremarkable. After some time, Huan Shiyang took the initiative to greet a few younger children, and some disciples who had previously encountered him approached to exchange pleasantries with the young clan leader. Finding a vacant space, Huan Shiyang settled down, and upon observing the surroundings, he gleaned that most individuals here lacked both background and innate talent, compelling them to endure arduous conditions for their cultivation. This realization imbued him with a greater respect for these practitioners. Uncle Tian, did you also train here at such a young age? Huan Shiyang suddenly inquired. I was brought into the family by the old clan leader. In my youth, I trained in a similar martial arena within the former royal capital. Until I was 15 when an elder began to instruct me, Uncle Tian replied candidly. How long did you cultivate before becoming so formidable? Huan Shiyang pondered, recalling his own prolonged inability to cultivate due to the ceiling of his spiritual energy, and reflecting on his previous life as Qingmu, a Taoist with rather ordinary abilities. Clearly, the path to cultivation posed a significant challenge, and he needed to devise a strategy. I am 51 years old now. I was brought to the Huan family at the age of 8, which means I have been training for 43 years, Uncle Tian reminisced. Such a long time. Uncle Tian, are there other cultivation places for foreign disciples? I would like to explore them as well. Huan Shiyang proposed that Tianbo's method of cultivation was excessively prolonged and unsuitable for him. He wished to explore other, more expedient avenues. Indeed, there are alternatives. The back hall houses the martial arts hall, the beast taming hall, and the magic hall, all of which serve as training grounds for foreign disciples. Among them, the beast taming hall boasts the most talented students, as it is a specialty of our family. However, I am only permitted to enter the martial arts hall. The other 2 locations are beyond my access. Tianbo spoke with a hint of embarrassment, acknowledging that as a warrior, he would naturally not be granted free entry into the other 2 facilities. Then let us proceed to the martial arts hall. Huan Shiyang replied eagerly. I can visit the beast taming hall and the magic hall tomorrow with my granduncle. Master, currently, only the 6th elder remains at the 6-pointed tower. The other elders and the family head have gone to fend off the beast tide, Tianbo reminded him. Then I shall ask Grandfather Zhao to accompany me tomorrow, Huan Shiyang said, his urgency evident. Hurry, take me to the martial arts hall. I upset my mother today and need to return early to soothe her. The sixth elder, surnamed Zhao, was affectionately referred to as Grandfather Zhao by Huan Shiyang. Tianbo smiled inwardly, recognizing that the young master indeed cared deeply for his mother. He quickened his pace, securely cradling Huan Shiyang as they made their way to the martial arts hall. Chapter 11. The Whisper of the Wind in the days that followed. Huan Shiyang exhibited a remarkable transformation, adopting a demeanor of newfound humility. He no longer provoked Feng Yuning's ire, and while he frequently ventured out for leisure, he returned promptly each time. Notably, he refrained from mentioning their previous wager, as if it had entirely slipped his mind. Observing her son, Feng Yuning felt a sense of joy, as if he had experienced a revelation. One morning, adorned in a new robe, Huan Shiyang awaited Tianbo in a private dining room on the second floor of a rather respectable restaurant in Lionheart City. This establishment was familiar to him, having accompanied Tianbo there on several occasions. Seated upon a specially elevated chair, he cradled a large cup of tea. Not long ago, Tianbo had brought Huan Shiyang to this venue before departing alone for the bustling city center. After fruitlessly exploring several cultivation sites within his family, Huan Shiyang gradually came to the realization that without spiritual energy, the possibility of cultivation was non-existent. Yet, he found himself unwilling to accept this fate. Although the Grand Elder had sealed his spiritual power for his protection, Huan Shiyang's heightened mental acuity led him to notice that he was being followed during his outings. There seemed to be multiple individuals tracking his movements, which instilled in him a profound sense of insecurity. A chilling thought crossed his mind. If any of these pursuers possessed greater strength than Tianbo, and he was utterly powerless to resist, could his life be extinguished in an instant? The mere contemplation of this notion filled him with dread. After meticulously scouring through Qing Mu's memories, Huan Shiyang finally made some significant discoveries. Although Qing Mu was not particularly powerful, he had indeed forged alliances with several formidable individuals. In pursuit of these friendships, Qing Mu had amassed a wealth of cultivation techniques and secret manuals, along with a modest understanding of alchemy and formations. Huan Shiyang carefully selected a few resources that he deemed potentially beneficial for his own development. The techniques and secret manuals hold little significance for the time being. It would be prudent to consider their utility when the ability to cultivate spiritual energy arises. If all else fails, one might resort to selling them. The art of alchemy proves excessively complicated and financially burdensome, with a mere handful of gold coins insufficient for my needs. However, the study of formations, which necessitates spiritual energy, merits further exploration. In light of recent inquiries into the matter, I find myself inclined to believe in its feasibility. The damaged spiritual beast crystal cores represent the most valuable discovery I have made in the 3 cultivation sites within the rear hall. Many disciples from foreign clans absorb these fractured cores for their training, as their deteriorated state renders them unsuitable for prolonged storage. The spiritual energy within them gradually dissipates over time. Moreover, these damaged cores are significantly more affordable than their intact counterparts, leading many to utilize them for cultivating spiritual energy. To me, this is precisely what I seek. Although I lack spiritual energy, these cores possess it in abundance. The combination of formations and spiritual energy serves as my means of cultivation. For now, survival is paramount. After all, I am not destined to remain incapable of cultivating spiritual energy forever. Thus, I instructed Tianbo to venture into the bustling marketplace to procure the damaged spiritual beast crystal cores, while I awaited his return in a nearby restaurant. My reluctance to accompany him stems from the overwhelming crowd. During our last visit, Tianbo had to carry me through the throngs, which rendered movement nearly impossible. The sheer density of the crowd made even breathing a challenge for me, compelling me to abandon the endeavor. Consequently, it was prudent for Tianbo to undertake this task alone. After enduring a long morning of anticipation, the weary Tianbo finally returned to the restaurant's private room, presenting the meticulously wrapped, damaged crystal cores to his master. Tianbo found it rather perplexing that after inquiring about the price of a first-tier damaged crystal core, his master handed him 10 gold coins. A single first-tier damaged crystal core typically fetched around 1 gold coin, and Huan Shiyang gestured for him to purchase 10. However, weren't these meant for fulfilling a wager? The value of damaged crystal cores diminished over time. Could one truly profit from them? Tianbo felt a deep sense of confusion. Yet this did not hinder his efficiency. He delivered 11 damaged crystal cores, each with less than 10% impairment, into Huan Shiyang's hands, exceeding expectations and completing his task. Huan Shiyang, delightedly toying with the crystal cores in the bag, was soon met with Tian Bo's insatiable curiosity. Master, you bought these damaged crystal cores with the money wagered against Madam. What of the bet with her? Ah, so you have been considering my interests. Quite commendable. Huan Shiyang teased before continuing. The wager poses little challenge for me. Matters of intellect are easily resolved. My immediate priority lies elsewhere. Besides, if I were to fulfill the wager too soon, my mother would be displeased. It would be wiser to allow her to bask in her triumph for a few months, thus preventing any change of heart later. Huan Shiyang appeared untroubled by the situation. He did not wish to further upset Fang Yuning, and in his view, casually replicating Qingmu's techniques would yield the desired profits without much hassle. Meanwhile, Tian Bo was engulfed in regret, thinking, why did I even ask? What was the point? Am I merely inviting trouble upon myself? Tian Bo, you won't mention this to my mother, will you? Huan Shiyang suddenly inquired. Regretful. Tian Bo was taken aback by the question. How could I? I shall always remain closely by the master's side. Satisfied, Huan Shiyang continued to toy with the crystal core. By the way, Tian Bo, let us place our order. After running about for so long, you must be famished. Huan Shiyang mused, realizing that noon was approaching. And it was indeed time for a meal. Tian Bo eagerly responded, oh, I placed an order downstairs when I returned, so it should arrive shortly. It seemed that Tian Bo never took food lightly. At that moment, the gluttonous Huan Shiyang truly resembled a child, drooling as he inquired, is there braised Crucian carp? Tian Bo smiled and replied, of course. It's all the master's favorites. Before long, the establishment brought the dishes to the table, and the attendant graciously poured wine for both Huan Shiyang and Tian Bo. However, Huan Shiyang was quite puzzled and asked Tian Bo, are our dishes all here? The attendant eagerly interjected, yes, indeed. Allow me to pour you some wine. Without delay, he filled Huan Shiyang's wine glass. Tian Bo then affirmed, that's correct. Huan Shiyang picked up his wine glass and sniffed it, asking Tian Bo, did you order this wine? No, I did not. Attendant, you must have brought the wrong one. Tian Bo inquired of the attendant nearby. This is a gift from our proprietor, as you are frequent guests. We thought you might enjoy trying our newly arrived wine. So please, do give it a taste. The attendant responded with a warm smile. Then you shall have the first taste. Tian Bo. Pour this cup of wine down the attendant's throat, Huan Shiyang declared, lifting his own glass. Tian Bo took the wine glass. Though he was somewhat perplexed by the host's intentions, he complied nonetheless. The servant, witnessing the glass draw nearer, was overtaken by fear and attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by Tian Bo, who swiftly blocked his path. It was at this moment that Tian Bo realized the wine was tainted. A look of dread crossed his face as a bronze dagger materialized in his hand, poised against the servant's throat, coercing him to ingest the poisonous liquid. As the contents of the glass vanished, the servant's complexion turned ashen, and he collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Tian Bo was taken aback. He had not anticipated the potency of the poison. Fortuitously, the host had detected the treachery in time, for the consequences could have been dire. A chilling thought that filled Tian Bo with apprehension. Enough. Quickly dispose of this wretch. He is repulsive. Huan Shiyang commanded Tian Bo, and hastened to summon someone to investigate the affairs of this establishment. However, as Tian Bo exited the private room, Huan Shiyang's face drained of color, and he rushed to a bucket in the corner, retching violently. How revolting. I cannot endure this. Had I known, I would have had Tian Bo take him further away before dealing with him. This is a most gruesome end. I am nauseated. After expelling the contents of his stomach for some time, Huan Shiyang returned to his seat, wishing to spare Tian Bo the sight of his distress. In his view, a host must maintain dignity and composure. Feeling slightly better, Huan Shiyang gazed longingly at the sumptuous feast before him, lamenting, how can I possibly eat this now? In truth, he was confident that the dishes were devoid of poison, yet why should he risk himself unnecessarily? Moreover, he found himself devoid of any appetite. The astute Tian Bo did not venture far before returning to the private room where Huan Shiyang was situated. He addressed Huan Shiyang, saying, Master, it is perilous for you to remain here alone. Allow me to escort you back. I shall return to investigate the restaurant's personnel. Huan Shiyang cast a sidelong glance at Tian Bo and replied with a smile, Return? Why would I? There lies an entire chamber of warriors next door. Would it truly be cumbersome for them to conduct an inquiry? Tianbo, taken aback, exclaimed, "Master, you are aware of this." "Indeed. There are individuals arranged for your protection next door, but that was orchestrated by Fong Yuning, which makes it a delicate matter to disclose to you. A group clad in armor arriving at the restaurant without dining, merely to keep me company for an entire morning, is quite an effort indeed. Please do not forget to reward them generously, both in spirit and material. You know whom to approach." Huan Shiyang, possessing extraordinary perceptiveness, had sensed their presence early on and understood that without them, his survival until now may have been uncertain. "You do not hold me accountable, then?" Tianbo inquired, a hint of worry in his tone. "What is there to hold against you? You safeguarded my very life. Am I so devoid of discernment?" Huan Shiyang replied, "Both you and my mother care for me, and I appreciate that." Reflecting on the sudden change regarding the crystal core, he decided, "Never mind. We should return sooner rather than later. They have accompanied me without sustenance for an entire morning. Let us allow them to conclude their duties early." In the front hall of the Huan residence, just past noon, Fong Yuning, upon hearing this from Huan Shiyang and Tianbo, erupted in fury and seized her sword. Rushing forth, Huan Shiyang attempted to intervene but was unsuccessful, hastily calling for Tianbo to follow her. With the Huan residence's stringent security measures in place, ensuring Huan Shiyang's safety was not in question. Thus, Tianbo promptly pursued Fong Yuning with great haste. Huan Shiyang watched the two depart, sighing, "Huan Shiyang, you cannot be so ineffectual." He found a suitable spot by the warm stove and carefully examined the crystal core he had taken from his pocket, pondering for a long time. Meanwhile, Fong Yuning, who had sped away, had thoroughly investigated the restaurant, capturing all individuals associated with it, intending to take them back to the prison for a thorough interrogation. However, according to the soldiers who had protected Huan Shiyang, the assassin had killed and impersonated a waiter to approach him, and the poisoned wine had been prepared in advance by the assassin. The restaurant had neither sent the wine nor was there any poison in the dishes, indicating that the assassin likely acted alone, without any connection to the restaurant. Yet Fong Yuning remained resolute in his actions, disregarding previous investigative conclusions, and dutifully escorted all relevant individuals toward the dungeons of Lionheart City. After this tumultuous episode, Huan Shiyang inevitably found himself under a ban imposed by Fong Yuning, prohibiting him from leaving the Huan residence. Surprisingly, Huan Shiyang did not protest. Unbeknownst to him, Fong Yuning assumed his son was frightened by the assassin, further intensifying his hatred towards the assailants. For several consecutive days, he relentlessly interrogated the captured individuals in the dungeons of Lionheart City, vowing to uncover the mastermind behind the plot. Chapter 12. The Misty Forest. Half a month has passed since the assassination incident, and the clandestine forces lurking within Lionheart City have already disseminated the news. Yet, it appears that there has been no response from any nation. The intelligence, once painstakingly conveyed, has seemingly vanished into oblivion. Fong Yuning has finally accepted the soldiers' findings and decided to release all those detained, abandoning further investigation. During this fortnight, Huan Shiyang has seemingly transformed into a different person, remaining confined within his abode, avoiding the outside world. Fong Yuning, concerned that her son might be stifled by this self-imposed isolation, has offered to accompany him for leisure. Yet Huan Shiyang has persistently declined. What profound insights has Huan Shiyang unearthed after weeks of contemplation? For now, no one knows. On this day, Tianbo, who has been unemployed for some time, visited the front hall to check on Huan Shiyang. In the garden pavilion, Huan Shiyang, bundled up warmly, was gesturing animatedly about something. Upon noticing Tianbo, he revealed a long-lost smile and beckoned him over. "Tianbo, where have you been these days?" Huan Shiyang inquired eagerly after Tianbo took a seat on the bench. Tianbo chuckled and replied, "My lord, you may not know, but I cannot linger in the front hall. If you do not venture out, it is inconvenient for me to come." Tianbo still resides in the central hall, entering and exiting through the side door. "So, you came today specifically to see me?" Huan Shiyang asked, his curiosity piqued. Tianbo affirmed, "Indeed. I have a day off today, so I informed the lady in advance and received her permission to visit you in the front hall." "Permission? Is it truly necessary?" "You may come and go as you please. I turned to my mother and suggested that you could also reside in the front hall. I noticed that Uncle Wu's quarters have a vacant room. You could move in there later." Huan Shiyang, with a hint of grievance, said, "Uncle Tian, you do not understand. Mother is often away, and when I go to the hexagonal tower or the middle hall, there is no one to embrace me. It is too far, and I am so tired. Would you carry me there, please?" I heard the lady mention that the master had remained at home and had not left. Why would he go to the hexagonal tower? I wondered, surprised. Oh, I only went out once, but I was so exhausted that I didn't venture out again. Mother was not home at the time, so she is unaware. I merely went to the middle hall in the hexagonal tower to gather some information and to plan a few things. I did not engage in any mischief. Huan Shiyang felt a bit guilty, yet he did not lie. He truly had only planted a few items, though they were somewhat peculiar. Uncle Tian, would you take me to the hexagonal tower? Huan Shiyang implored, fearing that Uncle Tian might be too rigid and refuse to let him leave the courtyard. I can agree to accompany the master, but the master must explain how he discovered the poison in the wine that day. I have pondered it for quite some time and still cannot fathom it. In truth, Fang Yuning today wished for Uncle Tian to persuade Huan Shiyang to venture out, while Uncle Tian simply sought to resolve his own confusion. Quite simple. We shall walk, and I will explain along the way, Huan Shiyang readily replied. Uncle Tian extended his arms and securely lifted Huan Shiyang, departing from the courtyard of Huan Tabi. Nestled comfortably in Uncle Tian's embrace, Huan Shiyang inquired, Uncle Tian, how do you think I made that discovery? After careful contemplation, Uncle Tian replied, I previously noticed that the master had lifted the poisoned wine to his nose. Perhaps that was when he realized it. I am merely curious to take a whiff of it. This is irrelevant, so guess again. Huan Shiyang said with dissatisfaction, no. There is nothing else. Did you not tell me, master? Tian Bo was left bewildered by the inquiry. Never mind. Allow me to explain, Huan Shiyang said earnestly. The wine was not ordered by you, correct? At that moment, I raised a question, and the attendant mentioned it was sent by the proprietor. Is that where the issue lies? Huan Shiyang declared, shaking his small fist. Correct. We have dined at that restaurant several times, and the proprietor, if not foolish, should be able to discern our master-servant relationship. I have conversed with the proprietor and informed him about this. To better safeguard Huan Shiyang, Tian Bo deemed it necessary to familiarize himself with those he frequently interacted with. That would indeed be unusual. Tian Bo, may I inquire what I typically enjoy eating? Tian Bo, caught off guard, replied, Master does not have picky tastes. You love to eat everything. In truth, he originally intended to express that Huan Shiyang was rather gluttonous and favored all sorts of delicacies, but fortunately, he corrected himself in time. Huan Shiyang understood the implications of Tian Bo's words and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, What are you even saying? I am asking what I or children of my age enjoy eating. It could be fresh fruits, snacks, or desserts. The proprietor, knowing I am the guest, would naturally cater to my preferences and would not send something else. It is unlikely they would serve a child a pot of wine. Yet, master, one cannot determine there is an issue simply due to this oversight. Perhaps the proprietor forgot what I had conveyed to him. Or it could be that he is so rigid that he sends a pot of wine to every room without considering that the master is merely a child. You are indeed correct. Everything aligns seamlessly. I even presumed that you might have developed a familiarity with the proprietor, which is why he graciously presented you with such a gift. However, when the attendant came to serve, he did not immediately depart nor pour you a drink, but instead chose to fill my glass first. Huan Shiyang articulated with vivid clarity, Your cup remains untouched, yet the attendant has invited me to partake. This strikes me as rather peculiar. It is evident that I am but a child, yet they insist on offering me a drink. If the establishment conducts its affairs in such a manner, from the proprietor to the staff, they would surely be destined for ruin. Tian Bo experienced a moment of enlightenment. He realized that both he and the attendant were perceiving the situation from the same adult perspective. Naturally, it seemed appropriate to serve the master first. But Huan Shiyang was merely a child who had yet to acquire a taste for alcohol. Just as Tian Bo was about to speak, he heard Huan Shiyang continue. Of course, this can also be rationalized. Perhaps both the proprietor and that attendant are simply dim-witted. What truly aroused my suspicion was the strange expression on the attendant's face when I lifted my cup. His demeanor, previously calm, now revealed a hint of nervous excitement. After surveying the surroundings, Huan Shiyang whispered, The expression on my face when deceiving my grandfather and mother was precisely the same. Nothing more transpired. I suspected the wine was tainted, so I had you feed it to him, and the attendant promptly collapsed, a gruesome spectacle indeed. Although it was quite repulsive, there was a silver lining. Even if my assumptions were incorrect, it merely resulted in the attendant consuming a drink, which hardly constitutes a calamity. At that moment, the cheerful Huan Shiyang evoked a curious illusion, as if the wine had been poisoned by someone other than himself a fortnight ago. Tian Bo appeared to have acclimated to Huan Shiyang's often irrational thoughts, Yet he was consistently in awe of Huan Shiyang's remarkable powers of observation. After walking for quite some time, Tian Bo abruptly halted. Before him lay a forest shrouded in mist, and he hesitated to proceed further, inquiring, "Master, do you possess the communication jade slip to notify Elder Lu to come and fetch us?" "No, I am well aware of the way. There is no need for Grandpa Zhao to escort us. Just continue forward," Huan Shiyang replied with a casual air. However, the misty forest is rife with free-roaming spirit beasts, including the Huan family's guardian beast, the flame lion. It poses considerable danger, and I fear I may not be able to ensure your safety, Tian Bo expressed his concerns. "Those spirit beasts? I am acquainted with them. They are quite adorable. Rest assured, I will not allow them to harm you," Huan Shiyang said with a broad smile. "I believe it would be wiser to wait for Madam to return and inform Elder Lu to come for you. Let us first explore other areas," Tian Bo insisted. Still uneasy. The misty forest housed nearly 1,000 spirit beasts, and while they had been merely tamed, their inherent wildness could provoke them to attack humans. "Tian Bo, you are rather verbose today. I traversed this path alone last time, so you need not worry. Now, lead me into the forest," Huan Shiyang urged, one hand pointing toward the mist-laden woods while the other encircled Tian Bo's neck. Realizing he could not dissuade Huan Shiyang, Tian Bo gritted his teeth and ventured into the misty forest, hoping fervently that Huan Shiyang was not deceiving him. Otherwise, they would become mere fodder for the spirit beasts within. In the misty forest, Tian Bo, cradling the ethereal presence of Huan Shiyang, walked cautiously with measured steps. He had already perceived several menacing gazes fixated upon him. Suddenly, he felt an unknown touch on his shoulder, prompting him to swiftly sidestep 2 paces. Upon turning to investigate, he discovered it was merely Huan Shiyang's hand. Relieved, Tian Bo heard his master chucklingly inquire, "Are you frightened, Tian Bo?" With a tinge of guilt, Tian Bo replied, "I am not afraid. I merely reacted instinctively." He then resumed his slow and steady advance. Yet Huan Shiyang remarked, "But the sweat on your forehead has dripped onto me. Are you all right?" Tian Bo, attempting to maintain his composure, responded, "It's merely the heat of the forest. My clothing is rather thick. It's nothing." Despite his bravado, he was determined to escort his master to the hexagonal tower, come what may. "Step aside. You have frightened Tian Bo," Huan Shiyang shouted several times into the surrounding gloom, unable to suppress a laugh. "If you are scared, just admit it, Tian Bo. I will protect you. I have told you I know them." Gradually, Tian Bo sensed the hostility around him dissipating, and as he surveyed the misty forest, it seemed to revert to its prior tranquility. Although he had been thoroughly terrified, he did not complain. Instead, he marveled at his master's extraordinary abilities. However, one couldn't he help but ponder that had Tian Bo fully trusted Huan Shiyang, such fear might have been unnecessary. "I have not deceived you, have I?" With a sense of triumph, Huan Shiyang spoke. But Tian Bo remained silent and quickened his pace ahead. Huan Shiyang paid no mind to this, fully aware that Tian Bo was not one for eloquence and would never admit to being frightened by the spirit beasts. He himself would not concede to such a notion either, and Huan Shiyang deemed this reaction entirely normal. In fact, he believed that at this moment, Tian Bo must hold an even greater respect for him as his master, which filled him with considerable pride. After traversing through a rather dense thicket, the two finally arrived at the cold pool. Once placed on the clearing before the cold pool by Tian Bo, Huan Shiyang dashed toward the water's edge. Before he could fully discern how he had activated the mechanism, a stone staircase leading to the 6-sided tower in the center emerged above the cold pool. Turning back to invite Tian Bo to join him in entering the tower, he was met with a refusal. "Due to my status, I cannot enter the tower. Should I violate this rule, I would face severe punishment. You must go in alone, master. I shall remain here to await your return." Chapter 13. Moving books. Huan Shiyang was tempted to proclaim that he could take Tian Bo inside, without fear of punishment, for such was his usual temperament. However, since his acquaintance with Tian Bo, he had gained some understanding of the fear that the Huan family's outsiders held towards the elders. Every time Tian Bo spoke of the elders who governed the outsiders, it was with reverence, even trepidation. The hexagonal tower, where the elders resided, was a place he had never seen outsiders enter before. Concerned about potentially causing trouble for Tian Bo, Huan Shiyang reluctantly decided to leave him outside. After making his decision, Huan Shiyang ascended the pathway above the cold lake, but suddenly a thought struck him. He turned and flashed a mischievous smile at Tian Bo before hastening toward the hexagonal tower. Upon witnessing Huan Shuyang's ghostly grin, Tian Bo was reminded of something crucial. His location was at the heart of the misty forest. Although the surrounding area appeared to be an expanse of white snow, spirit beasts could still roam freely. What would he do if Huan Shuyang encountered a spirit beast while inside the hexagonal tower? As Huan Shuyang approached the entrance, Tian Bo called out urgently, "Master, wait a moment." Huan Shuyang paused, but did not acknowledge Tian Bo. He muttered something under his breath and continued forward. Just as the door was about to close, he suddenly turned, peeking out with a cunning little face through the crack, and said, "Tian Bo, do not worry. The Rinshui flood dragon in the cold lake will protect you. This territory belongs to him." With a resounding thud, the door closed, leaving Tian Bo outside. Both amused and perplexed. Was Huan Shuyang merely being playful? Indeed, his whimsical antics do not elicit disdain. Rather, they render his goodwill more readily embraced. This perplexed Tian Bo. Suddenly, the tranquil cold pool was stirred, revealing a whirlpool, an indication of the presence of the Rin water serpent, signifying its guardianship over him. As the whirlpool dissipated, Tian Bo expressed his gratitude with a clasp of his hands. Within the realm of the Huan family, certain spirit beasts, such as the butler Wu Lao and the Rin water serpent, held a status equal to that of humans. The seemingly foolish actions of Tian Bo, from the perspective of outsiders, transpired daily within the Huan family. Upon entering the six-edged tower, Huan Shuyang felt entirely at ease and swiftly made his way to the residence of the sixth elder. The door to the room was already ajar, clearly indicating that the sixth elder was aware of Huan Shuyang's arrival. The sight of Huan Shuyang filled the sixth elder with both joy and trepidation. It was well known that the sixth elder held a deep affection for Huan Shuyang, surpassing even that of Huan Shuyang's granduncle, the great elder. However, this very affection was the source of his apprehension. "Grandpa Zhao, after traveling such a distance to seek you out, how could you deceive me? You provided me with nothing but useless, tattered books, which proved of no benefit whatsoever." Huan Shuyang dashed into the room and nestled beside the sixth elder, eager to indulge in his charms. This time, he was resolute in his demand to have the library opened to him. Although he understood that the library was a forbidden area within the six-edged tower, he believed that while it was off-limits in the presence of the great elder, it might not hold the same restrictions when it came to Grandpa Zhao. "I have given you all the formations I could find. If you wish to see more, you shall have to wait for the great elder to return and request them from him." The sixth elder, feeling helpless, remarked that he had indeed gathered all the books related to his formation. "You need not wait for Grandpa to return, Zhao Grandpa. If you would simply allow me access to the library, I could discreetly take a few volumes to study. After all, in this hexagonal tower, there are only the two of us, and no one would notice." Lowering his voice, Huan Shuyang subtly tempted the sixth elder. "No, the library is a restricted area. Without the permission of the family head and the first elder, entry is forbidden. It would be best for Shuyang to wait for the first elder's return." The sixth elder's refusal was resolute and unwavering. Unfazed, Huan Shuyang leisurely replied, "Recently, Mother has not permitted me to go out, leaving me rather bored. If there are books to read in the hexagonal tower, I might visit weekly." "Zhao Grandpa, wouldn't you want to see me?" Tempted, the sixth elder explained carefully. "That would still not be permissible. If the library is accessed, the first elder will certainly discover it upon his return. At that point, Shuyang, you would inevitably face punishment from the first elder. Would he dare punish me? He hasn't even resolved the matter of his deception. He clearly promised to deliver a ghost-faced spider. Yet 2 months have passed, and not only has the spider not appeared, but neither has Grandpa's shadow. Zhao Grandpa, rest assured, if you allow me into the library, I will bear all consequences." Huan Shuyang's frustration grew, and he even began to guarantee his own safety to the sixth elder. On that day, as Huan Shuyang departed from the hexagonal tower, it was true that the first elder had once promised to seal Huan Shuyang's spiritual power. However, despite his anger, Huan Shuyang did not confide in the sixth elder, for this was his greatest secret, and the fewer who knew, the better. The sixth elder pondered for a moment but remained resolute, shaking his head with a pained expression and insisting, "No." Huan Shuyang found it difficult to communicate and resolutely said, "Grandpa Zhao, please do not pressure me to give blood. I have acquired quite a few valuable items over the past 2 months." The sixth elder chuckled, gently patting Huan Shuyang's little belly, and remarked, "Is that braised fish or steamed pork? Let me see if Shuyang's belly has grown round. Don't underestimate me." "I truly possess valuable items," Huan Shuyang replied, feeling a twinge of pain as he carefully retrieved a small paper package from his pocket. The sixth elder's eyes widened in astonishment, his earlier laughter replaced by a look of fascination. Yin Yun poison powder. This is a favorite among poison-type spirit beasts. The sixth elder's Ren Shui Jiao was indeed a dual-type spirit beast, and the potent Yin Yun powder could significantly enhance the level of poison-type spirit beasts. Do you like it? Huan Shiyang boasted. The sixth elder's eyes sparkled with greed as he inquired, "How much Yin Yun powder do you have?" Huan Shiyang confidently replied, "I have a Yin Yun flower vine. Do you believe me, Grandpa Zhao?" "Of course I do. Where did you acquire it?" "Please tell Grandpa Zhao. I was fortunate. It was a gift with my purchase." The sixth elder's face was filled with questions. "Is that truly something you receive with a purchase?" Yet, Huan Shiyang was indeed not lying this time. If his assumptions were correct, it was genuinely a gift with his purchase. "What's the price? Is this amount of Yin Yun powder sufficient?" Huan Shiyang feigned a grand demeanor. The sixth elder tossed Huan Shiyang a key after taking the paper package containing the Yin Yun powder and said, "Today, you did not see me at the Luling Tower. Understood?" "Understood. The key is one I stole, and I will return it to Grandpa." Huan Shiyang grasped the situation immediately. After the release of sunlight, one might wonder. The sixth elder, with a smirk, quickly set aside his old demeanor. "The Yin Cloud flower vine has been planted in the misty forest, and I shall take Grandpa Zhao there once I emerge from the library." However, as Huan Shiyang pondered this, a note of caution struck him. "Grandpa Zhao, I can spare you a little of the Yin Cloud poison powder. But the Yin Cloud flower vine is mine, and you cannot take it." Huan Shiyang realized that the vine's significance transcended its ability to yield poison powder, leading him to safeguard his property. Without a backward glance, he rushed into the library, while the sixth elder, not overthinking the matter, called after the swiftly departing Huan Shiyang, "Please save me a good amount of Yin Cloud powder." "Hey, Shiyang, be careful not to fall." With his objectives achieved, Huan Shiyang finally found leisure in the library, sifting through the array of formation books he sought. Despite having the memories of Qingmu as his foundation, he soon discovered that understanding the principles of formations did not equate to their practical application. Moreover, he found that all the knowledge regarding the construction of formations, amplitude, frequency, and fluctuations from Qingmu's memories was utterly nonsensical. For half a month, not a single experiment had met with success. With a skeptical mindset, Huan Shiyang meticulously examined examples of formation construction and various diagrams illustrating the evolution of formations, ready to pack them away. Unbeknownst to him, he had already amassed quite a collection, with the typically meticulously preserved tomes carelessly strewn about the floor. Uncertain of where to begin, Huan Shiyang conjured a bundle of hemp ropes to tie the books strewn across the ground into neat stacks. With some effort, he lifted one bundle, preparing to sneak away. The sixth elder had reluctantly permitted his entry into the library, yet he would not simply stand by and watch as Huan Shiyang absconded with the books, one bundle after another. However, Huan Shiyang was in dire need of these texts, and with the hexagonal tower being too distant, he resolved to be thorough and take them all at once. While the sixth elder was preoccupied with adjusting the formula for the shadow cloud powder, Huan Shiyang managed to escape the hexagonal tower. The warning of the opening gate finally alerted the sixth elder, who, upon peering out of the window, beheld Huan Shiyang's diminutive figure darting away with two large bundles of books, resembling a thief in flight. "You little rascal, are you staging a rebellion?" The sixth elder was so exasperated that he could scarcely find the words to reprimand Huan Shiyang. Without looking back, Huan Shiyang shouted as he ran, "Grandfather Zhao, just pretend you didn't TC anything. I have matters to attend to today, so you needn't TC me off." Also, Huan Shiyang paused to catch his breath. "I will take you to see the shadow cloud flower vine another time." Having reached Tian Bo's side, he barely had time to explain. He thrust one bundle of books into Tian Bo's hands and urgently urged him to flee. "Run. I've gotten myself into serious trouble." The soft-hearted sixth elder hesitated for a long while, but ultimately decided against pursuing Huan Shiyang. Suppressing his frustration, he muttered to himself, "I saw nothing. Nothing at all." He closed the window and returned to his task of formulating the spirit beast medicine, yet the window, despite being shut, shattered suddenly with a creak for no apparent reason. As Huan Shiyang sprinted forward, he was already utterly exhausted. Despite his overwhelming confusion, he relied on the trust he had built over time with his master. Tian Bo swiftly threw him onto his back and seized the book, dashing into the depths of the misty forest. Within the fog-laden woods, Tian Bo was entirely disoriented, while Huan Shiyang clung tightly to his neck. panting heavily and occasionally directing him on their path. In their frantic dash, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a marshy area within the forest. Tianbo was taken aback, as they had not traversed through the swamp upon entering. Huan Shiyang gestured for Tianbo to set him down. Once on the ground, although Huan Shiyang was still drenched in sweat, the panic he had just experienced had entirely vanished. He sighed in relief, stating, "At last, I can feel at ease. Here. Even if Grandfather Zhao were to catch up to us, I would not be afraid." "What transpired, master?" Tianbo, also drenched in perspiration, seized the moment of respite to inquire. "I simply wished to read more books, but Grandfather Zhao refused to allow it. So, I decided to take matters into my own hands and, while he was distracted, moved the books back home to read." Huan Shiyang dared not disclose the full truth. "You didn't carry the books from the library, did you?" Tianbo ventured a bold conjecture. Chapter 14. Sovereign of all poisons. Huan Shiyang nodded, feeling somewhat ashamed. "My goodness. The Grand Elder will surely punish you. That is the family's heritage accumulated over centuries." Tianbo finally comprehended why his master was so anxious. Huan Shiyang, feeling a bit wronged, pouted and said, "I merely wish to read more books. I will return them later. Even great uncle has broken his promise. Can't we find it in our hearts to forgive one another? But you have also brought harm to the sixth elder." After resting for a while, the sixth elder had yet to appear. Even Tianbo realized that the sixth elder was deliberately allowing their escape. "I have compensated him. Besides, it is quite natural for Grandfather Zhao to be unable to keep an eye on me. Great uncle is well aware that he would not be punished." Huan Shiyang was not overly concerned about the sixth elder. He understood that the Grand Elder had intentionally left the sixth elder to care for him, knowing he was excessively indulgent. However, it seemed that the consequences of his actions were rather significant. Tianbo refrained from further inquiries and followed Huan Shiyang through the swamp. Taking careful steps, he had come to a clear understanding. No matter how great the calamity, it had already occurred, and continuing to dwell on it would yield no change. If his master were to face punishment, he would bear it alongside him. This swamp was partially submerged in water, obscuring its depth. Yet, like the cold pool outside the hexagonal tower, there were no signs of ice forming in this frigid winter. In fact, one could occasionally feel a warm breath wafting from the swamp. It was the peculiar miasma of the area. However, its toxicity was minimal. As long as cultivators did not linger here for extended periods, they would encounter no adverse effects. Having not ventured far, Huan Shiyang came to an abrupt halt as a majestic guardian spirit beast of the Huan clan, the Flame Lion, appeared before them. This fully grown Flame Lion, possessing an impressive strength of around the 7th rank, elicited a swift deduction from Tianbo based on its characteristics. The imposing Flame Lion lowered itself beside Huan Shiyang, displaying an endearing demeanor that starkly contrasted its usual formidable presence. Within the misty forest, the Flame Lion shared a unique bond with the bloodline of the Huan clan, showing no inclination to attack them, especially not Huan Shiyang, who inherently possessed an affinity for spirit beasts. Furthermore, it was summoned by Huan Shiyang to guard the Inyun flower vine. Huan Shiyang had deliberately planted the Inyun flower vine in this very location, which was also the reason he had fled to this marshland. Even if Elder Lu were to pursue him in a fit of rage, he remained confident that this particular plant would prevent Elder Lu from taking either him or the vine away. The decision to plant the Inyun flower vine here was intentional. The marsh was thick with miasma, distinctly different from the mist of the misty forest, arising from the decay of spirit beast corpses. This poisonous miasma was conducive to the growth of the Inyun flower vine, which thrived on toxins, and its proximity to the water pond was due to the particularly concentrated miasma in that area. Huan Shiyang raised his hands high to stroke the plush fur beneath the Flame Lioness chin. After a few affectionate pats, he inquired, "Huang Si, are there any disobedient spirit beasts?" Though the Flame Lion could not speak, it clearly understood Huan Shiyang's words, shaking its head and stepping aside. Behind it, the Inyun flower vine had already begun to sprout, capturing Huan Shiyang's attention. After a moment of surprise, he shook his head once more. The outcome before him left him less than satisfied. Though he had succeeded in bringing the plant to life, its appearance was strikingly alluring yet regrettably diminutive, thought Huan Shiyang. This was not a matter of excessive expectation on his part, but rather a reflection of the current state of the shadow cloud flower vine, which, without external intervention, was unlikely to reach maturity. Its vitality was so feeble that it could perish at the slightest external disturbance. It was not due to Huan Shiyang's choice of environment, nor was it a flaw in his cultivation methods. The seeds of this particular shadow cloudflower vine were simply defective. Huan Shiyang had exerted every effort to ensure its survival, having sifted through countless pieces of information to ascertain the identity of the enigmatic seeds he possessed. At times, he even hesitated to confirm whether they were seeds of any known plant, for the shadow cloudflower vine's seeds were peculiarly deceptive in appearance. To navigate his way to this point, Huan Shiyang had meticulously committed all available information regarding the shadow cloudflower vine to memory. He firmly believed that this vine belonged to him and would endure under his care. With a sigh, he retrieved 2 earth berries pilfered from the central hall and tossed them into the mouth of the flame lion, managing a strained smile as he said, "It's time to return, Huangxi. Your presence is no longer required here. I shall come to visit you when time permits." At last, the reason for Huan Shiyang's solitary venture to the central hall was unveiled. The earth berries are harvested from the fiery trees that have migrated thousands of miles from the realm of the Illusion clan. The remarkable flora that exists in this world can be attributed, in part, to the affinity that the clan's beast, the flame lion, has for these earth berries. The pure earth fire element contained within the berries is the primary reason for the flame lion's rapid growth in the frigid expanse. Naturally, the fiery trees are exceedingly rare, requiring the vigilant care of 2 teams of dozens of caretakers within the central hall. These caretakers must regularly replenish the specialized soil and adhere to stringent temperature requirements for growth. Have you ever seen a house built around a towering tree to provide warmth? The Illusion clan has. Upon spotting the earth berries, the flame lion's eyes sparkled with excitement. After languishing for over 10 days in the miasmic marsh, it suddenly shed its weariness, clutching 2 berries without swallowing them. Reluctantly bidding farewell to Huan Shiyang with a glance, it ventured towards the marsh's edge. After consuming the berries, the flame lion must quickly absorb the earth fire elements, and the marsh is certainly not an ideal locale for that. Hence, it prepared to return for a more suitable meal. Huan Shiyang's expression remained serene, devoid of his usual playful demeanor. Yet he overlooked the overwhelming agitation of Tian Bo behind him. Earthberries, flame lion, Huangxi, and what in the world is this bizarre creature before me? This is clearly a plant that has sprouted from the earth, yet it resembles a human lying there with limbs. Who can explain why something that grows from the ground possesses the likeness of a person? Tian Bo screamed inwardly, lost in confusion, utterly unaware that the extraordinary plant before him was the very one he had brought back. The 2 stood in silence for a moment, each lost in their own thoughts, until Huan Shiyang's eyes sparkled with a sudden realization, and a familiar smile graced his lips as he murmured, "You asked for this. Do not blame me for being merciless." Coming back to reality, Huan Shiyang finally noticed Tian Bo and squinted playfully, saying, "Do not fear, do not fear. Huangxi is my friend." Indeed, Tian Bo was frightened by the fiery lion, but he was even more intimidated by the diminutive figure barely 10 centimeters tall before him. Being mocked by his 5-year-old master was quite disheartening. He mustered his courage and replied, "I know the fiery lion, but why does the master call it Huangxi? Does it have a name?" In the Huan family, the fiery lions belonged to a clan that had never been bestowed names. Moreover, they were so similar in appearance that without daily interaction, distinguishing them was nearly impossible. "Oh, I named it myself. It is the 4th largest among the fiery lions, so I called it Huangxi. There are a total of 19 fiery lions, from Huangde to Huangshi, all named by me," Huan Shiyang explained, referring to their relative sizes. However, in terms of strength, the correlation remained. Like other spirit beasts, larger fiery lions possessed greater power. "What a beautiful name!" Tian Bo exclaimed, his mind in a whirl, oblivious to the fact that Huan Shiyang possessed the ability to communicate with spirit beasts. He mistakenly believed that Huan Shiyang could command the fiery lion merely because of his Huan family heritage, thinking that the naming was simply a playful deception. Huan Shiyang, catching Tian Bo's teasing, replied indignantly, "I am quite serious, Tian Bo." Ultimately, Tian Bo could no longer restrain himself and pointed at the ominous cloud flower vine before him, exclaiming, "Master, what is that?" The cloud flower vine. Huan Shiyang suddenly realized that he must hasten the implementation of his plan, otherwise, if the cloud flower vine were to perish unexpectedly, the losses would be catastrophic. He hurriedly replied, "Tian Bo, please wait a moment. I will find a few spirit beasts to draw some blood." Upon hearing the term cloud flower vine, Tian Bo's heart skipped a few beats. Though he was unaware of its appearance, he was familiar with the name of the Lord of 10,000 poisons. The cloud flower vine, strictly speaking, is not classified as an extraordinary flower, yet it possesses the capability to resolve the most perilous toxins in existence. The cloud flower vine blooms but once in its lifetime, yet it bears countless fruits. While its fruits are indeed toxic, they are not classified as strange poisons, as multiple antidotes exist for them. However, should the cloud flower vine absorb a sufficient quantity of toxins, it will produce the legendary 10,000 poisons flower, which can be regarded as the most remarkable blossom in the Tianji continent, possessing the ability to neutralize all poisons. Regrettably, the cloud flower vine boasts an extraordinarily long lifespan. As long as it is nourished by rare toxins, it will not wither. The shortest time required for it to bloom is a millennium, making the 10,000 poisons flower a mere myth. Moreover, the cloud flower vine, capable of surviving for millennia, has long since attained sentience, rendering it immensely powerful and unlikely to be harvested by mere mortals. Furthermore, the cloud flower vine must thrive in a toxic environment, requiring the flesh and blood of spirit beasts for germination. Thus, its fruits bear a resemblance to the crystalline cores of spirit beasts and emit spiritual energy to attract them for consumption. When the spirit beasts succumb to the poison, the cloud flower vine germinates using their flesh and blood. However, if it germinates without a toxic environment to sustain it, it will swiftly perish. It is entirely reasonable that the cloud shadow flower vine, an exceedingly rare plant shrouded in reputation, does not qualify as an extraordinary botanical marvel. However, the meticulous efforts of Huan Shiyang indicate that the cloud shadow flower vine is not as straightforward as Tianbo perceives. Previously, Huan Shiyang observed numerous signs of struggle surrounding the cloud shadow flower vine, suggesting that many spirit beasts had visited. However, Huangxi's communication was rather vague. Huangxi seemed to imply that spirit beasts had indeed come but were driven away by him. Huan Shiyang, unperturbed by these intricacies, resolved that those who intruded upon his precious treasure must face some form of recompense for his losses, even though such losses had no direct correlation with the spirit beasts attracted by the seeds of the cloud shadow flower vine. He contemplated a clever stratagem. Following the most distinct trace, he discovered a path marked by the passage of a blue flame python. This led him to the heart of the marsh, where a pool of water lay, knowing well that the blue flame python concealed itself within. It had sustained injuries during its skirmish with Huangxi and had retreated to this pool to recuperate, yet its wounds prevented it from completely masking its presence, allowing Huan Shiyang to sense its lingering essence within the waters. Will you emerge on your own, or shall I summon assistance to extract you, great blue serpent? Huan Shiyang called out to the pool. Chapter 15, you are now aware. After a ripple disturbed the stagnant waters, the elongated form of the blue flame python emerged. Its dark blue scales, marked with faint black stripes, bearing signs of damage. Its movements were sluggish, indicating it had sustained significant injuries. As it languidly approached Huan Shiyang, its once menacing visage transformed into one of pitiable vulnerability, as if pleading for mercy. Great blue serpent, come forth. I have matters to discuss with you, Huan Shiyang declared sternly to the aquatic fugitive. Reluctantly, the blue flame python crawled onto the shore, obediently coiling beside Huan Shiyang, awaiting his reprimand. You attempted to pilfer my treasures. Although you were unsuccessful, I cannot let you off lightly. Wrongdoing must be met with consequences. You shall agree to 3 tasks for me. Huan Shiyang articulated with a commanding tone, indifferent to the python's comprehension. The blue flame python, somewhat perplexed yet compliant, nodded in understanding. It reasoned that its offense against Huan Shiyang, the revered sovereign of the misty forest, had warranted this predicament. Despite its dominance in the marshes, it had no choice but to acquiesce before him. However, it felt unjustly wronged, having been lured by an inexplicable fragrance, only to engage in a conflict with the formidable Huangxi without even glimpsing the elusive Yin Yun flower vine. It had sustained injuries and now faced punishment from Huan Shiyang. Strangely, the allure of the scent had rendered it defenseless, compelling it to pursue Huangxi without hesitation. Yet upon encountering the source, it found itself devoid of any interest. The blue flame python was bewildered. Had it all been mere illusion? Huan Shiyang, oblivious to the intricate thoughts of the blue flame python, commanded, firstly, you must vacate the pond and relocate elsewhere. Otherwise, you will sully the water within. Secondly, capture each of the spirit beasts that have previously caused disturbances and offer a drop of their blood, including your own, into the pond. Thirdly, upon completing the first 2 tasks, daily draw some water from the pond to irrigate the soil near that particular plant. It is permissible to maintain a distance, but take care not to water the plant itself. The blue flame python nodded mechanically. The tasks were not arduous. Yet the notion of shedding its own blood was somewhat disheartening. The blood of higher-tier spirit beasts was scarce, as most had transformed into spiritual energy, leaving behind only precious essence. Nevertheless, upon witnessing Huan Shiyang's unwaveringly fierce demeanor, it ultimately acquiesced. With a sense of relief, Huan Shiyang departed with Tian Bo, leaving the blue flame python, which bore both old and new wounds, gazing vacantly at the shadow cloud flower vine. Was it the pit of this plant that ensnared it? Or was it Huan Shiyang's trap? Huan Shiyang, attuned to the blue flame python's sentiments, ensured that before departing, Tian Bo had drawn its blood and diluted it with water to nourish the nearby soil. Only after perceiving a surge of vitality in the shadow cloud flower vine did he take his leave. Huan Shiyang's plan to rescue the shadow cloud flower vine had, for the time being, succeeded. Although the act of utilizing the blood of spirit beasts was somewhat ruthless, he rationalized it, reminding himself that they were at fault initially. However, he was acutely aware that the aura emitted by the seeds of the Yun flower vine, once extracted from their fruit, was irresistible to the venomous insects and beasts nearby. Their attraction to it could surpass even their instinctual fear of death. Therefore, it was not entirely fair to blame them. This understanding is precisely why Huan Shiyang painstakingly entrusted Huang Si to remain here. If it were not for this, he could have simply warned the nearby spirit beasts to keep their distance, as he usually did, without going through such elaborate measures or personally procuring some earth berries as a reward for Huang Si. Nonetheless, this was the only solution he could conceive, as the continued survival of the Yun flower vine hinged upon two essential elements, the flesh and blood of spirit beasts and various toxins, all conveniently present in the spirit beasts that had come to disrupt him. Huan Shiyang cleverly took advantage of the situation to acquire what he required from them. However, possessing these elements alone was insufficient. The two additional tasks assigned to the blue flame python, which Huan Shiyang dispatched, were also crucial. The survival of the Yun flower vine depended on the nourishment provided by Huan Shiyang's own blood during its cultivation. Otherwise, even if Huan Shiyang executed everything flawlessly, it would be impossible for a shattered seed to germinate. He utilized his blood because he had fortuitously discovered that his innate affinity for spirit beasts stemmed from his blood, entirely unrelated to anything else. On one occasion, Huan Shiyang accidentally scraped his arm, resulting in his pet coming into contact with the remnants of his blood on his clothing. Days later, Huan Shiyang unexpectedly noticed a remarkable increase in his pet's intelligence. Following this incident, he conducted several tests and ultimately confirmed this astonishing result. Due to the infusion of his blood into the Yun cloud flower vine, Huan Shiyang discovered a peculiar connection with it upon his visit, albeit an indistinct one that conveyed no specific information. Yet, he sensed that the state communicated by the Yun cloud flower vine bore a striking resemblance to his own feelings when he had not dined. It seemed to him that it might be undernourished. Consequently, Huan Shiyang instructed the blue flame python to undertake two additional tasks. The lair of the blue flame python, a swampy pool, served as the source of the marsh's noxious miasma, the most toxic area. Huan Shiyang ordered its departure, wishing to prevent it from continuing to absorb the toxic vapors from the pool, which would adversely affect the Yun cloud flower vine. Furthermore, he aimed to utilize the pool's waters to create a more conducive environment for the growth of the Yun cloud flower vine. The second task for the blue flame python involved artificially crafting a more potent toxic environment. While extracting the blood of spirit beasts was a singular act that could not be performed repeatedly, establishing a factory for enduring toxicity would yield a permanent solution. As Tian Bo was to carry the book that Huan Shiyang had stealthily retrieved, they walked back together, with Huan Shiyang noting Tian Bo's pervasive silence along the journey. He inquired, "Tian Bo, do you not wish to learn about my Yun cloud flower vine?" His emphasis on my was deliberate and pointed. Tian Bo was utterly devoid of mood. He felt he should not have come today. He realized he had likely entered a deadlock, having uncovered the most perilous secret of his life. He finally understood why the lady had chosen him to accompany Huan Shiyang, but permitted him to follow only during Huan Shiyang's outings. Huan Shiyang concealed a secret that he was forbidden to know, and now that he was aware, it likely signified his impending doom. The moment he returned to the main hall to see the lady, Tian Bo was acutely aware of the significance of what he had learned. It's of no consequence anymore. "Thank you, my master. I may not be able to accompany you any longer. I must return to my hometown." Tian Bo's voice quivered with unshed tears. Yet he bore no resentment towards Huan Shiyang. Rather, he felt a profound sadness. He was grateful to have followed such a kind and serene master. Tianbo recognized that Huan Shiyang had never regarded him as a servant. He treated everyone in the Huan household with equal warmth. On the very first day they shared a meal together in the dining hall, Tianbo felt extraordinarily fortunate. At this moment, he wished Huan Shiyang remained oblivious to the fact that he might die for him. Is there something at home? Haven't you been with the Huan family since childhood? Huan Shiyang inquired, perplexed. Tianbo struggled to articulate his thoughts. I need to find my family. What is it? If you don't speak now, you may not get another chance. Huan Shiyang assumed Tianbo sought his assistance. No. Huan Shiyang was puzzled. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. And now it felt as if Tianbo had transformed. Oh, it is not he who has changed. It is I who have changed. The astute and perceptive Huan Shiyang had already discerned the situation. Having not seen Tianbo for an extended period, he had grown overly affectionate towards him. Throughout their journey, Huan Shiyang inadvertently revealed certain information that should have remained undisclosed. However, he deemed it inconsequential, for after months of interaction, he had come to trust this forthright man entirely. From the initial constant probing to the subsequent assassination attempt at the restaurant, Huan Shiyang had intentionally allowed Tianbo to provide alcohol to the assailant, believing there was no issue with Tianbo's character, particularly when he stubbornly insisted on venturing into the bustling city center in the town square. Tianbo had vehemently opposed him, even resorting to the threat of informing Huan Shiyang's mother, an action he found most distasteful. At that moment, Huan Shiyang's faith in him was unwavering. If Tianbo were to claim he was there to assassinate him, Huan Shiyang would undoubtedly consider it a jest. Observing Tianbo's sorrowful expression, Huan Shiyang found himself unable to summon the playful banter he had intended and instead remarked, "You may know what you know. Although I remain uncertain whether my mother fully trusts you, I will stand by your side." Chapter 16. Deception is essential for survival. Tianbo was not particularly surprised. It was entirely reasonable for his master to deduce such matters, given his capabilities. He was, after all, quite inept at concealing his innermost thoughts. Perhaps it was precisely this trait that allowed him to become the personal guardian of Huan Shiyang. After all, there were indeed more formidable individuals among the foreign clans. He did not alter his perspective based on a single remark from Huan Shiyang. In Tianbo's heart, there existed a definitive answer regarding whether Huan Shiyang could ensure his safety. It was exceedingly unlikely. He was merely a foreign disciple adopted by the Huan family. Although he had made modest progress in his cultivation over the years and had not committed any grave errors, his accomplishments were minimal, and his standing within the foreign clan was rather lowly. Such an inconsequential individual could not be permitted to possess knowledge of such vital secrets, a fact that even Huan Shiyang could not alter. Master, do not trouble yourself. My presence poses a significant threat to your safety. Whatever the lady decides to do with me would be entirely justified. Tianbo consoled Huan Shiyang instead. It seemed that further clarification was necessary. Huan Shiyang glanced around, reassured that they were still within the confines of the misty forest, where no one would be present. However, to be prudent, he utilized his mental prowess to conduct a thorough investigation before feeling at ease to speak. My safety is indeed paramount. Yet the threat to it arises only if someone divulges my extraordinary talents or the identity of the heavenly mechanism. Huan Shiyang did not shy away from revealing his secrets. This was a manifestation of his confidence. The life of Qing Mu in his previous existence imparted upon him the most crucial lesson, to be wary of betrayal from those around him. Had he not placed complete trust in Tianbo, he would never have brought him to the rear hall to expose his true self. I swear I shall not speak of it, yet I am but a servant, unworthy of guarding such a significant secret. Tianbo lamented in despair. I assert that you are capable. Indeed, you are. From now on, you must diligently cultivate your strength to better protect me. Moreover, you have never been merely a servant. I have long expressed my desire to no longer hear that term. Huan Shiyang replied with a sober demeanor, devoid of his usual levity. Influenced by Qing Mu, Huan Shiyang had internalized the principle of harmoniously coexisting with nature, which had taken root within him. He adhered to no rigid rules, treating every individual and spirit beast with the most natural laws of the universe, finding comfort in this approach. After becoming familiar with Tianbo, he had repeatedly urged him to refrain from addressing him as master. However, Tianbo, being as stubborn as a mule, refused to relent. Over time, Huan Shiyang ceased to concern himself with outward appearances, believing it sufficient to keep certain matters close to his heart. Tianbo's insistence on viewing himself as a subordinate was something Huan Shiyang persistently rejected. I cannot alter your perception of my position in your heart, yet you shall not succeed in changing my view of you. He could only convince himself. There is no hope left, Master, Tianbo lamented, having absorbed none of Huan Shiyang's words despite his efforts. Frustration welled within Huan Shiyang. It felt as though he were attempting to cleave an immovable block of wood, unyielding, incapable of sprouting new life or roots. He remained undeterred, for if he could revive the Lord of all poisons, he would not be deterred by this vegetative state. Trust me, my mother is a reasonable woman. Having accomplished a great feat, she will surely spare you. Once she does, dealing with my granduncle and father will be mere trifles. Huan Shiyang uttered a statement that even he found hard to believe. He was acutely aware that Fan Yuning was not someone who could easily be reasoned with. Nonetheless, he thought it best to first deceive this obstinate individual before attempting to mislead his mother. If convincing her proved to be a challenge, he would have no choice but to resort to more drastic measures. The thought of parting with his own blood made Huan Shiyang wince. After all, during his 2-month stay in the hexagonal tower, he had amassed only a meager collection of resources. He believed in economizing wherever possible and preferred to resolve matters through words rather than parting with his possessions. His tongue was not solely for the purpose of eating. Have I ever achieved anything noteworthy? Tianbo, however, was not easily confused. He was well aware of his own contributions. Yet, it was true that the Huan family had a reputation for significant deeds that could offset their transgressions. Huan Shiyang mused to himself, as long as you can think, I can enlighten you. He continued, do you recall that day when you bought me 11 first-tier damaged crystal nuclei? One of them was particularly broken, and the shopkeeper gifted it to you. Tianbo remembered this quite clearly and responded, yes, I frequent that shop, so the owner offers me some discounts. But does acquiring an extra first-tier crystal nucleus count as an achievement? Besides, the one the owner gifted me is beyond salvaging. He found it perplexing why Huan Shiyang would mention this to him. An extraordinary achievement. Huan Shiyang exclaimed, surely you have seen the Yun flower vine. When you return, do express your gratitude to the shopkeeper. What he gave you was no mere trinket. It was a seed of the Yun flower vine. This vine surpasses the earth-fire tree, which hundreds of individuals tend to in the central hall. It is the master of poisons. Huan Shiyang extolled the virtues of the Yun flower vine, believing its future potential to be far greater than that of the earth-fire tree. Although I am unaware of the appearance of the seeds of the shadow cloud flower vine, I distinctly remember the crystalline core I brought back. Not only does its appearance bear no resemblance to that of a seed, but even if it were indeed a seed, it is so shattered that it seems implausible that it could grow. Although Tianbo may not be the most astute individual, he is not one to accept every word as truth. The assertions made by Huan Shiyang are rather far-fetched. The exterior fruit has been destroyed, yet the seeds remain preserved within it. It is precisely because the majority have never encountered the fruit of the shadow cloud flower vine that such a remarkable object could be inadvertently acquired by you. I must admit, Tianbo, you are both obstinate and foolish, yet fortunate nonetheless. Huan Shiyang continues his deceitful path. This mixture of flattery and criticism has indeed led Tianbo to believe him to some extent. However, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that an elder secretly sent a gift to Huan Shiyang, which he then presented to extricate himself from the situation? Shaking his head, Huan Shiyang replied, I still do not believe it. Unless my master provides evidence to convince me, I will not acknowledge that the seed was brought back by me. The straightforwardness of Tianbo fills Huan Shiyang with uncontainable joy. This fool is solely concerned with whether the shadow cloud flower vine was brought back by him, completely disregarding the question of whether it could actually save his life. For Huan Shiyang, this matter is of utmost importance. However, Fan Yuning would not share the same perspective, as an insignificant plant pales in comparison to the safety of her son. Nevertheless, this is not what Huan Shiyang needs to contemplate at present. He must first complete this deception. I must clarify that this conclusion is the result of my contemplation over an indeterminate span of time. I have longed to express it candidly. Huan Shiyang wore an expression of triumph, the reason for which remained elusive. Initially, I was unaware that the crystal nucleus you brought back harbored any issues. However, after experimenting with all the crystal nuclei, I discovered that only one was non-functional, the most dilapidated one. It bore a striking resemblance to a crystal nucleus and exhibited fluctuations of spiritual energy, yet it was merely superficial, devoid of any substantial spiritual essence. At that moment, I held no suspicions and set it aside. Later, while feeding some fragments of crystal nuclei to my pet, I inadvertently offered a piece of that particular fragment to another pet, only to find that it succumbed to poisoning after ingestion. This piqued my curiosity. After perusing a wealth of ancient texts, I discerned a useful piece of information: the reproductive process of the Inyun flower vine bore striking similarities to these phenomena. It lures spiritual beasts with fruit that masquerades as crystal nuclei, leading to their demise upon consumption, after which the vine takes root and flourishes by drawing sustenance from their flesh and blood. Coincidentally, what you acquired was presumably a half-eaten fruit of the Inyun flower vine. I need not elaborate further. Huan Shiyang spoke a great deal without uttering a falsehood. If you remain skeptical, I can show you the text upon my return. And I have also ground the remaining fruit from which I extracted the seeds into Inyun powder, dividing it into 2 portions, one of which is still in my possession. As Huan Shiyang spoke, he produced a small paper pouch from his pocket for Tian Bo to inspect. He continued, "The other portion of Inyun powder I delivered to Grandpa Zhao during my visit to the Six-Edged Tower today. If you still doubt, you may find time to inquire with him." Tian Bo's face lit up with joy as he pondered the implications of his master's words. If what the master said was indeed true, then based on his understanding of the rules of the Huan family, the balance of merit and demerit should allow him to preserve his life. With the master's assistance, he might even remain by his side indefinitely. Moreover, having already uncovered the master's secret could serve as an advantage in securing his place alongside him. Under Huan Shiyang's guidance, Tian Bo gradually became convinced, yet he remained cautious, stating, "Upon my return, I kindly asked the master to allow me to peruse the book that records the Inyun flower vine. If it truly is not my merit, I would rather meet my demise than accept it." As for Elder Lu, Tian Bo neither saw it nor dared to inquire. But the book he held served as a veiled answer. He believed that if Huan Shiyang had not made any sacrifices, even Elder Lu, despite his indulgence towards the master, would not permit him entry into the library. Furthermore, to his knowledge, the Inyun powder was precisely what Elder Lu required, as he possessed a spirit beast of the poison attribute. Having somewhat enchanted Tian Bo, Huan Shiyang, filled with a sense of pride, made no further delay and hastened his steps, seemingly eager to confirm the authenticity of Tian Bo's remarkable achievements. However, his true intention was to swiftly conclude the matter, leaving no room for Tian Bo to reconsider. Within Huan Shiyang's deception lay a flaw. The fruits of the Inyun flower vine had been so severely damaged that the seeds within were far from intact. Without Huan Shiyang's own blood and certain special methods, the Inyun flower vine would not have survived. Thus, he artfully avoided mentioning the topic of the seeds in his discourse. However, it is of great significance that Tian Bo observed the frail seedlings of the Inyun flower vine. If he had reacted with the realization that it was the deft hand of Huan Shiyang that had revived the vine, or if he had simply concluded that the Inyun flower vine was beyond salvation, he would have found himself in a state of despair. Accompanying Huan Shiyang, Tian Bo felt his spirits buoyed considerably. He understood that his master was astute, and as long as he could ascertain that the accounts in the book aligned with his master's words, it would serve as evidence of the truth in his master's statements. In that case, he would indeed have made a significant contribution. For the appearance of the Inyun flower vine throughout the entire Tianji continent was but a rare occurrence. The balance of merit and demerit was not beyond possibility. Deceived by Huan Shiyang's benevolent falsehoods, Tian Bo's yearning and longing for life flourished. Huan Shiyang's earnest efforts were not in vain. For him, deception was merely a means of doing good, as aiding or deceiving others is the essence of joy. Chapter 17. Tomorrow's Reckoning. First, a meal in the tranquil courtyard of the former hall of Wantiebai. Fang Yuning and Elder Wu had been waiting for quite some time. Since the task at hand involved merely the release of the restaurant staff who had been detained for half a month, Fang Yuning returned home early. Discovering that Huan Shiyang was not present did not surprise her. It was, after all, her suggestion for Uncle Tian to take Huan Shiyang out for a diversion. Fang Yuning was well aware of the various activities that Huan Shiyang busied himself with at home, yet she chose not to intervene. She understood that even the slightest glimmer of hope was crucial for her son. Huan Shiyang's indomitable spirit persisted despite his sealed spiritual powers, and he remained reluctant to relinquish his pursuit of cultivation. The matter of the assassination undoubtedly weighed upon his thoughts, a disheartening reality that no one could easily accept, especially a child of merely 5 years. However, stifling his emotions was equally unfeasible. Fang Yuning enlisted Uncle Tian to entice Huan Shiyang outdoors. observing that the young boy had begun to rely on him during their recent outings. Perhaps Uncle Tian could lead Huan Shiyang to delightful places, thus luring him out of confinement. Naturally, Fang Yuning took further precautions regarding Huan Shiyang's safety. She selected 2 astute guards from Huan Tenen's retinue to discreetly follow Huan Shiyang, not to surveil him, but to monitor the movements of any suspicious individuals and to provide early warnings of potential dangers. The 2 chief guards, though merely at the first level of the realm of illusions, are overshadowed by numerous formidable individuals from external factions. However, Fang Yuqing values them for their foresight in the face of danger and their exceptional psychological resilience, qualities honed through the crucible of life and death on the battlefield. Having fully grasped this after recent events, Fang Yuqing realizes that deploying additional personnel to accompany Huan Shiyang would be futile. Not only would it provoke Huan Shiyang's disdain, but such a cumbersome arrangement would also be difficult to maneuver and likely lead to discovery. In normal circumstances, Tian Bo possesses ample capability to safeguard Huan Shiyang. Despite the rapid development of Lionheart City in recent years, it remains a strategic stronghold where curfews and restrictions on the entry of special personnel are fundamental regulations. Here, special personnel refers to any outsiders above the realm of illusions, and as a master of the transformation realm, Tian Bo is assured that no external individual possesses greater strength than his own within Lionheart City. The adversary would not approach head-on. Thus, dispatching 2 soldiers of modest prowess but possessing diverse reconnaissance skills could significantly curtail their covert maleficence, even if the manpower were indeed insufficient. As long as one of those stationed in the shadows could timely signal, the patrolling guards within the city would swiftly arrive for support. Once the arrangements were complete, Fang Yuning confidently sought out Tian Bo. However, upon returning home after merely a brief respite, a captain of the guards reported that Huan Shiyang and Tian Bo had entered the misty forest of the rear hall. They dared not pursue them further. A sense of foreboding crept upon Fang Yuning. The elders of the Huan family were well aware that Huan Shiyang could traverse the misty forest unscathed by the spirit beasts. This knowledge was inconsequential for Tian Bo, as it could easily be attributed to Huan Shiyang being a direct descendant of the Huan family, whose blood bore the aura that instilled fear in the creatures of the forest. However, Huan Shiyang's intention to take Tian Bo to the Six-Edged Tower was evident, a place Tian Bo could not enter and would thus have to wait outside. If Huan Shiyang did not communicate with the spirit beasts outside the tower, particularly the Rinshui Zhao lurking at the bottom of the pond, Tian Bo, unprotected, would certainly not wait for Huan Shiyang's return. If word of Huan Shiyang's ability to converse with the spirit beasts were to inadvertently reach Tian Bo, Fang Yuning furrowed her brow and summoned Wu Lao, who was meditating in the front hall's chamber, to await the return of Huan Shiyang and Tian Bo and deliberate on their inquiries post-haste. As the afternoon waned and dusk began to settle, the 2 returned with heavy footsteps. Upon encountering Fang Yuning and Huan Shiyang, they were taken aback. Initially, he had planned to have Tian Bo take the book containing the information on the Yun flower vine while he attempted to reason with his mother later that evening, hoping to avoid her until then. However, despite hastening his pace, he unexpectedly ran into them. Unbeknownst to Huan Shiyang, Fang Yuning had no intention of further interrogating those she had detained, thus releasing them and returning home. Even if Huan Shiyang had hurried, he could not have arrived before Fang Yuning, who had been waiting for him all afternoon. With no choice but to confront the situation, he dashed to the pavilion, retrieved the book requested by Tian Bo, and, amidst the astonished gazes of the 3, tossed it to Tian Bo. "Take your time reading this," he remarked. Then turned to the composed and placid Elder Wu, saying, "Grandfather Wu, please escort Tian Bo to the guest room in the front hall for the night. We can discuss matters tomorrow, if that suits you. I am utterly famished." Upon hearing Huan Shiyang's playful and somewhat petulant tone, Elder Wu found himself at a loss. However, he considered that Huan Shiyang's reasoning held merit. After waiting all afternoon, Fang Yuning was bound to be irritable. If Tian Xian had indeed committed a significant transgression, a single misstep in words from either Huan Shiyang or Tian Xian could provoke Fang Yuning's wrath, endangering Tian Xian's very existence. Moreover, Huan Shiyang's insistence on bringing Tian Xian to his own residence clearly signified his intent to keep a close watch on him, conveying to Fang Yuning that Tian Xian was not going anywhere and that any discussions could wait until the morrow. After a day of running about, it was indeed time for a meal, and thus, the lady of the house would excuse herself. The kind-eyed old Wu firmly grasped Tian Bo's arm and warmly said, Little Tian, today you must endure sharing a thatched hut with this old fool. Tian Bo offered no resistance. His foremost desire was to find a place to verify whether the contents of the book aligned with what Huan Shiyang had recounted. If he could uncover the truth, he would readily open the book, eager to explain everything to his wife and seek her forgiveness. However, his intentions were seen through by Huan Shiyang, who recognized that with Tian Bo's stubbornness and ineptitude, even a glimmer of hope would be extinguished. Furthermore, seeing his mother's sword laid heavily on the table was not an invitation for dialogue, but rather a summons for sacrifice. There was no way he could approach her for an explanation now. Fang Yuning sensed the situation was amiss. How could her own ally be so easily swayed by the enemy's words? She stood to call out to old Wu, who intended to whisk Tian Bo away. Yet, Huan Shiyang would not permit such a turn of events. This was a matter of life and death. If Tian Bo returned, a mere word exchanged between them could spell doom. Seizing the moment, Huan Shiyang leapt onto Fang Yuning's back, covering her mouth with both hands. Fang Yuning struggled vigorously, but fearing for her son's safety, she restrained her use of spiritual power. For a moment, she could only watch as the two figures departed. It was only after they vanished from sight that Huan Shiyang, completely drained, slumped against her, finding solace in his mother's embrace. Fang Yuning ascended the attic with Huan Shiyang in her arms, closing the door behind her, her emotions a tempest of frustration and urgency. You were the cleverest among us, yet when you took him to the hexagonal tower, why could you not be just a bit more astute? It truly drives me to madness. You were only obedient for a few days. She paused, her expression shifting as a pressing health concern crossed her mind. Oh, I washed my hands just before entering. In truth, Huan Shiyang's hands had been tainted by the shadow cloud powder, and he had washed them countless times on the journey back. Fang Yuning felt a wave of nausea and hurried to the basin to cleanse herself. Enough of that. Let's discuss the matter at hand. Mother, you see how foolish Tian Bo is. Which shadowy figure would send a simpleton as an undercover agent? Although Huan Shiyang had already placed his trust in Tian Bo, articulating the reasons for his faith proved elusive, prompting him to fabricate a convenient excuse. I never claimed he was unreliable. Tian Xian has been under your grandfather's care since childhood, spending more time in the Huan family than I have. His intentions are pure. If he were to lie, it would be immediately apparent. I still hold a degree of trust in him. As these thoughts flickered through Fang Yuning's mind, her murderous intent diminished significantly. After all, Tian Bo was an elder who had been a loyal follower of the Huan family for nearly 50 years. Even if he were to face execution for such a peculiar reason, it was only fitting to find justification to carry out the act ceremoniously, rather than allowing him to be executed without cause right before her eyes. Then you still intend to kill him? I find him quite agreeable. Mother, entrust him to me. I always need someone by my side, especially since you and father are rarely present. Now that he knows my secret, he is perfectly suited for the role. Huan Shiyang implored. It is unfeasible. Tian Xian's capabilities are still somewhat lacking. If he accompanies you for too long, he may be perceived as a secondary target. The Huan family is not entirely united. Should a high-ranking traitor within the clan secretly capture Tian Xian, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect. Even if Tian Xian remains loyal, he could not withstand the soul-searching technique. Once your secret is exposed, the masters from the 7 nations will converge, and no one will be able to protect you. Fang Yuning warned ominously. Huan Shiyang muttered softly, "Humph. Your strength is inferior to Tian Bo's. Yet you dare to criticize others' abilities. Are you attempting a rebellion today? Count how many times you've irritated me." Fang Yuning retorted, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Huan Shiyang's remarks. Indeed, you, a mere 8th realm practitioner, mock someone in the transformation realm for lacking strength. Huan Shiyang whispered even more quietly, but those few words defending Tian's skin might have inadvertently drawn attention to his own discomfort from the past few days. Curse it. Your mother is weak, and you have uncovered your unspeakable secrets. Come, kill me. Just do it. Although Fang Yuning lamented her misfortune, she could not help but squeeze Huan Shiyang in her arms. Stop. Don't squeeze me. I'm about to vomit from not having eaten. Huan Shiyang's face had turned a deep shade of red from the pressure. At that moment, Fang Yuning's maid knocked on the door and, upon receiving permission, brought in the meal. Huan Shiyang suddenly regained his strength, swiftly escaping from Fang Yuning's embrace and rushing to the dining table to indulge heartily. Now you seem unconcerned about your Tian Bo. It appears that his sustenance is of greater importance. Your mother is weaker than him, and it seems that food holds more value than anything else in your eyes. Fang Yuning spoke with a tone laced with acidity, feigning a pitiable demeanor. Huan Shiyang, somewhat reluctant to leave the dining table, hesitated for a moment before shoving a generous mouthful of food into his mouth and rushing to Fang Yuning's side. Chewing away and unable to articulate a single word, he grasped his mother's hand, signaling her to join him for the meal. His ravenous display elicited laughter even from the maid who had yet to depart. With a sense of resignation, Fang Yuning was pulled to the table. Observing as Huan Shiyang devoured the feast with unrestrained vigor, while she remained motionless with her chopsticks. Noticing this, Huan Shiyang finally managed to ask with his mouth full, "Mom, aren't you going to eat?" The matter at hand remained unresolved, and without addressing it, she felt no inclination to indulge in her meal. Did he truly believe that everyone was as carefree as he? Chapter 18. The angels packed. Huan Shiyang anxiously interjected, "Mother, you mustn't seek out Uncle Tian again." "It is quite possible," she replied. "Today, we must devise a course of action." Fang Yuning opened the door and cautiously glanced outside before returning to her room. Speaking quietly to Huan Shiyang, "Within our family, including you, there are only 5 individuals privy to this matter. The more who know, the greater the risk. Even some of the family elders remain uninformed. I have conveyed this to you before. Therefore, there is no room for negotiation. Uncle Tian poses a significant threat to you. And though I am reluctant to take such measures, the situation is dire. Your protests are futile. However, having been part of our family for many years, I will find a suitable justification to ensure his peaceful departure." Fang Yuning's words were devoid of compassion. This was the most drastic solution she could conceive. Yet, having regained her composure, she resolved to temporarily entrust Uncle Tian to Elder Wu's care, awaiting the return of her husband and the Grand Elder before making any final decisions. She noted that Huan Shiyang did not seem particularly anxious about the situation, suggesting he might have a backup plan. Fang Yuning sought to elicit his thoughts, hoping to discern the rationale he might use to persuade her. Huan Shiyang protested, "Uncle Tian has made significant contributions to our family. He discovered a seed of the Yin Yun flower vine, which I have already planted in the Misty Forest, where it has taken root and begun to flourish. According to our clan's regulations, one cannot treat Uncle Tian in this manner given his substantial merits." Fang Yuning was taken aback, for although she was unaware of the precise purpose, she had heard the illustrious reputation of the master of all poisons on numerous occasions. Such a renowned treasure must surely possess extraordinary qualities. However, she decided to wait for the Grand Elder's appraisal, as she was unfamiliar with it. Yet, what did that have to do with her? This was undoubtedly not Huan Shiyang's trump card, for he could not possibly be oblivious to her indifference towards these exotic flora and fauna. This reasoning held no water with her. Feigning ignorance, Fang Yuning remarked, "I have no acquaintance with whatever flowers or herbs you speak of. You must consult your granduncle about that. However, he is not at home, and I hold the authority here. This item of yours is useless. Furthermore, contributions must be recognized by individuals, and only those of significant standing within the Huan family possess the power to speak." Huan Shiyang had never intended to rely on this to rescue Tian Bo. He merely sought to elicit sympathy from his mother. Yet, he was taken aback to find that his once kind-hearted and sincere mother had transformed into one with a heart of stone. Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely his unyielding demeanor, which bore no semblance to that of a supplicant, that had aroused Fang Yuning's suspicion. Nevertheless, Huan Shiyang indeed had the means to save Tian Bo, albeit at a significant cost to himself. Ultimately, you simply disdain Tian Bo for his lack of strength. Huan Shiyang scoffed. Indeed, if he possessed sufficient power to reach the level of an elder in the Huan family, the secret would reside within his mind. Given his half-century of loyal service to the Huan family, surely he would not deserve the death penalty. Fang Yuning hastily interjected, "Do not compare him to me. Your mother has at least 2 or 3 squads of guards at her disposal. Then it is settled. Allow me to show you my magical artifact." Huan Shiyang clasped his hands together, his voice resonating with incantations, and in an instant, the room was enveloped in the pure, radiant light emanating from him. "Stop! Please, halt!" Fang Yuning exclaimed anxiously, clearly recognizing the nature of the phenomenon. Huan Shiyang ceased his gestures, nonchalantly replying, "It's fine. We can pause at any point during the initial stages." "The Angel's Covenant. This is the Angel's Covenant." Fang Yuning gasped, her voice laced with agitation. "How could you possess it, Shiyang?" "This is a secret technique of the angelic race." Fang Yuning was consumed by a frenzy of emotions. The Angel's Covenant, a long-lost secret of the angelic lineage, was so rare that even during the zenith of their civilization, Only a select few exceptional angels were bestowed this sacred technique by the seraphs. The purpose of the Angels' Covenant is to enable young angels to forge a pact with their guardians, who would then protect these fledgling beings throughout their protracted maturation process. It is an unrestricted master-servant contract, allowing any being, be it an angel, human, spirit beast, or even a demon, to enter into this agreement, provided the signatory consents, thus designating the guardian. The remarkable power of the angelic covenant lies in its bidirectionality. While it safeguards the innocent angels, the guardians are simultaneously imbued with the divine energy stored within the sacred angels, resulting in a significant enhancement of their abilities. However, the very nature of the angelic covenant necessitates the expenditure of considerable divine energy from the sacred angels, rendering such covenants exceedingly rare and preventing their proliferation among the angelic race. Now, with the arcane techniques of the sacred angels long since forgotten, I recall the moment in the town square when Tian Bo guided me to venerate the statue of the sacred angel at the center. In that instant, a thought emerged in my mind, perhaps a blessing bestowed upon me by the sacred angel. Huan Shiyong, witnessing his mother's current state, realized that Tian Bo had been preserved, yet he found no joy in this knowledge, only a deep concern for his precious one. In his eyes, it was a gross misallocation of resources to bestow such a treasure upon Tian Bo, who had always been obedient to him. There was no need to impose a covenant to further restrict Tian Bo. Nonetheless, given the sudden turn of events, he had no choice but to employ the angelic covenant to swiftly enhance Tian Bo's prowess, allowing him to evade this calamity. Huan Shiyong had once dreamed of venturing into the Roland Forest to seek a 10th-tier spiritual beast, leveraging the special effects of the angelic covenant to persuade it to enter into a contract with him. If successful, he could summon a 10th-tier spiritual beast at will, invoking the awe of any formidable beings from the heavenly realm. Yet, how could that be? Wasn't that statue already rendered ineffective? Fang Yu murmured to herself. She refrained from further questioning Huan Shiyong, for the only link to the angelic race within Lionheart City was the statue of the sacred angel, and the sole means by which Huan Shiyong might obtain the angelic covenant would be through the divine blessing of the angels. Yet that statue had been damaged for nearly a millennium. A millennium ago, the Demon King's dragon lord ventured alone into the heart of Lionheart City, where he shattered the heart of the Demon King above the statue, tainting the holy angel statue with the essence of the Demon King's blood. This act obliterated the greatest obstacle to the demon race's invasion at that time. Now, apart from its limited ability to unveil the demons' disguises and prevent their entry into the city, the holy angel statue merely serves as a monument, still revered by the soldiers and citizens of Lionheart City, as it remains a symbol of humanity's resistance against the demonic incursion. Unable to comprehend the situation, Fang Yuning decided to await her husband and the elder's return before contemplating the use of the angelic covenant. To her, this artifact represented a vital assurance of safety for Huan Shiyong, and such a crucial tool could not be wielded lightly. Furthermore, she and Huan Shiyong shared the sentiment that applying the angelic covenant to Tian Bo would indeed be a gross misallocation of resources. One could only wonder how Tian Bo, filled with hope for Huan Shiyang and Fang Yuning, would feel upon learning their true thoughts about him. Under Huan Shiyang's persistent inquiries, Fang Yuning, suppressing her overwhelming joy, revealed that she had already made plans to wait for the elder's return before making any decisions. Her earlier comments had been a ploy to elicit his thoughts. Little did she expect Huan Shiyong to produce such a delightful treasure, prompting him to angrily accuse her of being deceitful. Not one to back down, Fang Yuning retorted, "You hide secrets even from your mother. How dare you withhold such an important item as the angelic covenant from me? Are you not the true deceiver?" As Huan Shiyong heard Fang Yuning once again mention his precious belongings, a wave of heartache washed over him. With a tone of deep sorrow, he lamented, "You have taken my possessions. You must compensate me. I have been utterly emptied today." As he spoke, a hint of a whimper crept into his voice. To him, the day's losses were monumental. First, Elder Lu had taken a pouch of Yun powder from him. Then Huang Si had silently snatched away 2 earth berries. And finally, Fang Yuning had cunningly extracted the angel's contract from him. Although the contract still resided within him, it felt as if it were lost, for it was his 10th-tier spirit beast, his trump card. Fang Yuning found Huan Shiyong's plucked chicken demeanor quite amusing. She initially thought that Elder Lu had also tricked him out of something valuable, unaware of the mischief Huan Shiyong had stirred within the hexagonal tower. She stood up and retrieved 2 plump little cloth bags, handing them to him. Damaged crystal cores, she announced. These are third tier. Far richer in spiritual energy than your first tier ones, more than enough compensation for you. Fang Yuning had long intended to give these to Huan Shiyang, but had been delayed by matters concerning Tian Bo. As for the reason they were damaged, it mattered not to Huan Shiyang, whether intact or not. They would need to be shattered to release their inner energy. Aware of this, Fang Yuning had opted to purchase the damaged ones, thus saving herself a considerable sum. Upon seeing such a plethora of research materials, Huan Shiyang's spirits lifted significantly, and he carefully stored them away, casting aside his earlier discontent. As his stomach began to rumble, his gaze fixed upon the food laid out on the table. With a serious expression, he inquired, "Mother, may I now have your company for dinner?" Days passed, and the life of Huan Shiyang returned to tranquility. He remained at home, engrossed in the study of array books and the utilization of crystal core spiritual energy. Fang Yuning, having refrained from interrogating in the prison, found herself with ample free time, often venturing outdoors. However, a substantial portion of her day was dedicated to accompanying Huan Shiyang. Tian Bo no longer returned to the central hall, choosing instead to stay by Wu Lao's side, even sleeping in the adjacent quarters. On several occasions, Wu Lao brought Tian Bo to visit Huan Shiyang, but their interactions were met with brief replies, giving the impression that Huan Shiyang was exceedingly busy, too occupied even to converse. The winter afternoons in Lionheart City were the warmest of the day. After finishing lunch, Huan Shiyang returned to the pavilion, continuing to immerse himself in a thick tome, with Fang Yuning idly sitting beside him. Today, a troupe of acrobats has arrived in the city and is performing at the venue. Would you like to go see it? Fang Yuning suggested. Go ahead, Huan Shiyang replied. It was rare for him to express a desire to venture out, prompting Fang Yuning to eagerly exclaim, "Then let us depart." "I meant for you to go, so as not to disturb me here," Huan Shiyang clarified. Disappointed, Fang Yuning let out a soft sigh but remained by his side, occasionally reaching out to pat his head without leaving. "I heard that the Furong Tower has introduced several new dishes. Let us go and sample them." Recently, several abandoned districts in the western part of the city had been purchased and rebuilt, completed just days ago, making it an opportune time for exploration. "I shall take you to see it." The annual Spirit Beast auction is set to take place in a few days, and the city is bustling with activity. Do you not wish to witness it? However, Huan Shiyang's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the book, his voice devoid of any emotion as he replied, "I will attend the auction, nothing else matters." Strangely, Fang Yuqing did not seem perturbed by this, engaging in casual conversation with Huan Shiyang as if she relished their idle chatter. Yet, what remained perplexing was Huan Shiyang's true thoughts. Could it be that the book he had pilfered from the library captivated him to such an extent? Chapter 19. The third-rank gathering spirit array. Huan Shiyang was utterly immersed in his studies, yet it was not the allure of the text that captivated him, but rather a profound sense of frustration and defiance. Over the past month, he had meticulously excavated every fragment of knowledge regarding formations from Qingmu's memories and perused dozens of rare tomes from the Huan family's collection. His comprehension of formations had reached a level comparable to that of an ordinary formation craftsman. However, despite his efforts, the arrays he constructed proved utterly ineffectual. Even the simplest dust-clearing array eluded his grasp, rendering him inferior to a mere apprentice. He could not fathom the absurdity of it all. Even if his innate talent for formations was lacking, Qingmu had once been a master of the craft. With Qingmu's legacy in his possession, how could he, after a month of diligent study, fail to attain the competence of an apprentice? The arrays he forged should not yield such dismal results. Possessing a mental acuity far surpassing that of the average person, Huan Shiyang's drawn arrays appeared remarkably precise, rivaling the original illustrations in the texts. Yet, they wholly lacked the intended effects of a true formation. After hundreds, if not thousands, of attempts, he had exhausted the crystal cores he had purchased, and had even consumed a significant portion of those gifted to him by Fang Yuning. Yet, the reasons for his failures remained elusive, deepening his perplexity. In just a few days, he had devoured the majority of the books he had brought back from the library, and his feelings of confusion and impatience intensified. His actions mirrored the descriptions within the text perfectly. The more he rushed to understand, the more frantic he became. Now, his mind was overwhelmed with vivid images of the pages from the library, leaving no room for any new knowledge to take root. Ultimately, it was the deranged yet relentless Huan Shiyang who, after days of frantic research, found himself seated at a table clutching the last unexamined tome on formations. Surrounding him lay an array of over 100 disheveled volumes he had already perused. Upon glimpsing the title of the final book, A bittersweet smile crept across his face, not one of joy, but rather a pained grimace, laden with irony. The title was mocking, likely an inadvertent remnant from the library. For Huanxiang had no recollection of a book entitled Introduction to Formations. Was this truly a jest at his expense? He pondered helplessly. Nevertheless, he silently resolved to delve into its contents, hoping it would serve as a conclusion to his absurd days. It seemed that any hope of mastering formations would hinge upon the return of the sole formation master, the esteemed elder of the Huan family. What a jest! If this book, titled Introduction to Formations, could genuinely facilitate his entry into the realm of formations, then surely the countless hours spent poring over rare manuscripts would be rendered utterly futile. As he swiftly skimmed through the pages, encountering numerous familiar passages he had read no less than 100 times, a sudden epiphany struck him like a thunderbolt. Abruptly, he flung the book onto the table, dashed out of the pavilion, and began to unleash a flurry of punches into the air, shouting and cursing intermittently. After some time, he erupted into uproarious laughter, exclaiming, "Heaven has indeed favored me. Indeed, it seems that fate has favored him. Had it not been for a serendipitous turn of events, Huan Shiyang would never have brought along such a rudimentary book on formations, nor would he have stumbled upon a phrase that, while seemingly irrelevant to all other formation masters, proved to be exceptionally beneficial for him." This seemingly trivial statement from an elementary text completely awakened his potential. Fang Yuning, upon hearing Huan Shiyang's excited exclamations, hurriedly emerged from the room. However, Huan Shiyang, in his exuberance, dashed towards her and leapt into her embrace, planting a sudden kiss on her cheek that startled her. "I am so happy, Mama!" Huan Shiyang exclaimed, his excitement rendering him almost speechless, his actions becoming somewhat uncontrollable. Fang Yuning, equally elated, responded, "So, have you figured it out?" Having devoted herself to staying by Huan Shiyang's side recently, she was well aware of the struggles he faced. Understanding her son's stubbornness and independence, she refrained from offering direct assistance, opting instead to provide unwavering companionship in hopes of alleviating his anxious disposition. She firmly believed that no challenge could ultimately defeat her son. And indeed, she was right. "Mom, I'm hungry," Huan Shiyang declared, having gone several days without a proper meal, a remarkable feat for one who was affectionately dubbed a bottomless pit by his family. "I shall have someone bring food at once," she replied. A rare blush grazed Huan Shiyang's cheeks as he shyly added, The Furong Tower. Previously, you wouldn't accompany me there, but now." Fang Yuning paused, gazing into Huan Shiyang's eager eyes, and said, "Of course, that is no longer an issue. I assure you, Mother has not deceived you. The new dishes at Furong Tower are undoubtedly unlike anything you have ever encountered." Fang Yuning, with drool cascading from his mouth, swiftly made his way outside, clutching the enchanting Xie Yang. In the small courtyard pavilion, the array formation manual remained open to the very page that Xie Yang had perused moments ago. Among the sentences, one that appeared to be nonsensical to nearly everyone was, without a doubt, the source of Xie Yang's excitement. The celestial spiritual energy ebbs and flows. Those who practice array formations ought to comprehend the composition of this energy, proceeding step by step to construct their formations. The fluctuations of spiritual energy must resonate with the rhythms of the universe to achieve success. This statement is rather straightforward, conveying that the celestial spiritual energy is subject to change, and one must be aware of its distribution to adjust their formations accordingly, ensuring that the energy they harness aligns with the natural fluctuations of the world. For those capable of cultivating spiritual energy, this is merely a platitude. They can certainly perceive the energy surrounding them and modify their learned formations, even without having seen this statement, thus avoiding such a rudimentary error. However, Xie Yang is different. His spiritual energy is sealed, leaving him oblivious to the composition of celestial energy. He mistakenly believes that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth remains constant. The fluctuations of the formation he constructs are rooted in the memories of Qing Mu, echoing the spiritual energy patterns from 2 millennia past. Although the changes in celestial spiritual energy occur at an exceedingly slow pace, with fluctuations manifesting only after several centuries, it is likely that no array master would ever live to witness the necessity of altering their formations. This very fact explains why Qing Mu's recollections contain no records of such matters. After all, he hails from 2,000 years ago. In the span of 2 millennia, the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the world have undergone countless transformations. Using the fluctuations of spiritual energy stored in his memory, Huan Shiyang endeavored to rectify the formation array. Yet it was indeed peculiar that the array could even be activated. His recent expletives were directed at Qingmu for squandering several months of his time. It is understandable, as Huan Shiyang, recognizing Qingmu as a master of formations, presumed he would not overlook such trivial matters. However, Qingmu could hardly anticipate the eventual sealing of spiritual energy that would transpire in his future. Having untangled his mental knots, Huan Shiyang resumed a benign demeanor. Though he had not entirely abandoned his study of formations, his obsession had eased, leading him to meander about once more. Meanwhile, his inaugural formation was finally completed. After his meticulous alterations, he had transformed Fang Yuning's amethyst necklace into a spiritual energy detector, which he now wore around his neck. Although the necklace appeared unchanged outwardly, it seemed somewhat incongruous when adorned by Huan Shiyang. Upon learning of the necklace's new function, Fang Yuning did not hesitate to present it to Huan Shiyang as a token of encouragement, with the stipulation that he would not sell it. She had not forgotten their wager. His life before the age of 10 must belong to her. With the assistance of the amethyst necklace, the otherwise unperceptive Huan Shiyang successfully constructed a third-tier energy-gathering array. Ensuring the likelihood of success, he aspired for his inaugural array to be as formidable as possible. Exhausting the crystal cores at his disposal, he ultimately achieved a satisfactory result. However, even with his impressive mental acuity at the tender age of 5, there exists an inherent limitation. The third-tier array, having drained his mental energy, left Huan Shiyang elated yet inevitably rendered him mentally fatigued for several days. Nonetheless, a third-tier spirit-gathering array is a creation befitting a skilled array craftsman. To Huan Shiyang, no sacrifice was too great, as he deemed it all worthwhile. He inscribed the spirit-gathering array around the shadow cloud flower vine, a step he had long envisioned, intending to utilize the array to nurture the vine. However, the enhancement speed of the third-tier energy-gathering array remained somewhat sluggish. Still, this was the pinnacle of his current capabilities, and it sufficed for the present, leaving Huan Shiyang quite content. Upon completing the spirit-gathering array, Huan Shiyang, despite his weakness, meticulously observed the shadow cloud flower vine. There were signs of improvement, albeit subtle. He endeavored to communicate with the vine using his mental energy, but was met with rejection. Although perplexed, he did not perceive this as unfavorable. It indicated that the shadow cloud flower vine no longer required his assistance. Before departing the marshland, Huan Shiyang located the blue flame python. In recognition of its diligent care for the shadow cloud flower vine, he permitted it to reside on one of the spirit eyes of the spirit-gathering array. Albeit at a rather peripheral position, for Huan Shiyang was never one to exhibit undue generosity. After everything was completed, Huan Shiyang was finally embraced by his mother as they departed from the marshes. Since Tianbo was still kept close by Wu Lao, Huan Shiyang had recently been accompanied by the relatively idle Fang Yuning. Although she was accustomed to observing Huan Shiyang's interactions with the spirit beasts of the misty forest, she was nonetheless startled upon first sight of the Yin Yun flower vine, much like Tianbo had been. This peculiar entity indeed resembled a shrunken human, appearing even more lifelike than when Tianbo had last visited. As she held Huan Shiyang in her arms, Fang Yuning felt a pang of discomfort. Once, she had been a carefree daughter of destiny, unchallenged in the Oath King city. With her father as the foremost minister and her husband belonging to the kingdom's most illustrious family, there had been times when she had dreamt of her child living as freely and blissfully as she once did, envisioning a life of perfection. Yet, what was Huan Shiyang doing now? What could she possibly offer him? A bitter sorrow filled Fang Yuning's heart. All she could provide was a steadfast belief. Watching Huan Shiyang inscribe the magical array, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Her son, at the tender age of 5, was already forced to carve out his own path, while she could only stand by, unresponsive, and silently encourage him. This was not the woman she once was. Fang Yuning struggled to calm herself, glancing at Huan Shiyang, who had fallen asleep, and quietly brushed away the moisture gathering in her eyes. Fang Yu's thoughts were not mistaken. The solitary city had transformed her over the course of a decade, and the Huan family was no longer the Huan family of old. Yet, the unwavering beliefs accumulated by the Huan family over the years continued to inspire the young Huan Shiyang. The hexagonal tower could not confine his heart, nor could the Lionheart city restrain his body. He firmly believed that one day he would rectify all the injustices endured by the Huan family. Pretending to be asleep, Huan Shiyang slightly opened his small eyes to glance at his mother. Chapter 20. Is this a mistake? Throughout the journey, Fang Yuning found herself reflecting upon her inner vulnerabilities, stirred by the presence of Huan Shiyang. However, how could the vast changes of the world ever be comprehended by mere mortals? Fang Yuning gently carried the slumbering Huan Shiyang back to her room, placing him softly on the bed, removing his shoes, and tucking him in with utmost care. She bestowed a tender kiss upon her son's cheek before quietly exiting the room. These actions were second nature to Fang Yuning, though she seldom had the opportunity to perform them. In his drowsy state, Huan Shiyang was hardly aware of being laid upon the bed by his mother. When he finally awakened, it was the following morning, and a throbbing headache plagued him, causing his brow to furrow deeply. The repercussions of his exhausted mental energy were far more severe than he had anticipated. After taking a few steps from the bed, he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body. It seemed that he must exercise caution with his mental energy in the future, Huan Shiyang mused, acutely aware of his dismal condition. In the ensuing days, Huan Shiyang remained in a state of daze. Though he lacked a deep understanding of mental energy, he could sense its slow recovery. Reluctantly, he chose to rest at home, spending time with Fang Yuning, who was similarly idle. During their leisurely moments, Huan Shiyang would amuse himself by playing with his few small pets. Although referred to as small pets, they were, in fact, first-tier spirit beasts. In a family like the Huans, where spirit beasts were abundant, first-tier creatures were hardly remarkable. As he stroked a large water turtle, Huan Shiyang mused, in a few days, I may have to release you all into the misty forest. Will you be frightened? Not only the large water turtle, but several first-tier spirit beasts beside Huan Shiyang also exhibited slight tremors, seemingly responding to his inquiries. However, once this beast tide concludes, I shall acquire some new spirit beasts. You are undoubtedly too weak to remain. Huan Shiyang expressed a hint of reluctance. He had nurtured these few companions for quite some time, having brought them from the hexagonal tower. He mourned deeply for one that had perished from the poison of the cloud flower vine. For these were gifts from the Grand Elder, entirely non-aggressive first-tier spirit beasts. Previously, there had been no opportunity within the hexagonal tower, yet after the beast tide, he was resolute in persuading Fang Yuning to reserve several formidable spirit beasts for him at the upcoming auction. At that point, the ornamental spirit beasts bestowed by the Grand Elder would no longer be kept. Observing their pitiable demeanor, Huan Shiyang gritted his teeth and declared, Very well. I shall find a leader for you in the misty forest. You will undoubtedly thrive better under its guidance. He contemplated the fate of the spirit beasts he had once cared for. The thought of them being devoured by other beasts within a day of being released into the misty forest weighed heavily on his heart, as it would be a considerable loss of face. He intended to entrust these timid spirit beasts to Huangxi, a seventh-tier flame lion, whose protection would be effortlessly ensured. As long as it could scrounge up a few morsels, that would suffice for their sustenance. However, Huan Shiyang could not evade the necessity of pilfering a few earth berries for Huangxi. Upon hearing his words, the pet beside Huan Shiyang truly reverted to its usual languid state. These feeble creatures, having spent an extended period in Huan Shiyang's presence, had not significantly enhanced their strength due to their inherent limitations. However, in terms of intelligence, they had undeniably achieved a remarkable transformation, communicating effortlessly with Huan Shiyang. Unlike the dim-witted Huangxi, who could misinterpret even the simplest gestures. Sensing a slight recovery in his mental energy, Huan Shiyang's thoughts began to flourish anew. He rummaged through some severely damaged first-tier crystal cores that he had previously dismissed, pondering how, as a craftsman of formations, he could possibly lack even the most basic tools at his disposal. Yet, it was evident that Huan Shiyang was overly optimistic about his capabilities. Although his mental energy had regained some semblance of strength, it was futile to consider the pitiful state of those shattered crystal cores, even in peak condition. He could hardly conjure anything of worth. Indeed, after a day's worth of effort, Huan Shiyang succeeded in transforming a heap of fragmented crystal cores into a black orb, the nature of which eluded even his understanding. He had initially intended to forge a fire thunderbolt, a device he had read about that was crafted using the heavenly thunder-S fire. It was designed to be hurled at an enemy, generating a tremendous explosion upon impact. In Huan Shiyang's eyes, such a straightforward, yet formidable creation seemed perfectly suited to his current state, where his spiritual energy was sealed. Although there were no celestial thunder and fire to manifest, Huan Shiyang contemplated the possibility of utilizing a magical array as a substitute. Consequently, he amalgamated various arrays, including the Star Lock array, the Thunder Flame array, and the Flowing Fire array, refining and minimizing them to inscribe within the core using his mental prowess. This marked Huan Shiyang's inaugural attempt at inscribing a magical array with mental energy, and he remained uncertain of its success. However, the outcome seemed rather evident. The object in his hand was considerably weighty and the spiritual energy remarkably stable. He surmised that even if he were to hurl it, it would merely strike someone without exploding. This audacious endeavor appeared destined to culminate in failure, prompting Huan Shiyang to seize the opportunity with no one around. To dispose of this peculiar creation, he certainly wished to avoid the embarrassment of being discovered with such an odd failure. Just as he was about to cast the black orb beyond the courtyard, Huan Shiyang beheld Feng Yu entering the small courtyard with a beaming smile. Accompanied by the Grand Elder, who had just returned from quelling the beast tide, and the Huan Bei brothers, their laughter echoing through the air. Suddenly, Huan Shiyang recalled that his mother had gone to fetch his father and great-uncle today. However, what an uncanny coincidence. Could they not wait until he disposed of this item? The thought of them witnessing this ridiculous failure filled him with dread. Yet, now trapped within the courtyard, he could only conceal the black orb behind him as he welcomed the four into the garden pavilion. Unfortunately, the orb was too large, and Huan Shiyang's petite frame proved inadequate for concealment. Huan Tainan, discovering his secret, swiftly scooped up the black orb from behind Huan Shiyang. Little Shiyang, what delightful treasure have you hidden from your second uncle? Huan Shiyang feebly protested. It's not impressive at all. Second uncle, please give it back to me. I'll dispose of it shortly. Feng Yuning smiled and remarked, this is my son's second, no, his third creation. Please handle it with care. I wouldn't want it damaged. However, recalling the somewhat ominous shadowy vine, she amended her statement. This is not merely a creation, it is an experiment. One that may very well fail. Huan Shiyang disagreed with Feng Yuning's assertion. If it is destined to fail, then why not gift it to second uncle? The Grand Elder interjected, Nonger, cease your nonsense. Hand the orb over to me. It appears rather peculiar and intriguing. I shall take it home for further examination. Although he sensed that the orb possessed some unique quality, he could not discern its nature at that moment. He placed the orb into his storage ring, intending to investigate it later. But, great uncle, you cannot simply take my belongings without compensation. Huan Shiyang seized the opportunity to demand a ransom. The Grand Elder chuckled helplessly. Weren't you planning to discard it? Why now seek recompense from me? Huan Shiyang, what have you been up to in the hexagonal tower? You ought to admit your faults and cease this unruly behavior. Feng Yuning appeared stern as she questioned Huan Shiyang, yet in reality, she was subtly urging him to confess while the Grand Elder was in a good mood. Although the Sixth Elder had not lodged a complaint, Feng Yuning had perused the books Huan Shiyang had brought back and was aware that they were rare, solitary formations found only within the library. She had merely pretended ignorance until now. Huan Shiyang recalled this matter and hastily returned to the pavilion, delivering 2 bundles of neatly retied books to the Grand Elder. With sincerity, he confessed, Great uncle, I apologize. I took books from the library. You are driving me to the brink of exasperation. The Elder proposed. Let us return to the hexagonal tower to discuss this matter. Realizing that this was not an appropriate place for a conversation, he turned away in indignation and exited. Feng Yuning picked up Huan Shiyang, and several others followed the Elder as they hurried back. Upon arriving at the hexagonal tower, the Elder disregarded the other recently returned elders and led the group directly to his chamber. Once the door was securely shut, he turned to Feng Yuning and said, Ninger, tell me in detail what Huan Shiyang has been up to during my absence. At that moment, the Elder harbored no trust in Huan Shiyang's words. Having been deceived by him on multiple occasions, he believed that Feng Yuning would offer at least some semblance of honesty, for in matters of great importance, she would not dare to favor Huan Shiyang. However, it seemed that aside from the Elder, no one else deemed the trespass into the book pavilion a grave error, particularly Huan Shiyang himself. Feng Yuning was equally taken aback. Upon reflection, she realized that her son had committed no other transgressions. After a moment's hesitation, she explained, Not long after you left, Shiyang encountered an assassination attempt. The poison was forcefully administered to the assassin by his guard, Tianxian, resulting in the assassin's immediate demise. The Elder's expression softened slightly. Shiyang is indeed astute. My son has performed admirably. However, the Elder's composure began to wane, and he cleared his throat, urging her to continue. While assisting Shiyang with his purchases, Tianxian unexpectedly acquired a seed of the shadow cloudflower vine, which Shiyang discovered and planted in the misty forest. He has been eagerly awaiting your return for identification. When I visited last time, I was quite startled to find it growing in the marsh like a diminutive figure. Shi Yang is truly fortunate, the elder mused, contemplating what rewards to bestow upon Tianxian. The elder could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Silence. Continue speaking." Feng Yu locked eyes with the elder and replied, "Shi Yang successfully completed a third-tier spirit gathering array a few days ago. I asked you to recount his misdeeds, and you speak of this. What did you say about the third-tier spirit gathering array? Where is it? Take me to see it, quickly." The elder, anxious, attempted to burst through the door. A third-tier spirit gathering array is not an extraordinary creation. Any array craftsman with sufficient third-grade crystal cores could construct it. However, prior to his departure, Shi Yang had not even been acquainted with the knowledge of arrays, not even qualifying as an array apprentice. It was inconceivable that he reached the level of array craftsman in less than 3 months. Even the elder, a master of arrays, could not fathom such progress. "Elder, do not be so hasty. I have yet to finish." Feng Yu observed the drastic change in the elder's expression and intended to astonish him further. The elder himself recognized the rapid shifts in his emotions. Upon seeing the faint smile on Huan Teibei's face and the laughter escaping Shi Yang, he forced himself to regain composure to avoid further embarrassment. He continued in a serious tone, "Ninger, proceed with your account." Shi Yang received the angel's blessing before the holy angel statue, as he himself stated. At that time, Tianxian accompanied him, and I was not present. However, I can confirm that within Shi Yang resides an unused angelic contract. The 3 individuals in the room, unaware of the unfolding events, gasped in unison. This revelation astonished them more than all previous matters combined. Chapter 21. Restoration. Huan Teibei incredulously remarked, "I must have misheard you. Ninger, did you just mention the angelic pact?" Feng Yuning nodded in affirmation. Initially, she had intended to allow the 3 recently returned individuals a few days of respite, hoping to inform them of this matter once their spirits had been adequately restored to prevent any undue distress. However, the Grand Elder insisted, and Feng Yuning reluctantly acquiesced. She had no intention of divulging Shi Yang's misdeeds at this moment. Recently, Shi Yang had been exceedingly obedient, much to her satisfaction. The 3 individuals expressed a desire to examine the angelic pact within Shi Yang, but Feng Yuning firmly rebuffed their request, citing their need for rest and the inappropriateness of further shocks at this juncture. After enduring over 2 months of battling ferocious beasts in the frigid environment, their strength had been thoroughly depleted. Moreover, their journey back had been arduous, as they had transported over 1,000 spirit beasts. Despite the distance being a mere 50 kilometers, it took them several days to return to Lionheart City. While the soldiers and several elders could take turns resting, these 3 had vigilantly stood guard without sleep, determined to prevent any mishap along the way. Even now, they bore the heavy shadows of fatigue beneath their eyes. Feng Yuning could not bear to let them continue to feign alertness under her questioning and urged them to rest peacefully. She assured them that she and Shi Yang would remain within the hexagonal tower, and as soon as they regained their strength, they would be able to locate the mother and son without delay. Despite her frustration at her own vulnerability during such a critical moment, the Grand Elder and the Huan Teibei brothers ultimately heeded Feng Yuning's counsel and took their much-needed rest. Consequently, Feng Yuning and Shi Yang chose to remain in the hexagonal tower rather than returning to the front hall. Shi Yang was acutely aware of his current predicament. Otherwise, he would not have been brought to the hexagonal tower after making a blunder. His previous actions had undoubtedly invited considerable risks. Although he had narrowly escaped an assassination attempt, thanks to the assassin's untimely demise from poison, he had not entirely evaded exposure. What of the spirit gathering array in the misty forest and the shadow cloud flower vine? The seeds of the shadow cloud flower vine had been an unexpected acquisition. Yet nurturing it to life was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary child devoid of spiritual power. Not to mention the third-tier spirit gathering array surrounding the vine. Before the return of the elders, Shi Yang could still conceal himself. After all, at that time, he was the only one from the Huan family permitted to enter the misty forest alongside Feng Yuning and the 6th elder. The 6th elder's loyalty was beyond reproach. As he could be left to guard the clan tower alone, and with no imminent threats, there was little cause for concern. However, now that the elders of the clan and the offerings from external families had returned, the secrets Shi Yang harbored within the misty forest could be uncovered at any moment. What was he to do? After several days of turmoil within the hexagonal tower, Shi Yang was finally released. Though he was accompanied not by Feng Yuning, but by Tianbo. Tianbo's presence in the hexagonal tower was due to his recent promotion to elder, granting him newfound freedom. He hastened to leave the premises with Huan Shiyang in tow. For Tianbo, the past few days felt surreal. He had merely hoped to preserve his life, yet he had unexpectedly ascended to the rank of elder and received a rather peculiar punishment. It was indeed strange that he had inexplicably forged an angelic contract with Huan Shiyang. The Grand Elder had claimed it was a consequence of knowing too many secrets. But was this truly a punishment? He was abruptly elevated from the initial stage of Transformation Realm 1 to the pinnacle of Transformation Realm 5 due to the Angel's Covenant, his strength having multiplied exponentially. Moreover, as a servant of Huan Shiyang, did he truly need to employ such a precious secret technique as the Angel's Covenant? Tianbo found himself perplexed by the Elder's mention of punishment. However, in terms of punishment, what Huan Shiyang faced was incomparable to Tianbo's situation. Before all the elders of the Six Prism Tower and the Huan family brothers, as well as Fang Yuning, he first respectfully apologized to Elder Six. Then openly reflected on his misdeeds, admitting to having misled Elder Six and having stolen books from the library. The eldest elder had even made his reflection public by posting it in the family's announcement board, making Huan Shiyang's theft of books a well-known scandal within the Huan family. Furthermore, this was not the end of it. Huan Shiyang's second punishment was imminent. He had learned from Tianbo that his act of stealing the ground berries in the central hall had been exposed, and Huan Tabii was currently waiting at home, eager to teach him a profound lesson. The ground fire trees yielded scarcely a handful of ground berries in an entire year, yet Huan Shiyang had audaciously stolen two. Upon hearing this news, Huan Tabii was infuriated. Yet, Huan Shiyang could not avoid returning home. Indeed, upon his return, unable to produce the ground berries, he was met with a second wave of punishment. Huan Tabii carried him to the area where the ground fire trees were cultivated in the central hall. Standing before the towering structure that housed the ground fire trees, amidst a gathering of numerous onlookers from foreign clans. No, not here. Father, I was wrong. Please, don't punish me here. Huan Shiyang wailed in desperation. Huan Tabii, disregarding all else, unceremoniously stripped Huan Shiyang of his trousers while he lay sprawled on the bench. With a powerful grip, he delivered a series of 20 resounding slaps. Before hoisting the trousers onto his shoulder and striding back to his small courtyard, as if the onlooking foreign disciples were mere phantoms, entirely inconsequential to him. Upon returning home, Huan Shiyang reclined on the soft bed in his chamber, where a soothing ointment prepared in advance by Fang Yuning had already been applied to his posterior. Meanwhile, Fang Yuning was confronting Huan Tabii in the room, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Can't you be gentler? Why are you hitting so hard? Are you trying to kill your own son? Huan Tabii, faced with his wife's antics, could only respond with exasperation. Did you not urge me to strike him? Now you turn your ire upon me. I suggested fewer hits. Huan Shiyang, groaning exaggeratedly, yet wearing a smile, reveled in the spectacle. Why did such a scene unfold in the room? The answer lies in a meticulously devised plan. The Grand Elder and Huan Tabii, over the course of several days, had thoroughly comprehended Huan Shiyang's recent notable achievements. They also recognized the profound changes he had undergone since departing from the Six-Edged Tower. Changes that were bound to attract attention sooner or later. Thus, the Grand Elder resolved to fabricate an identity for Huan Shiyang as a formidable demon of chaos. Indeed, Huan Shiyang was quite capable of bearing such a title, for the transgressions he had committed were not insignificant. Their overt display of punishment was, in some measure, justifiable, yet it could not be concluded hastily, as it would only encourage Huan Shiyang to continue his misdeeds, fostering the perpetuation of his notorious reputation. Nevertheless, Huan Shiyang believed that such a task was hardly daunting. However, the prior traces of his actions needed to be meticulously concealed. The Grand Elder, through the mechanisms controlling access within the hexagonal tower, ascertained that the Sixth Elder had indeed not left the premises, thereby eliminating any possibility of his awareness. A punishment of moderate severity was thus imposed upon him. Subsequently, the Grand Elder extolled the merits of Tianxian, proclaiming that he had successfully safeguarded Huan Shiyang during the assassination attempt, and had also contributed a precious Yun flower vine seed to the family. The Grand Elder personally announced a special promotion for Tianxian to the position of Elder. However, this title was evidently nominal, as he was still required to remain by Huan Shiyang's side for protection, thus attracting minimal attention from external clans, which was precisely the Grand Elder's intention. This arrangement provided a legitimate cover for Tianxian's presence alongside Huan Shiyang, without drawing undue scrutiny. Ultimately, the Grand Elder informed all members of the Huan family that he would commence the cultivation of the Anyun flower vine in the Misty Marsh from this day forth. To enhance the probability of success, he decreed that no one should approach or disturb the area. Consequently, the flaws left by Huan Shiyang over the past few months were effectively rectified. Yet, one must ponder why the Grand Elder would permit Huan Shiyang and Tian Xian to forge an angelic contract. Chapter 22. The Return of Tian Bo. It is said that the angelic contract, being of utmost significance, should not be employed lightly. The Grand Elder, after much contemplation, remained indecisive. However, a statement from Fang Yuning served as a poignant reminder. If a facade is to be maintained, the performance must be executed with utmost realism. Should the angelic contract be deemed not to be squandered, it is imperative that we select an individual of exceptional prowess from our lineage to forge the contract. Yet, the most capable may not necessarily be the most suitable. Although this approach would optimize the effectiveness of the angelic contract and better safeguard Shiyang, it fundamentally contradicts our original intent, does it not? The Grand Elder initially wished for Huan Shiyang to appear as unremarkable as possible, even permitting him to engage in some erratic behavior. However, suddenly replacing Huan Shiyang's guards with individuals of excessive strength without any prior incident would undoubtedly arouse suspicion, particularly since Tian Xian has already uncovered some of Huan Shiyang's hidden, formidable talents, a seemingly unwarranted substitution of a personal attendant, especially under circumstances where the guard had served valiantly, would inevitably attract scrutiny from various factions. Thus, what may appear to be the most prudent course of action could, in fact, disrupt the existing equilibrium. After considerable deliberation, the Grand Elder ultimately acquiesced to Fang Yuning's perspective. The angelic contract holds great promise. Yet if Huan Shiyang's true identity were to be unveiled, and with the 7 human kingdoms uniting alongside the demon clan, even 10 angelic contracts would be insufficient to avert such a crisis. This is a risk he cannot afford to take. Moreover, even if one were to act ruthlessly in order to better harness the effects of the angelic pact, the act of slaying Tian Xian to eradicate the possibility of leaks, followed by the selection of a formidable family member to forge a contract with Huan Shiyang, would merely be an act of foolish self-incrimination. Tian Xian had already been under the control of Wu Lao for some time, and the watchful eyes of various factions within the Huan family could not have overlooked this. Thus, the most suitable candidate remained Tian Xian. Upon this realization, the Grand Elder personally brought Tian Xian to the hexagonal tower, where he meticulously recounted in front of the assembly of elders how Tian Xian had protected his master and the serendipitous process involving the shadow cloud flower vine. The narrative was intricate and embellished to such an extent that Tian Xian himself was uncertain whether the figure described by the Grand Elder was indeed himself. Having attained the esteemed position of elder, Tian Xian's reputation within the Huan family soared, yet his extraordinary experiences within the hexagonal tower did not conclude there. The Grand Elder led him into a secret chamber, where upon entering, the long-awaited Huan Shiyang immediately began to chant, with hands forming intricate seals. He activated the angelic pact within him once more, illuminating the dark and shadowy chamber in an instant. However, this time it was no mere prelude. He truly forged a pact with the Tian Xian before him. Without a flicker of hesitation, despite being unprepared, Tian Xian recognized Huan Shiyang as his master. There was no conceivable reason for him to reject this covenant. The time required to complete the contract was brief, yet after its conclusion, both Huan Shiyang and the venerable elder beside him patiently waited for a full 2 hours. After this period, Tian Bo, having absorbed the energies of the angelic contract, gradually awakened. He sensed a transformation within himself, a sudden surge in strength that filled him with exhilaration. Eager to express his gratitude, he intended to kneel before the elder and Huan Shiyang, but was gently rebuffed by the elder. This is not a reward, it is a punishment. The elder chuckled softly, stroking his beard. You shall now spend your life in the service of Shiyang. Are you afraid? I am not afraid, Tian Bo declared resolutely. It is an honor to protect my master, and I vow to safeguard his well-being with my life. His firm conviction brought warmth to Huan Shiyang's heart. No need for that. I will shield you. We shall all survive together, and none shall perish, Huan Shiyang asserted, adopting an air of authority as he patted his chest. The elder shot him a disapproving glance, interrupting, and spoke earnestly. Now that you are aware of Shiyang's true identity, we have no choice but to involve you as well. With your bond established, we can find some solace, but I hope you will not harbor too much resentment towards me in the future. Tianbo quickly responded. I would never dare. I am immensely grateful to the elder for preserving my life. How could I ever act in such a petty manner? Very well. However, discussing this now may be premature. The Grand Elder cast a discerning glance at Huan Shiyang and admonished, You impudent rascal, speak your mind while you are here. But once you leave, keep all that is unfit for discussion confined within your belly. I do not wish to be burdened with the task of cleaning up after your indiscretions again. Huan Shiyang, with a hint of displeasure, retorted, Uncle Tian, do not heed my grandfather's words. It was I who saved you. The angel's covenant is mine. They intended to take your life. And it was my treasures that persuaded them to reconsider. You insolent boy, what nonsense are you spouting now? The Grand Elder interjected, unable to tolerate Huan Shiyang's ramblings. It is the truth. Furthermore, the cloud flower vine that you brought back for me has also been claimed by my grandfather. And the books he retrieved were not without merit. I have utilized them to establish a third-tier spirit gathering array in the swamp where I cultivate the cloud flower vine. Am I not impressive? Huan Shiyang chuckled as he exchanged a high-five with Uncle Tian, but then added with a sense of grievance, Yet, it too has been taken by my grandfather. Focus on the essentials. I retrieved those items to safeguard you. The Grand Elder retorted with indignation. Will you return them to me, grandfather? Huan Shiyang inquired. Glancing at the taciturn Grand Elder, he then hurried to Uncle Tian's side, gesturing for him to lift him up. In Uncle Tian's embrace, Huan Shiyang recalled something important. Uncle Tian, you must continue to wield your good fortune to discover treasures for me. Without you, I would be destitute. And should you find anything of worth on your own, it must be entrusted to me. Do not be like my grandfather and seize my possessions. Uncle Tian nodded slightly in agreement. The words of Huan Shiyang provoked further dissatisfaction from the Grand Elder, who exclaimed, Impudent boy, be gone. Your presence here only serves to vex me. Observing this, Tianbo interjected, Grand Elder, the master engages in such playful banter with you due to your close relationship. Do not take it to heart. If you have no further matters, I shall escort the master back. He is not what you perceive him to be. Hasten to return him, for he has transgressions yet to acknowledge. With that, he carried Huan Shiyang away from the secret chamber, denying any opportunity for further verbal sparring between Huan Shiyang and the Grand Elder. Tianbo emerged from the peculiar series of events unscathed, finding himself contentedly by Huan Shiyang's side. However, his quarters remained a modest room adjacent to the residence of Wu Lao, though he was no longer under watchful surveillance. In the main hall, he enjoyed newfound freedom of movement, able to remain close to Huan Shiyang throughout the day. After the tumult, the Huan family finally celebrated two momentous occasions. The first was the news conveyed by the Grand Elder after several days of nurturing the Yun flower vine in the misty forest. Despite his busy schedule, he managed to inform Huan Tabii that the vine had taken root, albeit in a fragile state. It required vigilant care day and night, alongside the establishment of a formation to bolster its vitality. Huan Tabii swiftly disseminated this news, igniting a chorus of astonished exclamations throughout the Huan family. This was particularly true for the sixth elder, who had been punished by tending to the fire lion, while others merely echoed the excitement. He recognized the true value of the Yun flower vine. In an instant, the resentment he harbored due to Huan Shiyang's influence dissipated entirely. Only the Grand Elder suffered as he continued to languish in the swamp, idly gazing at the failed experiments of Huan Shiyang, lost in thought. Perhaps the first matter was too ethereal, but the second was indeed a cause for jubilation, one that the Huan family and even the entirety of Lionheart City would celebrate. With meticulous preparations underway and the beast tide having subsided, the Huan family's beast-hunting forces returned triumphantly, heralding the commencement of yet another year's spiritual beast auction in Lionheart City. To this end, Huan Shiyang had early on sent the first-tier spiritual beasts he had nurtured into the misty forest, and under the guidance of Tianbo, he stealthily pilfered 2 earth berries from the central hall. However, the term steal scarcely encapsulated Huan Shiyang's transgression, for he had taken them quite openly. Without even resorting to coercion, he swaggered into the abode of the earth fire tree, pocketing the 2 earth berries with a grin amidst the furious glares of numerous foreign disciples, and then turned to leave, feigning innocence as if nothing had transpired. The disciples present, considering Huan Shiyang's unique status, dared not obstruct him and could only watch him depart. Of course, to mitigate any potential repercussions, Huan Shiyang had made his preparations. After he exited the chamber, the newly appointed Elder Xian made his entrance. Producing a bronze dagger from his storage ring, he proceeded to wipe it on the garments of everyone present. causing some of the younger foreign disciples to nearly lose control of their bladders. Even the acolytes tasked with overseeing the earthfire tree were drenched in sweat, perhaps due to the oppressive heat from the burning charcoal in the room. Keep your mouth shut. I have taken note of all your faces if any trouble arises. Do not blame me for being merciless. Tian Bo spoke with fierce intensity. Seeing their nodding agreement, he turned away with a satisfied demeanor. Upon exiting, he swiftly picked up the contented Huan Shiyang, whose expression radiated delight, and hurriedly departed from the central hall. It was only after hastily fleeing the premises that Tian Bo, with a foolish grin, inquired, "Master, how did I perform? Why did you run so fast? You nearly jostled me." Huan Shiyang complained, feeling dizzy. "I was frightened. It was my first time doing such a thing. I apologize, Master. However, your guidance was indeed effective. I did not squander the lessons you imparted." Despite feeling somewhat unwell, Huan Shiyang did not withhold his praise, playfully slapping his small hand against Tian Bo's rough palm. In truth, this entire scheme had been meticulously orchestrated by Huan Shiyang. He had painstakingly taught Tian Bo how to intimidate those disciples, including every gesture and gaze that Tian Bo had learned from him, all to silence the foreign disciples and prevent them from reporting to Huan Teibei. Leveraging Tian Bo's nominal elder status, which entailed overseeing those foreign disciples within the Huan family, Huan Shiyang recognized that although Tian Bo lacked substantial authority, managing a few foreign disciples would pose no challenge. Thus, he utilized this to safeguard his interests while simultaneously reclaiming the prized ground berry. Upon acquiring the earth berry, the subsequent actions required no elaboration. The two swiftly made their way to the misty forest, carefully evading the Grand Elder and Sixth Elder dwelling within. Huan Shiyang entrusted the earthberry to Huang Si, observing as Huang Si departed, burdened by 5 spirited little poultry pets. A flicker of reluctance emerged in Huan Shiyang's heart, despite his satisfaction. "May you thrive," he whispered. "Though I can no longer accompany you, with Huang Si by your side, life in the misty forest should prove bearable." Having uttered these words, Huan Shiyang cast aside his lingering sentiments and departed the misty forest with Tian Bo naturally. Had Huan Shiyang been aware that these 5 little poultry would ascend to infamy as the notorious 5 tyrants of the misty forest, he would have undoubtedly chosen to eliminate them, prying the earthberry from Huang Si's grasp before making his exit. Chapter 23. Chit-chat at the auction at last. The moment had arrived for the ever-prepared Huan Shiyang. On a bright and sunny morning, he donned a splendid attire, the loose sleeves hanging long, the ample hem trailing over his feet, and the belt tightly cinching his small belly. Seizing the opportunity while the maid who assisted him with his garments stepped out, Huan Shiyang hastily loosened the constricting belt, struggling to catch his breath. Gazing into the mirror at his resplendent brocade robe woven with golden threads, he felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over him. The garment was already cumbersome to wear, and once fully adorned, it proved even more awkward. Walking became a laborious task. Although the purple and gold design was visually appealing, he felt as though he had been bound like a rice dumpling, a far cry from the comfort of his usual fitted robes. Nevertheless, his thoughts lingered on the magical beasts at the auction. Although Huan Teibei had consented to allow his son to select a few spirit beasts, he had imposed a condition: Huan Shiyang must accompany the couple throughout the event. This stipulation seemed simple enough. Huan Shiyang naively interpreted it as a paternal concern for his safety, and he readily agreed. However, being swathed in layers early that morning made him suspect that the situation might be more complex than it appeared. After breakfast, Huan Shiyang set out with his parents towards the bustling auction house in the heart of the city, flanked by armored soldiers paving the way. The trio, under the vigilant protection of the soldiers, progressed slowly, carried by the majestic Flame Lion King. Such a grand display. The sole purpose of the Huan family was clear: to showcase their prominence. Upon the formidable and majestic back of the fiery Lion King, the 3 members of the Huan family appeared diminutive. Yet, in the eyes of the onlookers, their stature had been magnified infinitely. To possess a 9th-tier spirit beast, particularly one as ferocious as the fiery Lion King, was indeed a mark of honor for any summoner's family. Such ostentation was meant for display, to convey to the countless individuals flocking to Lionheart City for the Spirit Beast Festival that the Huan family was not to be underestimated, possessing the strength to withstand the annual beast tides independently, without reliance on other factions. The journey felt interminable, at least to those not belonging to Lionheart City. Even Huan Shiyang, seated atop the Lion King's back, shared this sentiment. "Why is Huangda moving so slowly? He is utterly unsteady." When shall we arrive? Huan Shiyang grumbled inwardly, unaware of the trials yet to unfold, oblivious to the multitude of unforeseen circumstances that lay ahead. Amidst the throng of guards, Huan Shiyang was carried into the venue by Feng Yuning. Naively, he was once again overwhelmed by the harshness of reality. Wasn't he an auction merely an assembly of individuals dining, bidding, and purchasing? Why were there so many people? Didn't T1 require a ticket to enter? As he beheld the assembly of over 1,000 attendees within the hall, he could not suppress his astonishment. Under the influence of his parents the previous day, he had envisioned the auction as a brief affair, perhaps concluding by midday. Now, it appeared that finishing by evening would be a feat. The dilemma, however, was that the spirit beast he sought was not present. I've been deceived. Huan Shiyang discerned his parents' ruse. Realizing that they had no intention of taking him to the spirit beast repository. Rather, they intended to keep him here for the entire day. Within the depths of despair, Huan Shiyang could only accompany them helplessly. After all, he could not bear to bring shame upon his parents in such a public setting. He had resolved to be quite sincere today. Yet, it was not entirely a negative occurrence, as Feng Yuning swiftly followed her husband upstairs, where the second-floor hall hosted fewer than 100 guests, all esteemed patrons who had reserved private rooms, awaiting the arrival of the Huan Taibei couple. Observing this scene, Huan Shiyang felt a measure of comfort. As the Huan Taibei couple ascended the stairs, several individuals hurried over to extend their greetings. Greetings, Lord Huan. I am Huang, a disciple of the Sea Master from the Tianma Kingdom. You may call me Xiao Wang. We are immensely grateful for your invitation, which has afforded us the opportunity to partake in this grand event. The representative from the Tianma Kingdom spoke earnestly, adopting a humble demeanor. However, Huan Taibei felt a twinge of displeasure. Year after year, I send invitations, yet you do not respond, only to secretly send someone here. Who are you trying to intimidate? And now you hold me responsible. Discontented with the Tianma Kingdom's actions, Huan Taibei understood that Hai-Yi was merely acting out of desperation for survival. The esteemed disciple of the Sea Master is, in essence, my peer. How could I address you as Xiao Huang? Brother Huang. It was merely an oversight by my servants who misdelivered the invitations. Given our proximity to the Tianma Kingdom, how could I not invite a neighboring ally? That would be utterly uncivilized. Huan Taibei retorted with a blend of dismissal and sharpness. Madam Huan, is that the esteemed young master you are holding? His clever demeanor is truly endearing. Another envoy interjected. Shiyang, do greet Uncle Wu, he was prompted. Feng Yuning unmistakably recognized the individual before her, and Huan Shiyang could only respond with a reluctant facade. After an hour had passed, Huan Shiyang was finally ushered into the private room, freed from the presence of outsiders. He relaxed, unfastened his belt, took a few deep breaths, and began to devour 2 bananas from a nearby fruit platter, one in each hand. He lamented his inability to remove the brocade robe, which hindered his enjoyment of the meal. The Huan Taibei couple chuckled softly, unperturbed, as they discussed the various newcomers from different factions, among whom was Hai-Yi's esteemed disciple, Xiao Huang. Evidently, this year, the attention from various forces towards them had diminished. Otherwise, Hai-Yi would not have dared to send someone so openly. Feng Yuning concurred, remarking, the demon race from the southern front has launched a massive invasion from the sea, causing the entire border to retreat more than 100 kilometers over the course of a year, resulting in the loss of several coastal cities. The pressure has become overwhelming. It is only natural for them to ease their vigilance against us. Huan Shiyang, catching his breath, overheard his parents' lofty discussions and complained. You all deceived me while pretending to be so serious. Feng Yuning replied innocently, where have I deceived you? You agreed to all this yourself. Is this an auction? I just greeted no fewer than 50 people, black uncle, white uncle, yellow aunt, green aunt, and blue uncle. Who is who? What does it have to do with me? Suddenly agitated, Feng Yuning approached and tugged at Huan Shiyang's ear, saying, I do not care about the others, but that person just now was indeed your biological uncle. If you continue to speak nonsense, I shall truly strike you. It turns out that Feng Yuning's elder brother has also hurried over from the Oath Kingdom. I understand. Let go, let go. Huan Shiyang exclaimed in pain. Upon seeing Feng Yuning release her grip, Huan Shiyang quickly retreated, declaring, I can acknowledge my uncle without issue, but I must first secure the spirit beast. Meanwhile, in the hall on the second floor, acquaintances of one another gathered around tables after the Huan Taibei couple entered the private room. There were about a dozen clusters, and they had not returned to the private room in advance, instead engaging in idle chatter as the auction had yet to commence. Brother Feng, I have heard that your nephew was nearly harmed not long ago. Why do you not show more concern? Inquired an intelligence minister from the Oath Kingdom, addressing a refined-looking young man beside him. Indeed, it could very well have been orchestrated by that person's master, remarked a dark-faced man, casting a glance at a jovial, portly man in the distance, who was the cousin of Chi Tuesday. The Fong man hastily responded, "You mustn't say such things. It's not so severe. It was merely the work of petty individuals. The regulations of this city prohibit entry into the realm. It is not so easy to assassinate my nephew." Such words should not be uttered. While the Lionheart City appears secure now, one can never be certain of those sitting at that table. The dark-faced man looked back toward the earlier direction and continued, "One day, their master's dark hand may reach out, and by then, your brother-in-law, who can say for certain?" replied the Fong man noncommittally. "However, it seems that the city lord has been recovering in recent years. Has he not considered dealing with that Chi fellow?" Huang, a disciple of Hai, seated at the table, remarked, "Alas, you are unaware of certain matters. It is indeed a miracle that Chi Tu and his father have not succumbed to their frustrations in recent years," remarked the Minister of Intelligence from the Kingdom of Oaths. "What do you mean?" inquired the ambassadors from the Black Edge, Pegasus, and Moon Shadow kingdoms in unison. The old fellow Chi Yuan, consumed by jealousy towards the Lord of Illusions, would plead with our sovereign each year before the beast tide, lamenting and shedding tears, insisting that His Majesty send his son Chi Tu to quell the beast tide, claiming that the illusion family should not monopolize all the benefits. How shameless! A decrepit old parasite daring to speak against a family renowned for their accomplishments in combating demons. Such behavior would surely warrant severe punishment in our Black Edge Empire, commented a previously scowling man. "Listen to me. Our sovereign has always been benevolent. After being pestered by Chi Yuan multiple times, he has shown leniency due to the man's advanced age and frailty. Yet, to our astonishment, he has returned this year. Our sovereign has finally made a firm decision, issuing an order for Chi Tu to head to the northwest to eradicate the beast tide, while simultaneously taking charge of the defenses of Lionheart City and replacing Huante Bay." The old fellow was overjoyed upon hearing the first part, but you should have seen his reaction to the latter half. The Minister of Intelligence paused momentarily before continuing. His legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed before the throne, shaking his head like a bobblehead, repeatedly exclaiming, "No need, Your Majesty." The assembly erupted in hearty laughter. Even the man named Fong, who was aware of the situation, could not contain himself. After a hearty laugh, the Minister of Intelligence continued, "However, once an order is issued, it cannot be easily altered." Chi Tu was hastily summoned to Lionheart City, but he dared not go. Although he holds the title of a general, he has never set foot on a battlefield. His position was merely procured through his father's pleading with His Majesty. What a disgrace it is for him to claim the title of general. This time, it was again thanks to his father, Chi Yuan, who stood before the palace for 3 days in the snow without food or water, ultimately collapsing. Our sovereign, moved by his advanced age and lack of care, summoned Chi Tu back, who had already been compelled to depart on horseback. To our surprise, this young man refused to dismount, insisting on remaining in the city, disregarding even his father who had fainted after 3 days without sustenance. Can you imagine the situation? Everyone was bewildered, except for a man named Fong, who wore an expression of helplessness. It was only when the Minister of Intelligence uttered his final remark that the atmosphere around the table reached a new zenith of excitement. Chi Tu had soiled himself in fear while on horseback, and upon returning to the city, he was too frightened to dismount. When he was yanked off the horse, his trousers were still damp. Chapter 24. Dog bites dog. The raucous laughter of several individuals drew the attention of those nearby, with some choosing to join the fray, crowding around to inquire about the curious tales being exchanged. At a nearby table, Chi Han, the cousin of Chi Tu, began to discern the subject of their discourse. Though a sense of humiliation washed over him, he suppressed his rising anger, forcing himself to disregard the commotion. Should he act impulsively and expose Chi Tu's disgraceful matters to the assembly, it would not merely be a loss of face, it could very well threaten his life. For in the Chi family, he was but a minor figure. Turning with a sycophantic grin, Chi Han lifted the wine jug and addressed the man known as Master Bai, saying, "Master Bai, allow me to pour you a drink. You appear to be brimming with vigor this year. It seems the coveted Ninth Order Spirit Beast shall be yours once more." Master Bai chuckled in response. "It appears some have prepared more thoroughly this year than I." At Chi Han's table, there were only 3 individuals, and even the adjacent tables were sparsely populated. Thus, even as Master Bai gazed down at his wine cup, the other two at the table understood precisely to whom his words were directed. The other two individuals accompanying Qi Han were none other than the Grand Prince of the Holy Tian Empire and the two hounds dispatched by Prince Zhao Mu to keep a watchful eye on him, Bai Si Rin and Wu Jihui. Wu Jihui, fully aware that he was the subject of Bai Si Rin's remarks, interjected, "Master Bai, I had intended to contend for it. But now that it is known the Ninth Order Spirit Beast is the Holy Flame Pegasus, I dare not vie for it. Such a divine spirit beast is undoubtedly destined for the Grand Prince." "Very well," Bai Si Rin replied. "I extend my gratitude to my esteemed brother in advance." Upon hearing these words, Bai Si Rin felt a wave of relief wash over him. In his eyes, with Wu Zhihui no longer contesting him, the sacred flame steed rightfully belonged to him. "Rest assured, Bai Yi, together we shall ensure that the sacred flame steed does not fall into anyone else's hands." However, Wu Zhihui's remark immediately caused Bai Si Rin's expression to darken. If the sacred flame steed were to be delivered to the Crown Prince, it would undoubtedly please him greatly, and Bai Si Rin's rewards would be considerable. It was evident that Wu Zhihui sought a share of the spoils. "Relax. Who in Lionheart City has the ability to compete with us for treasures?" Qi Han interjected, attempting to ease the tension between the two. His assertion held merit. These three scruffy dogs had resided in Lionheart City for nearly 5 years, while others were merely drawn in by the allure of the Spirit Beast auction. They yearned for auctions to occur daily, eagerly awaiting each event. The trio had originally infiltrated Lionheart City to investigate the identity of Huan Shiyang, but they had not anticipated that Huan Shiyang had remained in the Huan family's hexagonal tower for 5 years. No matter how far their reach extended, they could not trespass into the forbidden grounds of the Huan family. Furthermore, Huan Tabii had publicly declared a compelling reason for Huan Shiyang's seclusion, stating that on the day of his birth, he had suffered severe trauma and, due to prolonged exposure to the cold, had sustained significant damage to his cultivation foundation. Consequently, he required a safe and tranquil environment for recuperation and would not be leaving the hexagonal tower in the near future. While his reasoning was not without merit, being startled by an explosion and catching a chill could indeed harm one's innate energy. Did Huan Tabii truly believe that the 7 sovereigns involved in the operation were oblivious to the implications of his words? "This is not merely an indication that I have already eliminated the demon clan, so you need not concern yourselves. The moment my child was born, I presented him to your spies for examination. Only after confirming there were no issues did I take him back. Moreover, it is highly likely that my child, due to your inability to cultivate further, will not possess the talents of a celestial being. Do not seek me out." Upon hearing such audacious news, the 3 individuals watched as the spies of other factions departed one by one, leaving only a few informants in the city to gather intelligence. Ultimately, it was just the 3 of them, maintaining a fully organized intelligence network, persevering against the odds. However, with their master prohibiting a retreat, they were left with no choice but to continue covertly placing spies and monitoring the situation, while outwardly feigning compliance with the Huan family, participating in the Spirit Beast auction as representatives. They endured this charade for a full 5 years and could now be regarded as the second force in Lionheart City, albeit significantly inferior to the first. Fortunately, Huan Shiyang finally emerged this year, allowing them to at least face him. Otherwise, they were uncertain how much longer their master would tolerate their existence, merely for the annual Spirit Beast auction. To date, the 3 had already learned that Huan Shiyang, upon exiting the hexagonal tower, possessed no spiritual power, yet this bore no relevance to them. Their duty was to gather intelligence, report back, and that was the extent of their task. What they feared was a repeat of previous situations where there was nothing to investigate or report. If such conditions persisted, one day, should their master be dissatisfied, the fate of that wretched dog would be sealed. Moreover, it is crucial to note that even they themselves no longer harbor any belief that Huan Shiyang could be the Tianjizi. Given Huan Shiyang's actions within the Huan family and his recent feeble demeanor, if he were indeed the Tianjizi, then I would truly be the savior. The 3 of them, after their encounter with Huan Shiyang, found their thoughts remarkably aligned, in a manner that perfectly echoed their avaricious nature and their inherently vile character. Nonetheless, their skepticism is somewhat justified. After all, what they have discovered is indeed true. At least Huan Shiyang is not merely performing. It is just that the others in the Huan family are exceptionally skilled in their craft. The 2, persuaded by Qi Han, casually sought conversation. Yet it seems that Bai Siren, who refrained from further opposition, was destined to suffer a minor setback. Qi, you failed to eliminate that wretched lad. Did your superiors not punish you? Although Wu Jiwei lowered his voice, it was undoubtedly a sharp rebuke in Qi Han's ears. You too have the audacity to speak. Had you not abandoned me at a critical moment, I would not have found myself in such a predicament. Qi Han cursed inwardly. The assassination attempt at the tavern was orchestrated by Qi Han himself. At that time, the narrow-minded Qi Tu, believing himself to have been grievously dishonored due to the Huan family's rise, ordered the assassination of Huan Shiyang. However, Qi Han, upon receiving the order, felt nothing but bitterness. His cousin, with his pig-headedness, provided him nothing but the assassination command. What resources did he possess to carry out such a task? All his subordinates were merely engaged in intelligence work, and those capable of operating in Lionheart City were wholly inadequate for infiltrating the Huan family. Desperate, Qi Han sought out the two individuals, only to be met with an unexpected rejection after years of guidance that had allowed them to survive. Left with no alternatives, Qi Han resorted to extracting the poison intended for suicide from his back molar to fulfill an assassination mission. In Lionheart City, any form of poison was strictly forbidden. Yet this was something he had brought with him years ago. It held no value for him, as he had no intention of taking his own life. However, this poison was not the colorless, odorless type used for covert killings. Its distinctive appearance and taste made it obvious to even the simplest minds. In a moment of desperation, Qi Han diluted the poison and mixed it with rice wine to mask its color and flavor. After several careful transfers, he handed it to a thief devoid of any spiritual power, bribing him to reluctantly complete the assassination task. Following the mission's failure, Qi Han did not escape misfortune. Under the relentless assault from both Fang Yuning and Qi Tu, he found himself in a dire predicament, having to abandon most of his spies to evade Fang Yuning's pursuit. He then faced Qi Tu's confrontational inquiries. Thinking quickly, he betrayed the two individuals beside him, returning alone to the royal capital, where he presented a list of gifts bearing their signatures, subtly implying that his influence in Lionheart City had long since diminished. With his eloquence, he barely managed to extricate himself from the situation, claiming that his return to Lionheart City was solely due to the upcoming auction. Though he harbored lingering resentment towards the two, he dared not reveal even the slightest hint of it, smiling gently as he said, "The mountain man has his own clever plans. Dear brother, there is no need for concern." The two individuals betrayed by Qi Han unexpectedly found themselves concerned for him. Bai Siren, in a display of loyalty, declared, "Should any matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to inform me, Bai. I assure you of my assistance. My previous inaction stemmed from the orders of my esteemed prince, who advised me against independent actions during these tense times. I sincerely apologize for that." His words were laden with earnestness, yet Qi Han, skeptical, thought to himself, "Who would believe you?" Nevertheless, he feigned reluctance, replying, "Bai, we are bound by brotherhood. Who could refuse to assist one another?" As he spoke, Qi Han casually draped his arm over Wu Zhihui's shoulder. "Indeed, were it not for our esteemed Prince Jinmu being dispatched to the front lines to combat the demons this year, I would have certainly lent my support regardless of the circumstances. After all, we are brothers." Wu Zhihui's greasy visage was alight with joy, yet inwardly he mused, "But I suspect this little rascal's release may lead to some complications for us next year." Bai Siren lowered his voice conspiratorially. Wu Zhihui, however, appeared unfazed by this remark, retorting, "Exert as much strength as one possesses. The crux lies in enjoying good food and drink." Unbeknownst to Wu Zhihui's true thoughts, the other two remained taciturn, allowing an atmosphere of silence to envelop them. Had the years of indulgence from the Huan family truly softened their hearts? The benefits bestowed by the Huan family over the years were not limited to mere sustenance. Suddenly, a nonsensical remark emerged from the most boisterous table on the second floor. "What exactly is it that you speak of?" The individuals gathered around the table clamored, seemingly bored by the prolonged wait at the auction, their interest piqued by any trivial matter. "Consider, if you will, that Qi Yuan's daughter has wed Prince Jinmu of the Summoning Empire, the future heir of our sovereign nation, the Oath Kingdom. Until now, our esteemed monarch has shown great favor to the Qi family. Why, then, this time, such unyielding severity? A ruler's actions need no justification. They are free to bestow rewards or impose penalties at their discretion." During this discourse, another individual has taken a seat, an affluent merchant of considerable wealth, seemingly dismissive of imperial authority. Yet, the assembly pays him no heed, choosing instead to listen attentively to the intelligence minister of the Oath Kingdom. Very well. I shall refrain from discussing royal matters and instead express my own sentiments. Qi Yuan, as the left chancellor, must have had allies to navigate our kingdom to its current stature. However, despite his persistent appeals over several years, not a single minister has come to his aid. Is this not peculiar? We have conferred upon you the benefits of the Huan family. Why speak of such matters? The crowd grows increasingly impatient, their curiosity piqued. Let us hear from young Master Fong instead. It is rather inappropriate for me to voice such opinions on another's territory. To my surprise, the intelligence minister faltered at a crucial moment. This is not something I can address. Young Master Fong's demeanor is evidently at odds with the surrounding atmosphere. As the clamor escalates, drawing more onlookers to our already lively table, when young Master Fong concedes to their requests, the crowd encircles the table in layers. Thus, I declare, if my sister or brother-in-law confronts me later, I trust you all will come to my aid. Rest assured, we shall certainly assist. No problem at all. Young Master Fong's originally pale complexion gradually turned rosy, and he began to speak eloquently and with great enthusiasm. Chapter 25. Yawn. Although my colleague has left everyone in suspense, there is indeed a kernel of truth in what he says, albeit somewhat superficial. The underlying intricacies can only be discerned from the substantial profits brought forth by the beast tide. The long-standing enmity between the Qi family and the Huan family is well known. While it may seem reasonable for the Qi family to suppress the Huan family, it is equally evident that the Qi family is envious of the exclusive benefits that the Huan family derives from the beast tide. Fong Yu's brother continued. But this is a veritable gold mine. The neighboring nations have long been coveting it. Is it conceivable that our own country is the only one tempted? Can we truly believe that all other families, including even His Majesty the King, have remained indifferent for so many years? How can they bear to watch the Huan family monopolize the riches in the northwest, filling their coffers while they do nothing? Have you considered why this is? After this enlightening discourse, the assembly began to grasp the implications. The annual auction revenues of the Huan family's spirit beasts are transparent, easily calculated by outsiders, and consistently hover around 200 million crystal coins. However, the Huan family's spirit beast business operates at no cost. They earn precisely what they sell. This 200 million crystal coins nearly matches the annual income of the Oath Kingdom. Moreover, for 5 consecutive years, the military in Lionheart City has faced a cessation of funds and supplies, with no taxes collected, guarding such a wealth that rivals nations, yet allowing so many families within the Oath Kingdom, including the king, to remain silent. Clearly, the Huan family has conducted their affairs with great discretion. Are you suggesting that the Huan family has been distributing profits to them? Huang, the disciple of Hai, found it hard to believe that the disgraceful expulsion of the Huan family from the Oath Kingdom was a well-known fact. It was indeed a situation where everyone clamored for their downfall. Not a single family, including the Fong family, came to their defense. The head of the family, in a state of despair, resorted to suicide in a desperate attempt to preserve the lives of his kin. Now, witnessing Huan Tabiai's remarkable resurgence and his willingness to embrace them, one could only ponder if the inept king who had initially banished the Huan family was still claiming the largest share of their fortunes. A true irony. The dark-faced man spoke without restraint, representing the Black Blade Empire. Even if his words were to spread, no one could hold him accountable. Thus, Huan Tabiai's grand endeavors each year might yield, at most, a mere 50% of the profits back to his coffers. The wealthy merchant, who previously had a somewhat unfriendly tone, voiced his perplexity. Fong Yuning's brother was taken aback by the merchant's inquiry, for it was precisely the line he had planned to deliver next. Curiosity piqued, he rose and clasped his fists, addressing the merchant. You appear somewhat unfamiliar. I am Fong Bing of the Oath Kingdom. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am Dong Ling, of the Dragon Alliance. Dong Ling spoke nonchalantly, yet an air of arrogance lingered in his demeanor. What? Dong Ling? It turns out he is the famed Dong Ling. Upon hearing this name, the assembly erupted into a flurry of discussions. Those present on the second floor were all individuals of considerable wealth or stature, and the reaction to Dong Ling's name clearly indicated that he was a figure of great significance. When discussing Dong Ling, one cannot overlook the Dragon Alliance, of which he serves as the Vice Alliance Master. The name Dragon Alliance indeed appears formidable. However, it is not a powerful sect, but rather a commercial association. Nonetheless, it stands as the foremost trading entity on the Tianji continent. overseeing the circulation and trade of over 40% of the continent's goods. In the realm of Tianji, it undoubtedly constitutes a significant force. The Dragon Alliance primarily operates in the eastern continent, raising the question of why its second-in-command, Dongling, has suddenly taken an interest in attending an auction in the western continent. Fong Bing remarked, "It is quite unusual for the Vice Alliance Master of the Dragon Alliance from the eastern continent to venture to the western continent for an auction." Dongling responded, "What is so strange about it? As long as the goods are of quality, our Dragon Alliance will pursue opportunities regardless of location." Mr. Fong, please continue. Are our speculations correct? Clearly, Dongling's inquiry was what everyone was most concerned about. Although they had made various guesses, uncertainty lingered, and they yearned for Fong Bing's final verdict. In truth, when it comes to quick wit, none present were inferior to the astute Xiaoke. So why must they delve into the matter, placing Xiaoke in an uncomfortable predicament? Observing the gaze of those around him converging upon him once more, Fong Bing feigned an expression of helplessness. Upon hearing his words, the audience's understanding of the situation became increasingly clear. This seemingly casual conversation subtly heightened the listener's perception of the importance of the Huan family within the Oath Kingdom, while simultaneously revealing the Huan family's magnanimity. At that moment, amidst the gathering around Fong Bing's small table, a voice suddenly emerged. Does that imply that only the Qi family? The Minister of Intelligence from the Kingdom of Oath, sitting beside Fong Bing, exclaimed in response to the previous statement, "Only the Qi family remains oblivious, entirely unaware. While the ministers of the capital have all accepted bribes from the Huan family, yet his household received nothing. Who, then, can assist Qi Yuan? How can that old fool avoid defeat?" After his outburst, he found it insufficient and burst into laughter himself, prompting those around him to involuntarily join in the mirth. This commotion inevitably attracted Bai, Wu, and Qi, as the minister's words had resonated loudly, echoing throughout every corner of the second-floor hall. The two from Bai had no choice but to step in to defend Qi Han. Yet, as the trio approached Fong Bing's table, they were swiftly ushered back to their private box by the attendants, as the auction was about to commence. Displeased, the three departed, returning to their respective boxes. Watching their retreating figures, a surge of resentment welled up within Fong Bing. He understood that the culprits behind the assassination of his nephew could not evade the presence of these three individuals. Esteemed friends, welcome to Lionheart City. And thank you for attending this Spirit Beast auction. I sincerely apologize for the wait you have endured. However, I believe that a brief pause is worthwhile. For the longer the wait, the more abundant and exceptional the Spirit Beasts from my Huan family. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huan Tenon, and I shall once again preside over this year's auction. Without further ado, let us commence. I invite our auctioneer, Miss Yan, to take the stage. In the private booth, Huan Shiyang observed Huan Tenon, who appeared spirited as he took to the stage. Initially, there was a flicker of joy within him, but upon hearing just a couple of lines from his opening remarks, he promptly fainted. This introduction is utterly dreadful. Couldn't you at least provide some guidance to my uncle? Huan Shiyang lamented. What guidance? These buyers are not here for him. His presence merely represents the Huan family in a perfunctory manner. No matter how eloquently he speaks, they are not inclined to part with a single extra penny. Huan Ti retorted. Indeed, if anyone is worth watching, it's Aunt Yan, wouldn't you agree? Huan Shiyang jested. Huan Ti quickly clarified. I'm not watching her. She was invited by your uncle, and it has nothing to do with me. The auctioneer, Yan, had recently visited their booth, and Huan Shiyang harbored a slight aversion towards her, sensing an intentional familiarity directed at both him and Huan Ti. The fact that she was newly recruited by Huan Tenon only intensified his suspicion of her ulterior motives. Nevertheless, he noted that his mother seemed to hold her in high regard, which puzzled him. Huan Shiyang had intended to tarnish Yan's image in Fong Yuning's eyes, but she appeared utterly unfazed, her gaze fixated on the woman as she made her entrance. You two should be quiet and watch the auction properly, she urged. Greetings, everyone. My name is Yan, and I have the distinct honor of serving as the auctioneer for this event. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Allow me to present the first item of today's auction, 7 Tier 6 Earth Dragons. Though these creatures are not true dragons, they possess the remarkable ability to emit small bursts of dragon fire. Their speed and defensive capabilities are exceptional, making them the quintessential choice for any night steed. The starting bid for each Tier 6 Earth Dragon is set at 5,000 crystal coins. Yan's gentle yet magnetic voice resonated through the amplification array. Lingering in the air long after she had spoken, Huan Shiyang could not help but acknowledge that his uncle's decision to appoint her as the auctioneer was undoubtedly sound. While he had initially found it difficult to judge her beauty, certainly, in his mind, she could not compare to Fang Yuning, he now perceived, through the window. The captivated gazes of the men on the first floor, realizing that she must indeed possess an allure of extraordinary influence. Disaster for the nation? No, rather. A calamity for my uncle's city, Huan Shiyang mused silently. Yet, he felt powerless. Only Fang Yuning could possibly manage Yan, and as he glanced at his mother, he noted that Fang Yuning was more serious than anyone else present. 10,000. Yan proclaimed gracefully from the stage, a smile gracing her lips as she acknowledged the bid from gentleman number 687 on the first floor. 30,000. Came the response from gentleman number 179 on the first floor. Box 3, 100,000. Seemingly unable to tolerate the current bid, Dong Ling in box 3 signaled to the attendant to raise the price to 100,000 crystal coins. In box number 3, a distinguished guest bid 100,000 crystal coins. Yuan's gentle voice resonated once more. In box number 30, a black-faced man from the Black Blade Empire raised the stakes to 150,000. The reason for his bid was self-evident. The renown of the Black Blade cavalry echoed throughout the continent. Observing the trivial creatures frolicking, he signaled to the attendant beside him to place the bid. After a prolonged silence, Yuan swiftly brought down the gavel twice. Just before the final strike, her eyes twinkled mischievously as she playfully inquired, "Is there truly no one else willing to bid? Perhaps the esteemed guests in box number 30 intend to acquire all 7 of the younglings, forming a formidable phalanx of earth dragons." Initially, the situation seemed resolved, yet Yuan's words unexpectedly introduced a twist. Dong Ling from box No. 3 decided to raise the bid once again, inciting the displeasure of the black-faced man. However, upon beholding Yuan's graceful figure, he found himself enchanted once more. "Qing, your brother has indeed found a remarkable auctioneer this time. Splendid. After your event today, please invite her to our home. Such dedication must not go unappreciated," proposed Huan Teibei, admiring Yuan on stage, who surpassed any mere ornament by countless degrees, marveling inwardly. "But you need not worry. Your brother will undoubtedly bring her back for you to see tonight. Can you guess what other identity she holds beyond that of an auctioneer?" Fang Yuqing set a trap of intrigue. Huan Teibei remained silent, his strong desire for survival making him wary of the possibility that his wife was orchestrating a trap. Fang Yuning's unusual demeanor had already raised his suspicions. While it could be deemed somewhat acceptable for Fang Yuning, as a woman, to hold an appreciative attitude toward the stunning auctioneer, Yuan, it was rather abnormal for her, a jealous partner, to not only endorse his invitation to have Yuan visit their home, but to also jest with him cheerfully. Unable to decipher Fang Yuning's true thoughts, Huan Teibei chose to disregard the matter. Yet, why was Fang Yuning paying such close attention to Yuan? "It must be because of the favorable selection by my uncle. This woman doesn't appear to be as remarkable as you all claim," Huan Shiyang remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. For reasons unknown, he felt uncomfortable in Yuan's presence, and the thought of his parents inviting her over filled him with reluctance. No one answered Fang Yuning's question, but she seemed unconcerned. Instead, Huan Shiyang's rebellious attitude piqued her interest. She gently pinched the corners of his sulking mouth, feigning ignorance as she inquired, "What makes this selection so commendable?" Huan Shiyang, having spoken with conviction, elaborated, "The fierce competition among the patrons in box 3 and box 30 must be due to wealthy individuals from the eastern continent. The eastern continent's flat terrain is suited for cavalry, unlike our western continent, characterized by rolling hills and steep mountains, where the mobility of cavalry is severely hindered. The earth dragon, a cumbersome and less agile beast requiring a rapid charge to unleash its full potential, would not hold much value in the eyes of the Westerners present, who would likely exhibit little interest. Uncle Air, having gained prior knowledge of their identities, chose 7 juvenile earth dragons as the opening bid. This decision ensured that no considerable uproar would ensue while still inciting competitive bidding, striking the perfect balance. Huan Shiyang praised this move. Fang Yu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile, noticing the proud expression on Huan Shiyang's face. She retorted, "This means we must invite Yan over to our home to express our gratitude properly." "Why is that?" Huan Shiyang pondered, somewhat bewildered. Feigning mystery, Fang Yu replied, "The first item up for auction was selected by Yan." "Ah, what a blunder. After all this effort, I inadvertently helped her make a wedding dress," Huan Shiyang exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Mother, Why didn't you tell me sooner? You were deliberately teasing me. You must promise that we cannot invite that woman over for dinner today, or else I shall be very upset. Huan Shiyang's threat lacked any real impact, and Fang Yu nonchalantly responded, I have no say in the matter. It depends on whether your uncle can bring her back tonight. Wait, mother, how come it seems like you know everything? Hurry and confess what you've been hiding from us. Huan Shiyang insisted, seeking to join forces with her father to press for answers. Huan Teibei quickly gestured that he had no part in this matter. He had no desire to know, and certainly did not dare to inquire. Fang Yu regarded the two of them, whose acting skills were rather poor, and said calmly, It's a secret. I won't tell you for now. We shall discuss it when we return home. During the conversation among the three, the first auction item, the Earth Dragon Cubs, was sold. Ultimately, a dark-faced man from the Black Blade Empire acquired all of them at the price of 200,000 crystal coins each. The average price for 6th-tier Spirit Beast Cubs is significantly lower than 200,000 crystal coins, and Dong Ling refrained from bidding further, considering such a price excessively high, even in the Eastern continent. However, the dark-faced man deemed it a worthy investment. Only those who truly utilize the goods understand their value. High-tier spirit beasts suitable for cavalry mounts are scarce, particularly those sold as a group. As a general of the Black Blade Empire, he was acutely aware of the immense advantage these earth dragons could provide during a night's charge, far exceeding the intrinsic value of the 6th-tier spirit beasts themselves. Indeed, the esteemed guests in Box 30 aligned with Yo Wen's expectations. Regrettably, the others were deprived of the opportunity to acquire the Earth Dragon Cubs. With a hint of disappointment, Yo Wen's captivating gaze drifted to the location of Box 3 on the second floor, inadvertently causing Dong Ling, who seemed to be locking eyes with her, to feel a twinge of regret, although Yo Wen could not actually see Dong Ling within the box. Next came the second item for auction, a set of 12 fifth-tier adult gray griffins. As large flying spirit beasts, the gray griffins, despite being only 5th tier, possess excellent reconnaissance capabilities, can be ridden, and are proficient in certain divine magic, making them an excellent choice for forming a contract. The starting bid was set at 1,000 crystal coins. Upon hearing Yuan's introduction, the three members of the Huan family, who had been comfortably observing from the window, returned to their plush bench adorned with soft spirit beast pelts. The 5th-tier spirit beasts were the minimum standard for the auction, notable for their abundance, and the buyers were primarily patrons from the first floor. It appeared that the Earth Dragon had set an excellent stage, as the upcoming lots would feature a plethora of 5th-tier spirit beasts, of which they harbored no interest. As the Huan family members enjoyed a moment of quiet repose, a knock resonated from outside the private room. Since Fang Yuning had dismissed the etiquette attendant, Huan Tabii had no choice but to rise and answer the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of Fang Bing flanked by 2 guards. Recognizing his brother-in-law, Huan Tabii instructed the guards to withdraw and welcomed Fang Bing into the chamber. Upon entering, Fang Bing exchanged pleasantries with his sister and brother-in-law before directing his attention toward Huan Shiyang. Technically, this was only the second encounter with his nephew. Their first interaction in the bustling hall on the second floor had been brief, yet it was sufficient to fill him with delight. However, Huan Shiyang, caught in a stupor under Fang Bing's gaze, found himself perplexed. He pondered, how did he get in here? Mother refers to him as brother. Should I continue to feign ignorance and speak little? No one informed me of this. Oh no, he is still staring at me. I must say something. What did mother instruct me to call him again? I've forgotten. Typically loquacious, Huan Shiyang now felt an overwhelming anxiety. Before Fang Yuning arrived, she had advised him to speak sparingly, to feign ignorance if questioned, and merely greet those who approached. Yet now, he was torn between silence and speech. Meanwhile, Huan Tabii and Fang Yuning were bustling about, attending to Fang Bing, completely oblivious to his plight. The intense gaze of Fang Bing was almost unbearable. Yet due to the overwhelming number of people present that day, Huan Shiyang struggled to recall the individual's name and resorted to saying, "Hello, Green Pepper. Would you like a banana?" After delivering his greeting, Huan Shiyang raised the banana in his hand, intending to offer it, but Fang Bing, taken aback, displayed a look of bewilderment and did not reach out to accept the fruit. He scratched his head, pondering whether his nephew was truly a simpleton. The way Huan Shiyang spoke bore a heavy nasal tone, reminiscent of his earlier utterances in the second-floor hall, sounding somewhat foolish and unintelligible, which explained Fang Bing's astonishment. Anyone would be taken aback in such a situation. Nearby, Huan Tabii laughed heartily, while Fang Yuning's face flushed with embarrassment. It was indeed quite humiliating. especially in front of her elder brother. In a hurry, Fang Yuning snatched the banana from Huan Shiyang's grasp and admonished, "Speak properly. Who told you to act foolishly at this moment? This is your uncle. You should greet him appropriately. Had you mentioned it sooner?" Huan Shiyang thought to himself, feeling relieved as he naturally reverted to his original childish voice. "Dear uncle, I apologize for earlier. I am Huan Shiyang. Please feel free to take anything from the table. Do not hesitate. I am quite generous, unlike my mother, who wouldn't even allow guests to have a banana. Are you feeling a bit cheeky again?" Fang Yuning threatened him. Fang Bing now understood that it was his sister who had prompted her son to feign foolishness in front of others, which led to the current misunderstanding. He reassured, "It's all right, my dear. As long as it's all an act, that is sufficient." Continuing with a serious tone, he remarked, "My brother-in-law has already completed the task I entrusted him with. I thought it prudent to arrive early to inform you that it is now time for the auction of the small items." Huan Teibei responded, "There is no need to be in such a hurry. However, it is fortuitous that we are here together, sparing you the tedium of solitude in the private chamber. Let us address the matter at hand. I have successfully bribed the officials accompanying me, and together we have disseminated the pertinent information to those present, ensuring that even the 3 troublesome individuals were not overlooked, causing considerable embarrassment to the Qi family in front of Qi Han. With your presence, we are certainly at ease. The next step is to rebuild our relationship with them." Huan Teibei continued. Due to being exiled to this place, the Huan family not only severed ties with domestic factions, but also lost connections with neighboring powers with whom they had previously interacted. Over the years, while mending relationships with numerous families within the country, the Huan family also turned their gaze towards foreign alliances, considering anyone outside of the Bai, Wu, and Qi families as potential allies. "By the way, have you located the assailant who attempted to murder my nephew?" Fang Bing inquired. Huan Shiyang remained silent, listening intently. "As long as there is no significant issue, I shall simply restrict his outings in the future." Huan Teibei feigned indifference. His words seemed to strike a nerve with Fang Yuning, who seethed, "Isn't it because of your leniency? I say, just eliminate him. What is the big deal? You could easily frame someone else for it. Now, every time I see him, it drives me mad with anger." Fang Bing hastily pressed on, "Ning, do you know who the assailant is? How could one possibly remain unaware? Who else could it be but the dog of the Qi family?" Huan Teibei hastily interjected, "You mustn't say such things. You possess no evidence." "What evidence do I require?" The gluttonous pig of the Qi family was so frightened by the command to head northwest that it soiled itself in the saddle, while my son fell victim to an assassination attempt. It is evident to all in Lionheart City that it was Qi Han responsible. Fang Yu raged, nearly beside himself. Huan Shiyang discreetly took note of the name Qi Han. Fang Bing was equally astonished, for he was unaware of when Huan Shiyang had suffered an assassination attempt, leaving him unable to draw comparisons. Fueled by anger, he exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us capture him for interrogation, and everything will be revealed. Once Qi Han admits to it, the Qi family will surely find themselves in peril. No, we cannot proceed in such a manner, for it would inevitably cast us in the light of coercive interrogation, which would be detrimental to the Huan family. Furthermore, should we use this against the Qi family, His Majesty would undoubtedly order Qi Han's return to the capital for further questioning. If, at that time, Qi Han were to refute his confession in the capital, and we possess no other evidence, it would indeed become our fault," Huan Teibei elucidated. "But why do you oppose my desire to eliminate Qi Han? I only lament that news from the capital has arrived several days late. Otherwise, I would have already skinned that wretched mutt alive. If it were not for Shi Yang's cleverness, I would have fallen into his trap." Chapter 27. A collective betrayal in truth. Although the 2 events transpired in close temporal proximity, Fang Yuning learned of this matter from an official who had traveled from the capital to Lionheart City. Nearly a month had already elapsed since then. Huan Teibei had returned, while Qi Tu's orders had been conveyed directly to Qi Han over a month prior via a sound transmission stone. Had Fang Yuning been privy to Qi Tu's misdeeds at that time, she could have surmised that Qi Han and Lionheart City would not have survived to see this day. He is right here in Lionheart City, within our sight. The question of when to strike is irrelevant. The crux lies in the fact that even if we eliminate the Qi family, others will inevitably come forth. Acknowledging this inevitability, why not retain this ostensible fool for future utility? Huan Teibei merely wishes to avoid disrupting the hard-won stability within Lionheart City. In his eyes, Qi Han is akin to a lifeless entity, and he shall not permit Qi Han to step outside the confines of Lionheart City. Although Fong Bing felt a sense of resentment upon hearing Huan Taibei's thoughts, he grasped the underlying significance and could only swallow his indignation in silence. Meanwhile, Fong Yuning, consumed by frustration, wore an expression of exasperation, yet her thoughts were entirely focused on Huan Shiyang. She understood that her brother would not linger here for long, and thus revisiting old matters before him would not affect any change. However, they were not alone in the room. The person she truly intended to inform was, in fact, Huan Shiyang. Fong Yuning found herself thwarted by her husband's desire for restraint, unable to take action. Yet, Huan Shiyang's intention to deal with Qi Han was something Huan Taibei could never anticipate. Fong Yuning's perspective on Huan Shiyang has undergone a profound transformation. Following the assassination attempt, Huan Shiyang has exhibited an unparalleled determination to improve, yet his intrinsic nature remains unchanged. This indicates that, at least subconsciously, he has embraced the harsh reality of survival of the fittest, where the strong dominate. He will not allow the assailant to pose any potential threat to him. Although Huan Shiyang outwardly appears indifferent in the private room, Fong Yuning is acutely aware that he is listening intently, absorbing every word. She reassures herself, Qi Han, I cannot act against you, but I shall let my son personally deal with you. For him, eliminating you would merely be a matter of a casual wave of his hand to summon Tian Xian. Huan Taibei, eager to clarify matters, has not paid much attention to Huan Shiyang. As Fong Yuning's breathing steadies, the atmosphere in the room gradually calms, shifting the focus back to the auction stage. Unbeknownst to her, the auctioneer Yan has already facilitated the sale of over 100 fifth-tier spirit beasts. As noon approaches, many distinguished guests on the second floor, unable to witness the main event, have begun to leave early under the guidance of the hostesses. Seizing the opportunity during a brief intermission after a gavel strike, Huan Tenan ascends the stage to pause the auction. The morning auction concludes here. I invite all esteemed guests to take a well-deserved rest and rejuvenate for the afternoon session, which will commence punctually, Huan Tenan announces, graciously assisting Yan down from the auction stage, eliciting envy and admiration from the male guests present. Following the lead of the hostesses, the guests in the private room proceed through the airy corridor on the second floor directly to the adjoining restaurant, where the Huan family has graciously prepared a banquet, a long-standing tradition during these events. At this moment, the individuals in the private room of the illusion house remained motionless. The mere presence of Huan Tenan at the banquet sufficed, and it was neither appropriate nor necessary for them to join the guests. They merely needed to make a brief appearance during the meal later, without overindulging in trivialities, as such behavior would undermine their status as hosts. Fong Bing had also grown quite familiar with Huan Shiyang, who, without any pretense, proved to be quite talkative. Fong Bing was thoroughly amused by his nephew's antics. I have a remarkably formidable bodyguard, far more impressive than my mother. In terms of enlivening the atmosphere, Huan Shiyang was undoubtedly superior to his mother's sharp-tongued approach, leaving Fong Yuning feeling somewhat helpless. Her son seemed to effortlessly navigate the fine line between endearing and exasperating, leaving her with little opportunity to assert her authority. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open, revealing the enchanting figure of the auctioneer, Yan. Since the guards at the entrance had not obstructed her again, she entered the room directly. After exchanging introductions with Fong Bing, whom she had not met before, Yan articulated her purpose for being there. Huan Shui has gone to the banquet to make arrangements and asked me to come and sit with the Lord of Huan City. I truly have nowhere else to go, and I apologize for interrupting. Yan slightly bowed as a gesture of apology. There is no disturbance at all, Miss Yan. You have worked diligently all morning. How could we neglect a distinguished guest? Please, take a moment to rest. We will not be heading over for quite some time. Huan Taibei replied graciously. After Yan and Fong Yuning exchanged nods, they seated themselves beside Huan Shiyang, who appeared rather sullen. With a gentle parting of her crimson lips, she inquired, Young Master Huan, have you encountered any favorite spirit beasts today? Why should it concern you? As an auctioneer, what brings you to our private box? Shouldn't you be preoccupied with your duties? Huan Shiyang retorted with a rather surly demeanor. It perplexed him that he felt so uncomfortable in the presence of this woman. He could not fathom the reason. Moreover, the reminder of his unfulfilled ambition for a high-ranking spirit beast, brought forth by Yan, only fueled his ire. Taken aback by his words, Yan's voice trembled with a hint of injustice as she replied, I apologize, I shouldn't have come here. I must prepare for my afternoon draft. So I shall take my leave. Do not depart. The other three individuals in the box exclaimed in unison. Huan Tabi and his entourage arrived at the banquet shortly after it commenced, engaging in mere pleasantries with nearby guests, appearing utterly unremarkable, as though they had merely come for a meal. They exchanged no superfluous words, embodying the very essence of gracious hospitality that allowed the esteemed attendees to feel at ease without any sense of neglect. After facing a united front of opposition from the adults, Huan Shiyang found himself placed in Yan's care, as Yan cradled him while entering the banquet hall. She once again drew the attention of the crowd, prompting hushed whispers. Isn't this auctioneer Yan taking on the role of a caretaker for young Master Huan? What a pity. Regrettably, I had harbored hopes of experiencing a poignant love story with this enchanting beauty. However, I have heard that Fang Yuning, the wife of Huan Taibei, is quite the jealous one. This delicate girl, seemingly fragile, is bound to face hardships in the future. The Huan family upholds a strict code, permitting only one legitimate wife for their male heirs. What nonsense are you all spouting? Huan Shiyang, cradled in someone's arms, displayed considerable reluctance. Yet he was compelled to wear a foolish grin in front of the crowd. In a hushed tone, he threatened Yuan from within her embrace. Vile woman, just wait. I shall have my revenge on you. Although Huan Shiyang initially felt a twinge of guilt for his previous harsh demeanor, the silent performance of Yuan swayed everyone to turn against him. Fang Yuning promptly handed him over to Yuan, and Huan Shiyang found himself powerless to resist and obstinately refused to apologize, leading to dire consequences. Nevertheless, to the majority of the men present, Huan Shiyang's current predicament appeared rather enviable. You are still too young to contend with me. Yuan's lips moved with little discernible change. Yet her subtle voice clearly reached Huan Shiyang's ears through her nasal inflections. You deceiver. A great fraud. Your proximity to my home surely harbors ulterior motives, does it not? I shall expose you. Huan Shiyang buried his head, whispering his inquiry. Of course, I have a purpose in coming here. I am here to discipline this incorrigible little rascal. Once I return to the Huan family, I will be by your side each day to teach and torment you. Do you believe me? Yuan threatened while pinching Huan Shiyang's rear. I cannot possibly believe that as an outsider, you would dare to come to my home. I have numerous companions and many spiritual beasts. You cannot possibly defeat me. If you truly have the audacity to seek me out, I would be more than delighted. Huan Shiyang, in pain, could not help but retort. We shall see. Yan elegantly declared as she took her seat. Do give it a try? Huan Shiyang shot back defiantly. Yan's position was situated closely next to Huan Tinan, and the reason for such seating arrangements could only be inquired of Huan Tinan himself. Yuan, Shiyang is in dire need of a cultured and reasonable individual like you to guide him. You must not overlook such a promising talent. Huan Tinan's unexpected betrayal left Huan Shiyang utterly isolated at the dining table. Uncle, are you not the one who dotes on me the most? Huan Shiyang, sensing the dire situation, resorted to a plea. Huan Tinan feigned ignorance, saying, Shirang, can't you see that your uncle is actually helping you? Ultimately, Huan Shiyang settled next to Yan, finishing his lunch in a huff. Accompanied by his parents, he left early, finally releasing a sigh of relief at having escaped the clutches of this formidable woman. In just a brief half-hour, Huan Shiyang had come to deeply appreciate her terrifying nature. However, Huan Tinan suddenly called out to the departing family, uttering a statement that plunged Huan Shiyang's spirits once more into despair. Sister-in-law, I wish to invite Yan over for dinner tonight. What do you think? No problem. Fang Yuning readily agreed. No problem at all. I see only issues. My backside is already sore from her pinching, and none of you are helping me. You are all conspiring against me. Those delicate, fair hands of hers can be quite painful, Huan Shiyang lamented inwardly with a furrowed brow. In the auction house's private box, for an entire afternoon, Huan Shiyang relentlessly pleaded with Fang Yuning, his concerns about the auction entirely overshadowed by the pressing need to protect himself. If his little bottom were to endure another half-hour of squeezing from Yan during dinner, he would have no choice but to sleep on his stomach that night. Mother, I no longer want the spirit beast. Can you please drive that wicked woman away? Absolutely not. Our previous wager is null and void. I shall stay with you until you turn 10. Can you not grant me this modest request to remove that wicked woman? Absolutely not. Let me correct you on 2 points. She is not a wicked woman, and it is I who stays with you, not the other way around. Then can you? Absolutely not. Frustrated by the repeated refusals, Huan Shiyang's anger boiled over, and he lashed out. You are just as bad a mother as that wicked woman. I will move out tomorrow. I want to live on my own. I won't speak to you anymore. Fine, if you can bring me 100,000 gold coins. You may move out. Did we not agree on 50,000 gold coins? Mother, why are you being so unreasonable? Huan Shiyang exclaimed in shock. Chapter 28. What kind of knowledge is being stingy? 50,000 gold coins is simply 50,000 gold coins. You must secure them before speaking of them. Huan Shiyang suddenly had a clever idea and said, Mother, you cannot deceive me again after this promise. A promise is worth 1,000 gold. Father and uncle are watching. Indeed, we can bear witness. The two responded immediately. It must be said that the quarrel between the mother and son was far more entertaining than the auction itself. They had nearly forgotten that an auction was even taking place. Faced with the intense gazes of the three, Fang Yuning felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, suspecting that her son might be up to mischief. Yet, this was a spur-of-the-moment decision she had made. There should not be any issues arising from it. Today, Fang Yuning had just tricked her son into attending the auction and had also extorted the promised spiritual beast reward from him. Of course, the 6th-tier spiritual beast was merely a jest. She could never actually give it to him. It was both expensive and risky. What if it was discovered by others? Recalling her past misdeeds, Fang Yuning realized she ought to reaffirm her stature as a great mother. 50,000 gold coins was an astronomical sum for a 5-year-old child. Gritting her teeth, she declared, a promise is worth 1,000 gold. Very well. I want to build my house in the rear hall. Fang Yuning understood Huan Shiyang's intentions. He wished to evade Yan and hide within the misty forest of the rear hall. This was Fang Yuning's trump card. She could not allow him to have his way. No way. Huh? The three in the private room wore expressions of confusion. Wasn't it agreed that a promise is worth 1,000 gold? In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuning was ready to go back on her word. Fang Yuning also felt that her actions were somewhat absurd. Confronted with the three's skepticism, she forcefully explained, I will honor the conditions I promised you. However, the prerequisite is that you must procure 50,000 gold coins by tomorrow. Otherwise, the conditions shall become null and void. Ninger, this is rather unbecoming of you. Integrity and honesty are fundamental principles in both life and conduct. You ought to serve as a role model for Shiyang. One must not go back on their word. Fang Bing could not help but feel exasperated by his sister's actions. Indeed, 50,000 gold coins could reasonably warrant an extension of 10 days to half a month. Such a timeline is already quite pressing. What difference does it make if you were to backtrack? Huan Bei opposed directly. It must be 1 day, take it or leave it. There is no room for negotiation. Fang Yuning resolved to discard any notions of maternal kindness, public image, or integrity. The plan must not falter. For she had prepared for this moment extensively. I have consented, but let it be known that no one shall retract their word. Whoever does shall be branded as the Black Dragon. Huan Shiyang seemed less concerned with the timing and more focused on whether Fang Yuning would reconsider her decision. What? The Black Dragon? Fang Bing inquired, momentarily taken aback. Huan Bei elucidated. Shiyang has raised a 1st-tier spirit beast, a little black magic hound, named Black Dragon. Black Dragon? That name sounds even more formidable than a divine beast, Fang Bing mused. Very well. Whoever goes back on their word shall be a little dog. But you must engage in fair trade. I shall not acknowledge any funds of dubious origin. Fang Yuning felt entirely at ease now, as she was quite certain that Huan Shiyang was merely deceiving her. Earlier that morning, while organizing the robe that Huan Shiyang frequently wore, she discovered only a few insignificant trinkets in the pockets, utterly worthless. Thus, she confidently agreed to his request. Had it not been for this discovery, she might have been unable to fully trust the enigmatic Huan Shiyang, whose intellect bordered on the supernatural. However, before she could revel in her certainty, Huan Shiyang declared, It's good that you agreed. Tomorrow morning, I shall seek out Granduncle and demand the repayment of the money owed to me. Mother, once you receive the funds, be sure to choose a suitable spot in the rear hall for me to expedite the construction of the house. You speak nonsense. How could the Grand Elder owe you money? Hiki, it was Granduncle himself who said so. Well, in any case, I am wealthy. Mother, you have lost. Huan Shiyang refrained from elaborating, as the matter pertained to his knowledge of formations, and he was uncertain whether he should conceal this from his uncle. You need not elaborate. I shall inquire with the Grand Elder tomorrow. I refuse to believe he would hand you 50,000 gold coins without reason. Fang Yuning continued to suspect that Huan Shiyang was merely playing tricks on her. However, since the Grand Elder was mentioned, there were indeed certain matters she felt compelled to keep from her brother. Fang Bing seemed to sense that his presence had caused his nephew to deliberately avoid providing extensive explanations to his sister. Feeling a pang of melancholy, he consoled himself. After all, in the Huan family, he was merely an outsider, and it was inevitable that some matters would be inconvenient to disclose to him. With this thought, Fong Bing felt a twinge of guilt. Had he not insisted on approaching, he would not have witnessed this scene that rendered the entire family uncomfortable. At this moment, Fong Yuning and her son had ceased their quarrel, having secretly reached a tacit understanding to refrain from delving deeper into the matter. Fong Bing timely remarked, "The Pai de our assistance, the blue-eyed golden eagle, has arrived. What a splendid creature! An 8th-tier spiritual beast. Today has not been in vain. Indeed, this is the finest among the 7 8th-tier spiritual beasts this year. What say you? Does my brother-in-law have an interest in taking it back to the royal capital?" Huan Bei said with a hint of significance. "Who am I to dare bring back such a precious spiritual beast? My father has always opposed my ostentatiousness. If I were to purchase it, he would surely cast me out of the family. Besides, my finances are rather strained. An 8th-tier spiritual beast commands no less than 10 million crystal coins. I'm merely here to observe," Fong Bing replied, casting a glance at his sister. He too wished to return home with a spiritual beast. After all, what man would not desire a semblance of prestige? Even parading a conspicuous spiritual beast in the royal capital would suffice. The auction in Lionheart City had been held for 5 years, and as the brother-in-law of the city lord, he had finally gained his father's permission to attend this one occasion. Yet, the miserly head of the Covenant Kingdom's officials had not bestowed a single coin upon him. Having lingered by his sister's side all day, she had said not a word, mirroring their father's stingy disposition. Not having solicited a spiritual beast was one thing. Remaining here merely obstructed the quarrel between mother and son, leaving him to bear the brunt of their grievances. He longed for a spiritual beast. Yet little did he know how challenging it would be. Fong Yuning laughed. If brother were to bring back the blue-eyed golden eagle, our father would surely be furious. He detests seeing family members accept favors from others. Observing her brother's furtive glance at her pitiful demeanor, Fong Yuning continued, "Before you depart, I shall take you to the Spirit Beast Repository to select a 6th-tier spirit beast of suitable appearance to take with you. When you return, you can inform father that it is a gift from me, your aunt, to my dear niece. This way, even if father maintains a stern disposition, he will surely accept it for the sake of the child." Fong Yuning feigned a generous demeanor, though this insincerity made her feel quite uncomfortable. "Very well, indeed," Fong Bing replied eagerly, nodding vigorously. Huan Bei furrowed his brow and remarked, "We cannot gift the blue-eyed golden eagle. Nor can I allow my brother-in-law to simply take away a 6th-tier spirit beast. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the Spirit Beast Repository to select 2 7th-tier spirit beasts. We cannot allow you to lose face on your journey back." Huan Bei's intention was to have Fong Bing directly acquire the blue-eyed golden eagle at the auction, thus presenting a gift while also enhancing his brother-in-law's reputation. After years of limited contact with the Fong family, Huan Bei believed that a grand gesture was necessary. This plan was not inherently flawed, provided it remained concealed from the notoriously stingy Fong Yuning. After all, she could hardly snatch the blue-eyed golden eagle from her brother's grasp. However, he did not anticipate that his brother-in-law would spend the entire day with their family, and under these circumstances, Fong Yuning caught him in the act. "What 7th tier? Only you could conceive of gifting a child a 7th-tier spirit beast." The miserly Fong Yuning interjected hastily. "A 6th-tier spirit beast is more than adequate. They are already quite rare in the royal capital." This was not mere pretense on Fong Bing's part. He genuinely felt that acquiring a 6th-tier spirit beast without cost was a significant boon, and returning without empty hands was the greatest aspiration of his journey. Never mind then. It seems that today we can only observe who is fortunate enough to acquire the emerald-eyed golden eagle. Huan Bei knew that he alone could not resist his wife's will, and thus he succumbed. At the auction stage, Yan gracefully handled the frantic bidding. Yet her heart was filled with questions. Did not the Lord of Huan City instruct me to pay attention to the guest in Box 2 when bidding for the emerald-eyed golden eagle? But Box 2 has not placed a bid. What is going on? Perplexed, Yan listened as the bids escalated, and she could only intermittently signal with her gavel. Finally, the price halted at a staggering 11 million crystal coins. This time, Yan's interval between strikes was noticeably longer than usual, yet no one continued to bid. As she raised her hand for a third strike, her gaze shifted toward Box 1, where the Huan family resided, hoping Huan Bei would provide her with guidance. At this moment, Huan Bei realized he had inadvertently complicated matters. Yan was not artificially inflating the price, but rather waiting for Box 2 to place a bid, which at present was unoccupied, with Fong Bing standing beside him. In a moment of urgency, Huan Bei devised a clever solution. activating the amplification array within the box. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in Box 30. The emerald-eyed golden eagle is yours. I shall personally deliver the spirit beast to you shortly. Huan family's auction spirit beasts come with complimentary spirit bags, allowing the creature to be placed inside and delivered directly to the guests, making it exceedingly convenient for them to take home. Upon hearing Huan Tabiai's voice, Yan swiftly brought down her gavel for the third time, averting a potential auction mishap, while the attendees believed it to be a specially arranged surprise by the Huan family. Originally intended for Fong Bing, the azure-eyed golden eagle underwent a change of ownership due to Fong Yuning's manipulations. The so-called nonsense about not wanting to accept favors from family is merely the ramblings of Fong Yuning. The venerable Fong, even while enjoying a simple bowl of porridge outside, would insist on free refills, living frugally. How could he possibly deny Fong Bing the generous gifts from his son-in-law? What a farcical notion. It is indeed Fong Yuning's own reluctance to part with resources. When it comes to being stingy, the Fong family has cultivated this trait as a commendable legacy, passed down from the elder Fong to Fong Yuning, and then from Fong Yuning to Huan Shiyang. Each generation bequeaths this virtue to only one heir, and unfortunately, Fong Bing has not been the recipient of this tradition. His elation over acquiring a sixth-tier spirit beast is indeed a cause for lamentation. In the evening, within the residence of Huan Taibei, 6 individuals gathered around the table, a scene of unprecedented warmth and liveliness. Huan Tainan had returned with Yuan, while Fong Yuning brought along his brother Fong Bing. To ensure that this tender moment was not interrupted, Huan Taibei hurriedly returned home after handing the azure-eyed golden eagle over to Dong Ling and exchanging a few pleasantries. Thus commenced the Huan family's rare family banquet. Chapter 29. Only fools would reject braised fish. Huan Shiyang's mood remained relatively pleasant. Although Yan had indeed arrived, she at least refrained from taking a seat beside him. Huan Shiyang thought to himself, at least my rear end is safe now. However, I am still uncertain whether this woman will linger at the Huan residence or if it would be prudent to expedite her relocation to the rear hall. She is far too popular within the Huan family and has persistently targeted me. Nevertheless, with Fong Yuning's assurance, moving to the rear hall seemed all but confirmed, relieving him of undue worries. Satisfied, Huan Shiyang extended his arm and deftly used his chopsticks to secure a substantial piece of fish, lowering his head to engage in a vigorous assault on his meal. Huan Tenan, vexed by his lack of opportunity to converse with Yan, observed Huan Shiyang's actions with displeasure. Shiyang, you must be mindful of etiquette. You are attempting to hoard the entire fish for yourself. He then turned to the elegantly seated Yan and gallantly offered, Miss Yan, allow me to serve you some. In a gesture equally as audacious as Huan Shiyang's, Huan Tenan seized the remaining half of the fish and presented it to Yan. With a wry smile, Yan felt compelled to accept, nodding her gratitude. Fish was Huan Shiyang's favorite delicacy, and he had never before encountered anyone competing with him for it. Fish was a prized ingredient in Lionheart City, situated in the northwest of the continent, deep within the interior. Beyond this point lay the domain of the winged demon tribe, and even the nearest stream was hundreds of kilometers away. It is precisely for this reason that in Lionheart City, as long as one possesses wealth, one can indulge in the flesh of 5th or even 6th-tier spirit beasts daily. However, alas, every time the caravans brave treacherous mountains and rivers to deliver river delicacies, seafood, and various aquatic products, half of these treasures are first sent to the Mirage Mansion, with the remainder available only in limited quantities for sale. The caravans take months to make a round trip, and one cannot merely lament the scarcity within the city. Even the portion enjoyed exclusively by the illustrious Huan Shiyang is insufficient. Despite Fong Yuning's meticulous preparations, she personally selected the finest sea fish from the kitchen, weighing a substantial 5 to 6 pounds. She presumed that even Huan Shiyang, with his prodigious appetite, could not consume it all alone. As for whether she and her husband could partake, that was of little concern. It was essential that their guests felt properly honored. One must always reserve an array of dishes for their visitors. Yet, unexpectedly, one is reminded that there are always greater heights to scale. Huan Tenan's gluttony proved even more insatiable. Within merely 5 minutes of the banquet commencing, aside from the fish head, only bones remained on the platter. What should have been a harmonious family gathering was altered by a seemingly trivial braised fish, as it appeared that everyone harbored some internal unrest. Huan Shiyang, relishing the meal with much fervor and grease adorning his lips, displayed an utter lack of decorum, an unchanging habit of his. However, upon realizing that the fish was gone, his good spirits dissipated, replaced with a blend of sorrow and indignation. Fong Yuning felt her dignity was utterly compromised. Why did her family behave like brigands? The guests she had invited were her closest companions. Why could her kin not, at this moment, enhance her reputation? In a state of internal turmoil, Fong Yuning pondered, is it too late to request the kitchen prepare another fish? Huan Tenen's emotions were somewhat tumultuous as he seized his nephew's fish to offer it to the woman he cherished. Although he anticipated that the consequences might be dire, he was resolved to secure Yuan for the remainder of his life. Who could predict whether she would depart the following day? He incessantly cast glances at Fong Yuqing, who had designated Yuan as the auctioneer for Huan Tenen. Yet, Fong Yuqing's eyes darted around, refusing to meet his gaze. Huan Tenen, in a state of desperation, silently implored, "Sister-in-law, please assist me. You wouldn't want your brother to wed alongside your nephew in the future, would you? Can't you see the longing in my eyes?" Fong Yuqing, feeling utterly embarrassed, had little inclination to concern herself with such matters. After all, the opportunity had been presented to him. Whether he could seize it was entirely up to him. As Huan Tenen pressed a substantial piece of fish into Yuan's hands, she felt a pang of bitterness within her. I am not entirely human. Oh, but wait, I am not wholly devoid of humanity either. And I do not consume such things. Why would you load my plate so? How am I to eat this? Is there anyone who can share this burden with me? Sister Ning, I beseech you. Huan Tenbei and Fong Bing, however, were indifferent, pondering the triviality of a few bites of food. As upright men with families, would they truly concern themselves with mere morsels? Their interest lay not with the fish itself, but with the one who partook of it. It is a universal truth that beauty is admired. A graceful lady is sought after by noble gentlemen. The pursuit of such a lady occupies the dreams of many. The intentions of a true gentleman extend beyond mere indulgence. Clearing his throat, the two exchanged glances, their thoughts seemingly far removed from any frivolities. Nevertheless, Fong Bing regarded Yan with a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered her before, yet he could not recall where. Pondering, it shouldn't be possible. Have I truly become lewd and licentious? A sumptuous feast, a family gathering, has been tainted by a single dish, or more accurately, by one individual. I confess, I have deceived you all. Fong Yuning believes it is time to reveal the truth. The hazy visage of Yewen has rendered everyone present quite uncomfortable. Xiaoyu was my closest confidant during my studies in the Holy Heart City and is now a teacher at the Holy Heart Academy. I specifically invited her to educate Shiyang, and I should not have concealed this from you all. I sincerely apologize. Who is Xiaoyu? Huan Shiyang inquired, rather foolishly. At that moment, he was savoring his meal, seemingly eager to finish quickly in hopes of snatching some fish from Yuen's bowl. Thus he did not quite grasp what Fong Yuning was articulating and merely asked out of habit. It is I. My true name is Ye Angelus Tominus. Sister Ning calls me Xiaoyu, and Yuan was merely a name I whimsically adopted before taking the stage today, Ye explained. In truth, Yu was invited after much contemplation by Fong Yuning. Although Huan Shiyang appeared outwardly composed, as his mother, Fong Yuning understood all too well the rebellious and unruly traits within his character, even disregarding the most basic of courtesies. Moreover, with Huan Shiyang's recent burgeoning abilities, it seemed her efforts at discipline had become utterly ineffectual. Concerned that her son might evolve into an arrogant and ungainly monster, she resolved to enlist the help of an outsider for his upbringing. By a fortunate coincidence, Ye happens to be a professor of etiquette at Sacred Heart Academy. Having not seen her close friend for many years, Fong Yuning contemplated that seeking out Ye would be a splendid choice. Moreover, since Ye is yet to be married and is of the right age, it would be an opportune moment to facilitate a match between her and Huan Tenen, which is precisely why the attendees witnessed Yuen's appearance at the auction. However, Huan Tenen seemingly has disappointed his sister-in-law's goodwill, having scarcely exchanged a few words with Ye, causing Fong Yuning to conceal the truth from several individuals for an entire day. Given your name, you must belong to the angelic race, miss? Huan Tingbai inquired. I am a half-angel. My father is of the angelic lineage, while my mother is of the human race. I was born in the city of holy light, and it was my father who bestowed upon me my name, Ye replied in a calm tone. Fong Yuning, defending her friend, interjected, do not speak nonsense. Are not the angelic and human races united in their battle against the demon race? By your logic, I have also been to Sacred Heart City. Should I then be considered a citizen of the Holy Empire? Oh, I remember now, you visited our home previously. Did you not? I was the one who received you. Fong Bing suddenly exclaimed to Ye. I visited the Oath Kingdom once to see Sister Ning. But that was many years ago. Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten you altogether. Brother Fong, your memory is truly remarkable. You replied with a charming smile. It seemed that, freed from the constraints of the auction stage, Ye's smile became much more genuine. Her voice transformed into something authentic, devoid of the deliberately affected allure. Fong Bing, slightly embarrassed, remarked, "It is your exceptional presence that has made it impossible for me to forget you. Enough of this chatter. I apologize, and I hope you enjoy your meal. Starting tomorrow, Shiyang will follow Xiaoya to learn about etiquette and virtues. Recently, Xiaoya has had to endure staying with me. But once Shiyang's residence is completed, you may move there. No problem. I am already delighted to assist Sister Ning." Xiaoya replied nonchalantly. "No, I do not want her to teach me. You promised I would go find granduncle tomorrow." Huan Qiang protested defiantly. Fong Yuning chose to disregard him, and Huan Qiang realized he had misspoken, thus refraining from further rebuttal. With the mystery resolved, everyone could finally enjoy their meal in peace. Once again, Huan Qiang found himself in Xiaoya's grasp, devouring the fish in her bowl with great enthusiasm. Noticing her chopsticks remained motionless, he inquired, "Xiaoya, why aren't you eating?" "I seldom consume food," she replied. Although she was a half-angel, her habits differed significantly from those of humans. "Don't you like fish?" Huan Qiang believed everyone should share his passion for fish. "I do not," she retorted, unimpressed. "What kind of logic is that? Disliking fish makes one a fool?" "Because eating fish makes one smarter. Only a fool would refuse braised fish." Huan Qiang answered matter-of-factly. After a night had passed, the small courtyard of Huantianbei returned to the state of a family of 3. The other 3 had left early for the auction, which could not proceed without Huan Qiang and Xiaoya, while Fong Bing remained on the second floor to gather information. The auction is set to last for a fortnight, and it would be quite unbecoming for Huantianbei to be present every day, as it would imply that the patriarch of the Huan family is rather idle. The Grand Elder arrived fashionably late, having endured several days of vigil over the shadowy cloud flower vine, which had taken a toll on his silvered hair. Fortunately, the charade had been maintained for long enough that even if someone were to spot the young sprouts of the vine, they would merely attribute it to the Grand Elder's diligent labor. Inside the attic, the windows and doors of Huantianbei's chamber were tightly sealed. The Grand Elder, feeling uneasy, had set up several concealment formations to muffle any sound from escaping before he leisurely inquired, "Well then, what brings you to seek me, great uncle? The guards and maidservants in the courtyard have all been dismissed. Must you be so stringent? I can scarcely breathe." Huan Shiyang expressed his dissatisfaction. "Better safe than sorry. Now, speak of your business. Could you perhaps lend me a portion of the money you owe me? I have urgent use for it today." Huan Shiyang said with a feigned smile, "Nonsense. When have I ever owed you money?" Fong Yuning interjected anxiously. "I told you he was deceiving you. The truth has come to light." Huan Shiyang interrupted, "Wait. Great uncle, you previously claimed that my black orb is worth at least 200,000 crystal coins. 200,000 crystal coins. Both Huantianbei and his wife exclaimed in unison. Chapter 30. Mental power. 200,000 crystal coins is not an exorbitant sum for a married couple, yet for the currently destitute Huan Shiyang, it is an astronomical fortune. However, both are perplexed by Huan Shiyang's mention of a black orb that could be valued at such a sum. The black orb. I was just about to inquire about it. You left in such haste the day before yesterday that you didn't have the chance to explain how that treasure was crafted. Do share with me." The Grand Elder exclaimed eagerly upon hearing Huan Shiyang mention the black orb. "First, provide the funds. Only with money will I divulge the information." Huan Shiyang countered shrewdly. The Grand Elder readily responded, "How much do you require? I shall provide it. Just 200,000 crystal coins. Once I have the money in hand, I will speak." Huan Shiyang asserted, fully aware that failing to secure the funds up front would complicate matters after revealing the method of crafting the black orb. "But you lack a storage ring. If I were to give you such a sum, where would you keep it?" The Grand Elder inquired, not intending to evade his obligation, but rather recognizing that Huan Shiyang currently possessed no spiritual energy to utilize a storage ring, rendering him unable to transport even 200,000 crystal coins. "Well," Huan Shiyang hesitated, acknowledging the considerable inconvenience of not being able to use a storage ring. The only means he had for holding items was a pocket sewn into the inner lining of his robe, which was certainly not suitable for containing such a large sum. "How about if mother keeps it for you?" Fong Yuning suggested. "That won't do." "Then perhaps let your father hold it?" Fong Yuning persisted. "That won't do either." Huan Shiyang. The money is here with me. You may take as much as you need. The Grand Elder has also set his sights on Huan Xiang. No, that will not do. You cannot trust a single member of this family. Do you truly intend to take it all for yourself? Fang Yuqing spoke with a steady demeanor. You are all deceivers. It is too easy to give you the money. To extract it from your hands, conditions must be established. Huan Xiang contemplated as he explained. The three were somewhat unsettled by his words, hesitant to respond further. Wantabai, who initially held a clear conscience, was apprehensive, for he knew his son had entrusted the money to him, and his wife would soon demand her share. He could not refuse either. To avoid offending both parties, it was best for him to remain silent. I shall entrust the money to Elder Tian for safekeeping. Uncle, you may provide it to me now, correct? This was Huan Xiang's most secure strategy, as Tian Bo was bound by a master-servant contract, making it impossible for Fang Yuqing to withdraw the funds behind Huan Xiang's back. No problem. The Grand Elder replied readily. In comparison to the standing of the black orb in the Grand Elder's eyes, the sum of 200,000 crystal coins was insignificant. He would never disclose the true value of the black orb to Huan Xiang. The figure he had previously mentioned was merely a casual estimate, albeit one that he had considerably diminished. The cunning little fox ultimately could not outsmart the old fox. Here are 200,000 crystal coins and an unclaimed storage ring. Originally intended for you, but it seems Tian Xian will benefit from it first. The Grand Elder placed the coins and the storage ring on the table, retrieving them from his own storage ring and waistband. Spatial items cannot be stored in overlapping arrangements. The Grand Elder has always kept the storage ring prepared for Huan Shiyang at his waist. This storage ring, both in appearance and the capacity of its storage space, is rather remarkable. Bestowing it upon Tian Xian seems a tad extravagant. However, the Grand Elder considered that as the master. Even if Huan Shiyang cannot utilize the storage ring and requires Tian Xian's assistance to carry his belongings, it would be inappropriate for them to share a single storage ring. Huan Shiyang gazed at the mountain of crystal coins piled upon the table. Playfully toying with the storage ring in his hand, he exclaimed, Mother, I am wealthy now. The wager is mine, haha. I shall move to the rear hall. He meticulously counted the stacks of crystal coins he had set aside, declaring, 500 crystal coins. There is ample space in the rear hall. But it must be done swiftly, within half a month. No, ideally, within a week, so I can finally avoid seeing ya. Grand Elder, how could you so easily part with the money? You've doomed me. Fang Yuning lamented. This time, she found herself unable to retract her words, as Huan Tabii sat beside her, leaving her unable to express her refusal. What have I done wrong? The Grand Elder queried, utterly perplexed. He did not comprehend a word of Huan Shiyang and Fang Yuning's exchange. From his perspective, he had already withheld much of Huan Shiyang's hard-earned income. It was a bet between Ninger and Shiyang. If Shiyang earns 50,000 gold coins, he can construct his own residence in the rear hall and move out, thereby evading the teacher Ninger has found for him. Huan Tabii elucidated. Then it seems I have indeed assisted Shiyang. Why not express your gratitude, little Shiyang? The Grand Elder turned to Huan Shiyang and inquired. Thank you, great-grandfather. However, it would be even better if you could also provide me with the remuneration for the Yun flower vine and the spirit-gathering array. Huan Shiyang expressed his dissatisfaction. We shall discuss that later. We shall discuss that later. The Grand Elder chuckled awkwardly. Grand Elder, it has been quite the endeavor to find a mentor capable of disciplining Shiyang. You must not indulge him so. Fang Yuning interjected. Indulging him is not my intention. Yet you have made your position clear. Thus, it is not appropriate for me to intervene. The funds on the table are rightfully Shiyang's. They are certainly not a result of my favoritism, the Grand Elder replied with resignation. Huan Shiyang, gleefully making faces beside the Grand Elder, felt the shadows of the auction dissipate and the disappointment of the high-tier spirit beast's wish fade from his mind. However, it was indeed Fang Yuning's insistence that had pressured him too much. You always say that words cannot deceive a child, yet you cannot bear to see my grimaces. Nevertheless, Huan Shiyang's elation was short-lived, for the Grand Elder continued. However, I must emphasize that the rear hall is of utmost importance to our family, and such reckless alterations are absolutely impermissible. Ninger does not possess the authority to make such decisions, and therefore, this aspect of the wager cannot be counted. Ah, great-grandfather, you will not assist me? Huan Shiyang pleaded. You are well aware of the significance of the rear hall. How could it be so carelessly damaged? The Grand Elder admonished earnestly. The rear hall is out of the question, and my word is final. Shiyang, do take a look at where the loft is to be constructed. Quickly inform your mother. I assure you she will ensure it is built promptly and splendidly, so you may receive the guidance you seek and find your way back. Fang Yuning was instantly rejuvenated and urged, do not rush. Let me contemplate for a moment. The situation took a sudden turn, and Huan Shiyang found himself at a loss, realizing that he must first buy some time. I shall make the selection. Let it be established on Shueking Mountain. The scenery is quite delightful, and it offers convenient access. What do you think? Proposed the Grand Elder. The Shuekong Mountain mentioned by the Grand Elder was not within the confines of the rear hall, but rather situated adjacent to the central hall, a naturally formed small hill. However, due to its limited usable area, surrounded by steep cliffs on 3 sides and separated from the street by merely a wall, the Huan family merely regarded it as a scenic spot, utilizing it sparingly. Nonetheless, building a residence atop the mountain would undoubtedly suffice, and exiting toward the main gate of the central hall would be quite convenient. Huan Shiyang reluctantly agreed after some hesitation. Yet the ease with which the matter was resolved aroused a tinge of suspicion in Fang Yuning's heart. Having settled Ning'er's affair, it is now time for mine. The Grand Elder reminded. Simple. Great-grandfather, I shall create another for you for 200,000 crystal coins, Huan Shiyang replied cunningly. The Grand Elder retorted with a laugh. Nonsense. I paid 200,000 for the method to create your black orb, not for a few first-tier worthless crystal cores. I am merely jesting. Do not take offense. In Huan Shiyang's mind, the Grand Elder had become a veritable deity of wealth, one whom he could never afford to offend. His previous remarks were merely a playful attempt at extortion. Then why the delay? Speak quickly. Huan Shiyang urged eagerly. The black sphere is composed of numerous first-order crystalline fragments, which I have meticulously assembled using a material binding formation. What? A material binding formation? But what about the medium? What did you use to inscribe the formation? Spirit energy? Blood of spirit beasts? Even the Grand Elder, a master of formations, found himself perplexed. Huan Shiyang, however, could not comprehend the Grand Elder's queries and confidently replied, It's mental energy. Your mental energy can extend outward? The Grand Elder was incredulous at Huan Shiyang's response. Extend outward? Yes, precisely. What of it? Huan Shiyang expanded his mental energy. In the room, both the Grand Elder and Huan Tabii gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, How is this possible? Fang Yuning, startled, inquired, What is happening with you two? Can you not sense the substantial projection of Shiyang's mental energy? Huan Tabii retorted, I do feel something, but Shiyang has always projected his mental energy like this while constructing the spirit-gathering formation. Is that a problem? Fang Yuning, being a warrior, was not sensitive to mental energy and knew little about formations. Thus, she found it entirely unfamiliar and could not discern anything unusual. This is a significant issue. To put it plainly, achieving the projection of mental energy is a crucial milestone for all mage professions. I only attained this at the age of 40, which is considered above average. The family had achieved it at 33, marking him as possessing extraordinary talent. But Shiyang, he is truly unparalleled in the ages. The Grand Elder remarked with a sense of calm. The third brother has not reached such a level. In terms of mental strength, Shiyang has far surpassed him. This, Huan Tabii thought, could it be that Tianjizi has indeed become stronger with each generation? Faced with the extraordinary presence before him, he felt bewildered. Strength is strength. Is it not good to be strong? I truly do not comprehend your mindset. Are you envious of the next generation? Fang Yu spoke with a tone of righteous indignation, as if that mental power emanated directly from her being. The Grand Elder, uninterested in the couple's exchange, continued to inquire of Huan Shiyang, How many can your mental strength differentiate? About 14 or 15. Any more would be unbearable. Huan Shiyang responded with humility, considering he had previously overexerted his mental power and had suffered prolonged weakness as a consequence. Have you ever tested the duration of your mental projection? The Grand Elder asked. Huan Shiyang shyly replied, At most half an hour. After that occasion, I needed several days to recuperate. That is acceptable. At least it is comprehensible. Shiyang must possess an innate talent for mental projection, having never undergone systematic training, remaining at the initial stage of projection with little growth, possessing only level 10 mental power. Upon uncovering the reason, the Grand Elder finally let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 31, A Great Loss. The uncontrollable growth of mental power poses a significant burden on Huan Shiyang's body, and in certain circumstances, it may even shorten his lifespan. This is the most concerning issue. The level of strength is merely one aspect. The health of both body and mind is essential for the pursuit of cultivation. Furthermore, Regarding the levels of mental power, this classification pertains solely to the mage profession capable of externalizing mental energy, 1 part representing level 10, 100 representing level 100, 1000 representing level 1000, and 110,000 representing level 10,000. However, those who can reach the level of 10,000 have long since ascended to the realm of celestial experts. So, you mean all the formations you inscribed utilized mental power? The elder inquired. Indeed. Without spiritual energy, how could I possibly achieve results without any means? Huan Shiyang responded with an air of inevitability. I can only manipulate the spiritual energy within the cores of spiritual beasts to inscribe formations. That is indeed the case. Yet, this is a technique only a master of formations can master, rapidly and stably constructing formations by combining mental and spiritual energy. How many formations have you drawn to have learned such a skill? The elder had previously harbored doubts. The third-tier gathering formation in the marsh was constructed to perfection, which would require an extraordinarily rigorous understanding if one were to inscribe it solely with spiritual energy. Initially, he assumed it was the result of Huan Shiyang's undivided dedication to research, but he was astonished that Huan Shiyang had already mastered such techniques. This high success rate and remarkable speed are typically the result of a formation master's years of practice, reflecting an intimate familiarity with every detail of the formations. The techniques are not inherently difficult. Rather, it is the daily accumulation of practice that poses the true challenge. Every master of formations has dedicated decades of unwavering effort to attain such mastery. However, what is the matter with Huan Shiyang? The Grand Elder finds himself perplexed. Huan Shiyang can only evade the inquiry, stating, I read it in a book. I have no other means. It was only when pressed that I resorted to such measures. Perhaps it was a manifestation of my extraordinary mental strength. How else could Huan Shiyang justify his actions? This technique was unearthed from the memories of Qingmu. With all experience and skills derived from him, he cannot possibly divulge that his rapid progress stems from a legacy of a past life. Such a revelation would be quite alarming. Mental strength should not wield such profound influence. Yet, under extreme conditions that suppress spiritual energy, self-transcendence might indeed be feasible. Why dwell on it? Dear granduncle, do you still wish to hear about the Black Sphere's workings? Huan Shiyang attempts to redirect the conversation. Please, continue. By the way, here is the Black Sphere. Take it. The Grand Elder responds as he retrieves the Black Sphere from his storage ring and hands it to Huan Shiyang. Huan Shiyang receives it, stating, the Black Sphere is empty. Prior to utilizing the material conjunction formation, I placed several small fire flow arrays and thunder flame arrays inside, initially intending to create a fire thunder child. Refrain from uttering the superfluous. What I wish to know is the specific formations employed on the surface and how they are combined. The Grand Elder interjects, frustrated by Huan Shiyang's seemingly irrelevant discourse. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The surface formations consist of the material conjunction formation, the star locking formation, the dust cleansing formation, and a portion of the spirit sealing formation. Huan Shiyang replies. Is that all? What's the matter? The Grand Elder unfurled a large sheet of enchanted array paper upon the ground and instructed Huan Shiyang, you shall inscribe it once more on this medium, but refrain from employing your mental energy. Utilize this brush instead. Receiving the spiritual brush, Huan Shiyang dipped it into a special ink and knelt on the enchanted paper, swiftly etching away. The Grand Elder remained fixated on the array paper, silent, seemingly entering a trance alongside Huan Shiyang. The use of enchanted paper and brush allowed for a vivid representation of each intricate detail of the formation. Furthermore, the array inscribed upon the paper could utilize a small amount of spiritual energy for a brief period, serving as a testament to the success of the formation. However, the paper would subsequently turn to ash, thus providing a means for array masters to safeguard their accomplishments. As Huan Shiyang pondered while he drew, he had previously regarded the Black Sphere as a failed creation and had not paid it much heed, causing him to forget certain aspects over time. It was not until a full hour had passed that he finally managed to inscribe the complete array upon the surface of the Black Sphere onto the paper, albeit in a fragmented manner. The Grand Elder observed intently, his eyes wide and vigilant, ensuring that no detail escaped his scrutiny as he followed Huan Shiyang's brushstrokes. Eventually, shortly after Huan Shiyang completed his work, the Grand Elder thoroughly examined it. Although intricate, the formations were primarily of the first and second tiers. Did you only utilize a portion of the fire attribute for the spirit sealing array? The Grand Elder inquired. The spirit sealing array is a 5th tier formation. I possess only this limited knowledge. However, both the core and the formations within are of the fire attribute, and the portion I know is precisely applicable. Huan Shiyang replied with a beaming smile, clearly brimming with pride. Indeed, making further modifications will not be too troublesome, praised the Grand Elder. Your self-assembled restoration array is remarkably successful. Well done. At that moment, the Grand Elder had fully comprehended the principles behind Huan Shiyang's array formation. By employing dozens of simple, repetitive star lock arrays, dust cleansing arrays, and connection arrays, in conjunction with an incomplete spirit sealing array, he achieved the restoration of crystal core fragments and the obstruction of spiritual energy. The intricate interweaving of multiple arrays may sound simple in theory, yet the Grand Elder was acutely aware of the extraordinary difficulty involved. However, with the success of this array, he could effortlessly deduce other attribute-based arrays. What restoration array? This is merely a fire-thunder array, and it hasn't been executed properly, Huan Shiyang mumbled. The process of creating the fire-thunder array involved utilizing offensive arrays and a fire attribute crystal core within, yet the inherent spiritual energy was rather low. To ensure stability and prevent any catastrophic explosions that might injure himself, Huan Shiyang had invested considerable effort in several seals and connection arrays used in combination. However, an unexpected outcome emerged. The impressive performance of the surface arrays completely inhibited the insufficiently potent fire attribute energy, resulting in this black sphere. The Grand Elder's compliments strayed far from Huan Shiyang's original objective, leaving him uncertain whether to feel delighted or disheartened. Sometimes, through unexpected turns of fate, one may achieve unforeseen gains, the Grand Elder encouraged. Indeed, even Huan Shiyang himself is unaware of the extent to which this dark orb could benefit the Huan family. Yet, the Grand Elder is acutely aware of the immense wealth it conceals. The restoration array? It is tasked with mending the damaged crystal core within the orb. In terms of damaged crystal cores, who could possibly possess more than the Huan family of Lionheart City? This restoration array, alas, has left Huan Shiyang at a loss. In a buoyant mood, the Grand Elder incessantly encouraged Huan Shiyang, leaving him somewhat flustered, pondering, why has the Grand Elder suddenly taken such a liking to me? No, uncle, are you trying to deceive me? Sensing the subtle hints, Huan Shiyang grew wary. The Grand Elder swiftly dismissed the notion, asserting, absolutely not. Such a thing is impossible. I cherish Shiyang above all else. At that moment, Huan Shiyang was convinced that the Grand Elder was indeed siphoning off his funds. Realizing that the dark orb must be worth significantly more than 200,000 crystal coins. Then enlighten me. What purpose does this dark orb serve? He challenged. We have all been waiting for quite some time. It is about time you explained. Huan Tabii chimed in, echoing the sentiment. He and Fang Yu had been sitting in a stupor for ages, merely observing the grandfather and grandson engaged in this silent riddle. One sketching while the other gazed without uttering a word. Had it not been for the fear of disturbing Huan Shiyang, he would have longed to interject. Very well. But let me make this clear. Payment is to be made upon delivery. Our previous transaction is concluded and cannot be reversed, the Grand Elder stated. Fueled by indignation, Huan Shiyang retorted, I knew you were deceiving me. None of you are trustworthy. I no longer wish to hear it. I will have Uncle Tian retrieve the item. With that, he fled the scene without a moment's hesitation. Knowing that Tian Bo was waiting for Huan Shiyang outside the courtyard, the three individuals inside the house were momentarily taken aback, but did not pursue him. Fang Yu inquired, Elder, what is happening? You were just smiling moments ago. The Elder replied with a wry smile, I knew I couldn't deceive him. I must no longer treat him like a child. Did you not give him 200,000 crystal coins? What else could you possibly be hiding from him? In Fang Yu's view, Huan Shiyang could easily have crafted any formation worth 200,000 crystal coins. 200,000? Huh. If we were to trade fairly, it would be no less than 2 million or even 20 million. The Elder felt a twinge of regret, uncertain whether his actions might stifle Huan Shiyang's growth. For how could true genius be measured by conventional standards? This black orb is so valuable. Fang Yu was incredulous. It is not the orb itself that holds value but the formation inscribed upon it, the unprecedented crystal core restoration formation. Just think of the worth of restoring crystal cores. The Elder sighed. Crystal cores can be restored. Then our family stands to gain immensely, Fang Yu exclaimed in delight. The years of beast tides had left the Huan family with an abundance of damaged spirit beast crystal cores, which fetched little in the market and were depleting their spiritual essence and storage. Most of the time, they were sold internally for outside disciples to use in their cultivation. If these cores could be restored, it would mean an inexhaustible source of wealth for the Huan family. The Grand Elder elucidated that while repairs can indeed be made, the spiritual energy lost within the core cannot be replenished. However, as long as the core remains intact, it will undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. No matter how one perceives this repair array, its value is truly extraordinary. With that said, it seems the amount you offered Shi Yang was indeed rather meager, remarked Huan Bei fairly. Indeed, in our dealings with Shi Yang, both Ninger and I have fallen short compared to you. We often oversimplify matters, which ultimately renders us somewhat juvenile. It appears that Shi Yang may hold a grudge against me for a while. As fate would have it, the situation unfolded as the Grand Elder had anticipated. Not only was he neglected, but Fang Yuning also found it increasingly difficult to see her son during the day. With money in hand, Uncle Tian and Huan Shi Yang traversed the bustling streets of Lionheart City daily. Occasionally, they would visit the auction house to see Uncle Fang Bing. Yet, Huan Shi Yang still harbored a deep aversion towards Ya, rarely engaging in conversation. However, regarding the reasons behind this aversion, Huan Shi Yang has recently begun to grasp certain underlying truths. Chapter 32. Are you quite informed? As the night deepened, Huan Shi Yang had long succumbed to slumber, while Fang Yuning remained seated by the bedside, unable to find repose. A persistent question had been swirling in her mind these past few days, and with the commencement of construction on Huan Shi Yang's new residence atop Shuekong Mountain, her doubts intensified. She found it perplexing that she had so readily acquiesced to Huan Shi Yang's relocation. Although each step appeared to be her exerting pressure upon him, the outcome left her increasingly convinced that she had been ensnared in a scheme. Moreover, it was evident that others were assisting him from the shadows. Yet, she had inquired of all those who had the opportunity to engage with Huan Shi Yang, her brother, her husband, and the Grand Elder, only to find no anomalies, which led her to question her own thoughts. Fang Yuning exited her chamber and noticed that the light in Ya's room was still aglow. After much hesitation, she decided to knock on Ya's door. What brings you here, Sister Ning? Are you worried that your proprietress might be slacking off? Ya quipped, inviting Fang Yuning into her room as she prepared materials for the upcoming auction. Fang Yuning replied, I would be remiss to burden you further. I simply cannot sleep and thought to check on you. Ya chuckled, can't sleep? Are you still vexed with that young man of yours? Surely it cannot be that serious. Would you like to chat? I am nearly finished here. It's not so much anger as it is a matter that has been troubling me, Fang Yuning responded. While Yu was engrossed in organizing the documents on her desk, she casually inquired, what matter? Are you concealing something from me? Fang Yuning asked abruptly. Ya paused momentarily, her head still bowed, and inquired with confusion, what do you mean by that? I don't know. I just have this nagging feeling that Shi Yang's decision to move out seems rather suspicious. Everything unfolded too smoothly, and I can't help but wonder if someone is aiding him. So you suspect me? Ya set aside the organized documents and spoke earnestly. Fang Yuning hesitated. I truly cannot find any leads. I have ruled everyone out. And it seems only you. Only I was alone with Shi Yang that day, right? Ya replied with a smile. Fang Yuning, struggling, asked, was it you? She still found it hard to believe. For days, she had been in doubt. Ever since confirming that Huan Shi Yang would leave her for Shuekong Mountain, her sorrow was unavoidable. However, if the newly found ally had been won over by her son, she would truly be at a loss regarding her own child. Isn't it said that women become foolish after giving birth? How is it that Sister Ning became even wiser after having Shi Yang? I concealed this so well, yet you discovered it. Ya responded candidly. Fang Yueying questioned, why Xia? I am trying to help you, to guide Shi Yang. Ya answered as if it were self-evident. Feeling no remorse for her actions, you and Shi Yang conspired against me. My closest friend colluded with my son to deceive me. Have you considered my feelings? Fang Yueying's voice was soft, yet her words resonated with a heart-wrenching anguish. Listen to me, your educational approach is flawed. My intentions are genuinely for your benefit. You must trust me. I would not travel such a distance merely to tease my dear friend, Ya earnestly explained. Fang Yu gradually calmed down upon hearing his words. Responding coldly, then clarify your intentions. How exactly are you doing this for my good? I will decide whether to forgive you based on your explanation. Ya breathed a sigh of relief and said, I admit I conspired with Shi Yang, but it was solely to assist him in moving away, thereby facilitating a peaceful dialogue with him. You are his teacher. Does it truly make a difference whether you assist him or not? Fang Yu questioned. I am imparting to him the principles of morality and propriety. Are you suggesting that I should chase him with a sword daily? forcing him to attend my lessons? Equal communication is the foundation of etiquette, and my actions are also influenced by your circumstances, you retorted. I asked you to explain, yet you turned the blame on me. Have I interfered with your communication? Fanyu responded, perplexed. During our initial encounters at the auction, your warmth and concern were so evident that Shi Yang saw right through our relationship. Otherwise, how could he have exploited the situation? You expressed, feeling somewhat wronged. He noticed? Alas, I suppose the fault lies with me. That little rascal is too cunning, and I fell into his trap without realizing it. Fanyu reflected with a sense of guilt. At this point, Fanyu began to grasp her friend's intentions, recognizing that the clever schemes must have originated from the ever-devious Shi Yang. You must know my mother quite well, don't you? Don't be hasty in denying it. Speak the truth. Otherwise, do you believe that with just a word, Auntie, I could compel you to finalize your marriage with my uncle right before so many witnesses, and consummate it upon returning home? Huan Shiyang whispered softly into Ye's ear. Immediately, Ye's face flushed with embarrassment, and she responded, no, I concede, but please do not speak nonsense. Tell me, do you harbor any ulterior motives? Huan Shiyang quietly interrogated while nestled in Ye's embrace. You replied candidly. Sister Ning invited me to teach you etiquette. A child must be knowledgeable and cultured to receive affection and care. Nonsense. My mother dotes on me even more in your absence. Since your arrival, she has scarcely glanced my way, her attention solely captivated by your imposing presence. Huan Shiyang lamented. Though I am uncertain why he harbors such aversion towards me, it is undoubtedly influenced by you. He is envious of the attention you bestow upon me. In order to bridge the gap between us, we reached a consensus during our luncheon that day, you continued. He is indeed envious of you, that shameless little rascal. Despite the scolding, Fang Yuning felt an undeniable sense of pride within. Huan Shiyang, struck by inspiration, proposed, then you may be my teacher. However, I need your assistance with a matter first. I wish to move out, but mother has consistently refused. You must oppose her on my behalf, allowing me to navigate this challenge discreetly. Yeah, perplexed, inquired, do you not desire Sister Ning's affection? Why then would you choose to live alone? Oh, living independently is simply more convenient. You wouldn't understand. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Huan Shiyang hesitated to articulate. What is it that I do not comprehend? Little prodigy? Perhaps it is you who possesses too much understanding. You chuckled. Enough of this idle chatter. Will you agree or not? Huan Shiyang, somewhat irritated and embarrassed, exclaimed, why would I not agree? However, you must promise to behave as a diligent student. Your thinking is rather antiquated. Shi Yang's growth has long surpassed your expectations of him. I believe independence is entirely natural, and you need not feel disheartened, you advised. Indeed, I am outdated and confused. And I fully acknowledge that, Fang Yuning conceded, now affirming Ye's approach. Admittedly, her close friend was indeed assisting her, as certain matters had been overlooked due to their constant interaction. Feigning profundity, Fang Yuning remarked, since you are so aware, I see that you do not merely wish to be Shi Yang's second aunt. Rather, you aspire to be Shi Yang's plump bride in the future. With a shift in tone, she playfully engaged with Ye, teasing, come, future daughter-in-law, let your mother-in-law inspect the goods. Ye, eager to evade Fang Yuning's mischievous antics, exclaimed, Sister Ning, please stop. Don't pinch there, let go. Sister Ning, I cannot endure it. It tickles terribly. This is your punishment for not confessing to me beforehand. In the face of Ye's youthful and vibrant form, Fang Yuning found herself somewhat overwhelmed. In the blink of an eye, the annual spirit beast auction in Lionheart City was drawing to a close. The Huan family made their grand appearance on the final day, with Huan Teibei personally delivering the last auction item, a 9th-tier spirit beast, the Holy Flame Pegasus, to the highest bidder's private box. Master Huan, I appreciate your efforts in delivering for me twice, Dongling said politely as she accepted the spirit beast pouch. Huan Teibei humbly remarked, Leader Dong, you flatter me. Your presence here is a testament to the esteem you hold for my humble establishment. How could I possibly neglect such an honor? It seems that this Lionheart City is indeed a fortunate place for me, Dong. On the very first day, I received a stroke of luck from Master Huan, and now, on the final day, you grace us with your presence, personally overseeing the proceedings. I am truly blessed. As they exited the private room, Dong Ling proclaimed loudly, it is not merely a matter of taking lives, but striking at the heart. Upon hearing this, Bai Si Ren's teeth nearly ground to dust. The appearance of the 9th-tier spirit beast, the sacred flame Pegasus, was a prize he coveted dearly, and the crowd understood the stakes, refraining from contesting him. Though by sea run was of little concern to most, they still needed to preserve the dignity of the crown prince of the Holy Sky. They could simply enjoy the spectacle and make token bids, ensuring that the Huan family did not suffer a loss. However, Dongling would not be deterred. I come from the Eastern continent and have no ties to the Holy Sky Empire. If you possess wealth, that is but a trifling matter, I assure you. My resources surpass yours. The crown prince of the Holy Sky may as well engage in idle pastimes. I have traveled a great distance for business, not to engage in matters of prestige. Besides, even if prestige were to be considered, my Dragon Alliance has no reason to fear a mere prince. There is no such thing as luck in an auction. It is always the highest bidder who prevails. The Dragon Alliance is affluent and robust. Thus, securing the 9th-tier spirit beast is only natural. In fact, it is a stroke of fortune for Lionheart City to benefit from the Dragon Alliance's wealth. Huantei, not wishing to be associated with any ill fortune, hastily distanced himself from the situation, stating, "If you have grievances, take them up with the buyer. It has nothing to do with me, the seller." In a shadowy corner, Siren's thoughts were tumultuous. He had failed to procure what he sought and was met with ridicule, casting him in the light of a pretentious, wealthy individual. Little did he know that Dongling would bid such an exorbitant amount. 18 million crystal coins. Crystal coins, not gold coins. Surely your Dragon Alliance does not specialize in the minting of crystal coins. Historically, the auction 9th-tier spirit beasts in Lionheart City seldom exceeded 100 million crystal coins. And even a primary 9th-tier spirit beast would cap at 100 million crystal coins. This year's Sacred Flame Pegasus was well within the expectations of the Crown Prince, who had prepared a substantial sum, coupled with the 100 million crystal coins he had received in advance. With the assistance of Ergo, they typically faced no significant issues. Yet, unexpectedly, Dongling, this obstinate fool, remained adamant. Their combined funds had reached a staggering 17 million crystal coins, depleting their resources entirely and leaving them heartbroken, while Dongling continued to raise the stakes. 18 million crystal coins. This decisively shattered their hopes. Chapter 33. The Dilemma. All hope seemed lost. With money clutched tightly in his hands, Siren lamented his failure to acquire the Sacred Flame steed. He realized that his immediate concern was no longer about seeking merit, but rather about self-preservation. He needed to devise a plan to reclaim the spirit beast and safeguard his own life. After all, he had already lost face before the Crown Prince in Lionheart City, rendering any further attempts futile. Once this clarity dawned upon him, Siren swiftly disseminated information, rallying his subordinates outside the city, intending to strike as Dongling exited the city gates. Should he succeed, he would not linger, but hastily deliver the Sacred Flame steed directly to the Crown Prince's hands. If he could accomplish this, his life would be spared. He thought to himself, regardless of the Dragon Alliance, what could they do to him in the Eastern continent? And what power did they hold over him in the Western continent? Moreover, if the item never passed through his hands, what proof could they possibly have to implicate by the great dog? Cough, cough. Siren mused that if anyone were to pursue the matter, it would be a dispute between them and his master, of which he, a mere pawn, had no part. However, Siren's assumptions were clearly overly simplistic. Dongling, after all, was the vice leader of the Dragon Alliance. Though accompanied by only a single guard, upon exiting the city, he seamlessly integrated into the ranks of the Black Blade Empire waiting just outside, mounting his horse alongside the imposing black-faced general leading the contingent. Witnessing this unfolding scenario, Siren's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. After a prolonged moment, he could barely force out a single word through gritted teeth. Withdraw. Despair consumed him. Upon returning to the city, Siren locked himself within his chamber, his eyes shut tight, sitting motionless with a countenance ashen. He had never anticipated that Dongling would be allied with the forces of the Black Blade Empire. It turns out that on the first day of the auction, their mutual bidding for the Earth Dragon was merely a fade. They pretended to be unfamiliar with one another, which was quite amusing, as Siren still harbored intentions of seizing the Holy Flame Pegasus from Dongling. It is important to note that the imposing figure of the black-faced general beside Dongling was already a master of the heavenly realm. When entering the city, he had been intercepted but, upon revealing his identity, was personally escorted into the city by Huantei. In Lionheart City, everyone was well aware of the formidable power of this seemingly simple-minded general, whose unguarded speech belied his terrifying strength. To approach him would be tantamount to courting death. The combined strength of Siren's subordinates would likely falter against even a single strike from the black-faced general. Feeling as though he had been played by Dongling, Siren was consumed with frustration while desperately pondering a means of survival. However, given his dull-witted nature, what could he possibly devise? Reluctantly, he summoned Sango and Chi Han for a discussion. To his surprise, Chi Han offered unique insights into the art of survival. Heeding Chi Han's counsel, Siren penned a lengthy letter of apology, comprising 10,000 characters, and dispatched it along with 100 million crystal coins back to the homeland via swift steed. This expedited delivery surpassed the usual transmission time by several days. Ultimately, the Holy Prince, upon learning of the entire situation, not only refrained from punishing him, but also praised Siren for his integrity in not fleeing with the funds after his failure. Thus, in the heart of Sacred Heart City, his reputation for unwavering loyalty began to flourish. As for Siren, despite the depletion of his wealth due to following Chi Han's advice, he managed to preserve his life. Had the Crown Prince learned of his misfortune at the auction through other channels, his wrath might have resulted in Siren's demise. After bidding farewell to Fongbing, Huan Shiyang finally moved into the newly constructed residence atop Shuekong Mountain. In the early morning, he sat leisurely in the pavilion, cradling a cup of hot tea, contemplatively gazing at the snowy landscape below. Ominous. It is rare to encounter an intelligent individual who does not regard me as a mere child. Why must I entangle myself with him? Huan Shiyang pondered, feeling a twinge of melancholy. The more he interacted with Ya, the more tangled his emotions became. The name Ya Angelus Tominus held a peculiar significance, serving as the very reason Huan Shiyang harbored animosity towards her upon their first meeting. We are born as adversaries. How should I approach you? Huan Shiyang repeatedly questioned himself, having confirmed that Ya was indeed a descendant of his predecessor's nemesis, Raphael Tominus. He felt a sense of sympathy for the past incarnation of Qingmu Huan Shiyang and wished, if given the chance, to aid him in seeking vengeance. Yet, the animosity between their ancestors seemed to bear little relevance to Huan Shiyang and Ya. So many generations had passed that it hardly seemed justifiable to hold you accountable for the grievances of the past. However, a troubling thought crossed his mind. What if Raphael truly still existed? In this case, the very person he might one day have to confront would be Ya's forebear. Perhaps it would be prudent to maintain some distance from her. If he were to engage in a deadly struggle with that old foe, their deepening friendship could complicate matters. Yet, he had already promised to be her student, and his thoughts spiraled into a perplexing conundrum. Master, your tea has cooled. Would you like me to fetch you a fresh cup? Tian Bo inquired. Huan Shiyang retorted, what are you switching for? I do not drink it. Pouring it out would be a waste. It took considerable effort to procure a bit from my granduncle to maintain appearances. Tian Bo, seemingly unfazed, chuckled. You want it even though you do not drink it, and it appears you do not even know the name of this tea. Go away. Just don't undermine me later, Huan Shiyang replied, cradling a cup of cool tea as he sank back into contemplation. Oh, young master, your cultivation has progressed remarkably. You are waiting for tea. You teased upon entering and noticing Huan Shiyang's somber demeanor. She had arranged with Huan Shiyang to move in early that day, leaving him to hold a cup of tea in anticipation, hoping to showcase his refined demeanor to impress her. However, he did not relish tea, finding it too bitter and astringent. The full cup had grown cold, untouched, and had chilled his hand. Drinking cold tea? Such a habit is rather poor for a young master in this frigid weather. Ya, fully aware that the tea in Huan Shiyang's hand had cooled completely, deliberately took it from him, continuing her playful banter. Enough of this nonsense. You are my teacher. From this moment forth, I shall heed your guidance. And I will learn whatever you teach, Huan Shiyang stated with a hint of indifference. Why so sensitive over just a few words? Ya, unaware of Huan Shiyang's thoughts, assumed her earlier jest had displeased him. No, let us begin quickly, teacher, Huan Shiyang urged. He contemplated that if you did not linger for long and their interactions remained shallow, perhaps. How did that saying go? The prolonged pain is worse than a brief one. Although the rapport between the two had gradually improved, Huan Shiyang resolved to endure the heartache and put an end to this friendship that ought not to have blossomed. Wait, you cannot call me teacher just yet. That privilege awaits after tomorrow's initiation ceremony. However, even after the ceremony, I would prefer you to continue addressing me as Ya, for I am merely 10 years your senior. Ya jested. All right, if you are 15, may I address you as sister? Huan Shiyang instructed Tian Bo, kindly guide her to select a room on the second floor. From this day forth, you shall reside here. Huan then summoned Tian Bo and whispered, ensure her room is situated far from mine. Ya, surveying her surroundings, could not quite catch what Huan had mumbled to Tian Bo, but under Tian Bo's guidance, she ascended toward the loft. Suddenly recalling something, she turned and remarked, your parents will be visiting tomorrow. It would be wise for you to put forth your best behavior, for I cannot guarantee whether Ning Jia will choose to stay. And do change out of those coarse garments. What pretense are you trying to uphold as a young master? Tian Bo stifled a chuckle at Ya's words, responding, is the master worried about flaunting wealth? You two ought to attend to your own affairs. I know what I should wear. After all, it is merely an initiation. Surely a formal robe suffices, does it not? Huan Shiyang retorted, vexed. Ya elucidated, dressing appropriately is a mark of respect, irrespective of the occasion. Presenting oneself as a disheveled figure will not enhance anyone's perception of you, even if you were to drink the elixir of life. Who resembles a disheveled figure? Tian Bo, you must not laugh. In a day filled with confusion and haze, Huan Shiyang never anticipated that the intricacies of human relationships could be so profound. From his perspective, you appeared to be a kindred spirit, possessing a temperament, character, and mannerisms that resonated deeply with him. Whether as a friend or a mentor, he was more than willing to embrace the existence of such a person. Yet, the animosity etched in his mind towards Qingmu could not simply be erased. Even if he had grown accustomed to the feelings of alienation that Qingmu instilled in him, indeed, he had adapted considerably for Qingmu as a figure from a past life. Only exerted a faint influence on Huan Shiyang's thoughts. The crux of the matter remained. He must ultimately choose between these two divergent paths. Should he favor Qingmu or Ya? Is it truly the case that enduring prolonged suffering is preferable to a brief pain? How shall Huan Shiyang navigate this pivotal decision? Chapter 34. Departure from the illusory manor on Shuekong Mountain. A young man clad in purple paused for an extended period beneath the plaque inscribed with Yayang residence. His delicate features were etched with melancholy as he gazed into the distance, a bittersweet smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, his thoughts adrift in an unknown realm. A decade had passed. A momentary impulse had led to this choice. Time flowed swiftly, and by the moment the error was recognized, it was already too late for rectification. Yet, who was truly at fault? And who can ascertain such truths? Perhaps the sheer beauty of circumstances is, in itself, a form of transgression. Huan Tenan, upon hearing the news, hastened to the scene. Upon encountering Huan Shiyang leaning against the door, he inquired with a touch of sadness, has she truly departed? Indeed, came the reply. Huan Tenan pressed on. Did you not attempt to persuade her to stay? I did, but she could not be retained. Isn't it true that you are brimming with ideas? And yet, you allowed her to slip away. Huan Shiyang smirked. Yes. It is my nephew's fault for failing to keep my second uncle's wife. Huan Tenan's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, nonsense. Do you think I am oblivious to your trivial matters? How far has she gone? I shall assist you in bringing her back. There is no need for that. She has returned to Xinguang City. Her father has summoned her home. Huan Shiyang replied with indifference. Will she ever return? What? Are you afraid of never seeing your wife again? After teasing his uncle, Huan Shiyang began to descend the mountain, his troubled mind rendering him disinterested in his uncle's incessant chatter. In a fit of frustration, Huan Tenan shouted after him, Huan Shiyang, I shall reiterate one last time. I have no interest in you. There is no need for you to concern yourself with my affairs. Will she return? Huan Shiyang is uncertain, but he is convinced that without a decade or so, Yake will not emerge from the Holy Light City. Yesterday, he clandestinely perused Yake's correspondence and discovered that her journey was to partake in the coming-of-age ceremony of the angelic tribe. Furthermore, after the ceremony, she would remain in the Holy Light City for employment. Although the specifics of her position were not disclosed in the letter, it stands to reason that her tenure could not be a mere few months. Moreover, Yake had not informed him of her expected duration of absence, leaving him in suspense regarding her potential return. Perhaps it is for the best that she does not return. Huan Shiyang silently mused. For if Yake stays away and he remains bound to Lionheart City, this separation would be the ideal scenario he yearned for. He could never forget that moment when he surreptitiously opened the letter sent to Yake by her father. Upon reading the final few characters, Rafiel Tominis, Huan Shiyang finally grasped the essence of what it feels like to be struck by a thunderbolt. Good heavens! You, an ancient creature over 2 millennia old, an old monster, an immortal. Yake is merely 29. Your daughter? Have you no shame? What on earth were you thinking when you conceived her? Were you toying with me, Huan? Had I known he had such a shameless father, I would have taken leave of her the very first day she moved in. I would forsake loyalty, and, when the time was ripe and my cultivation reached its pinnacle, I would strike down her ungrateful father with my left hand while my right hand dealt with a daughter who spends her days seducing innocent youths. How utterly satisfying it would be. And now, alas, half my soul has been ensnared by her. How can I ever confront her father in the future? Ah, Aoki, it is not a matter of my inadequacy. The adversary is simply too formidable. That old wretch, Raphael, sent his daughter to tempt me. After 2 millennia of existence, who could have fathomed that he had a 20-year-old daughter? Alas, she has been attempting to seduce me since I was but 5. After a night of contemplation, Huan Shirong, still plagued by regret over the choices made a decade prior, did not accompany you on her departure. Yet, as he lingered beneath the plaque inscribed with their names, gazing towards the holy light city, a sudden clarity dawned upon him. Even if fate were to grant him another opportunity to choose, he would still opt to keep you by his side, cherishing the beautiful memories of their time in Yayang. This was not out of a desire to uphold a promise, nor for the sake of his uncle's matrimonial pursuits, but rather for himself, for his own life, for this very existence. In that fleeting moment, he recalled Raphael, who had once been as close as a brother to him. The current year bore striking resemblance to the two of them, their souls intertwined in an indelible bond that transcended lifetimes. No matter where Huan Shiyong wandered, he could never escape this connection. If fate is toying with him, so be it. After all, these past 10 years with her have been quite pleasant. As for the future, what does it matter? I shall slay him, and she shall slay me. There will be many who wish to end my life, and one more girl is inconsequential. Within the private chamber of the Furong Tower, Huan Shiyong sat regally at the table, observing the 3 subservient figures of Bai, Wu, and Qi before him, disdainfully remarking, "So, the 3 of you have reserved the entirety of the Furong Tower? Each time I come to drink, I encounter you lot. What ill fortune, Master Huan. It is merely a coincidence." Bai Siren explained with a smile. "We were concerned that the staff of Furong Tower might not serve you adequately, so we sought to assist you." Wu Jiwei inquired, "Ah, Huan Yi, why has Miss Yuan not graced us with her presence today?" "Do not ask foolish questions," reprimanded Tian Bo. He understood that his master sought solace in drink today, not merely feigning despair before Sango, as was customary. Although outwardly composed, he knew his master was inwardly beset with sorrow over Ye's departure. Ye was a girl who appeared aloof yet possessed a warm heart. She treated me, her servant, with genuine kindness, and her affection for her master was beyond mere words. Tian Bo held a fondness for this young lady, regarding her as a future mistress. Despite Huan Shiyong's persistent disapproval, "You, a mere servant, dare to raise your voice to me," Wu Jiwei shouted in anger. Tian Bo, however, remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips as he swiftly moved behind Wu Jiwei and struck his left knee with a firm foot, applying pressure with relentless force. Wu Jiwei collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Memories of Qi Han's dire fate flooded his mind, and he trembled with cold sweat, pleading, "Tian Guardian, Brother Tian, please spare me." I spoke thoughtlessly. "You, being magnanimous, can forgive this unworthy leg." Tian Bo remained unmoved, only returning to his master's side when signaled by Huan Shiyong, his expression unchanged. Wu Jiwei, in a moment of impetuousness, had forgotten the fearsome aspect of Tian Bo, and by the time he realized that Tian Bo was not an ordinary guard, he found himself firmly beneath his foot. It is worth noting that throughout these years, Tian Stin had garnered a great deal of admiration from the citizens of Lionheart City, for no other reason than the sheer joy derived from witnessing the misfortune of Qi Han, regarded by the common folk as a bane, is enough to elate everyone for several years. In a moment of fury, Tian Bo, wielding his formidable prowess, sent the debauched Qi Han careening into a wall, some 10 meters away. Alas, this unfortunate scholar, one of the literati, found his leg shattered upon impact, reduced to mere pulp. Though his life was spared, he would thereafter require assistance wherever he ventured. Wu Jiwei, contemplating this grim fate, fell to his knees in abject supplication, even invoking his own father in his plea, for he had no desire to lose a limb over a mere utterance. Yet, one must ponder why Tian Bo so mercilessly severed Qi Han's leg. Could these 3 mangy curs truly be oblivious to the underlying reasons? Bah, why is this wine so dreadful? Just days prior, was there not a delightful fruit wine from the Moonshadow King? Why has it not been served? Huan Shiyang barked at the attendant, Han gestured for the attendant to withdraw, and, with the aid of another, limped over to Huan Shiyang, patiently explaining, Master Huan, that wine has been on sale for half a month now. It is, without doubt, the finest in the city, and with no new stock arriving. It has long since sold out. Huan Shiyang, genuinely appreciating the quality of that fruit wine, often indulged in drinks merely to placate the trio. Even when he did partake, it was merely a sip, for he was not a connoisseur of alcohol. Yet, the exquisite aroma of that fruit wine had even captivated Ye, who typically abstained, leading him to sample a few cups. Now, with a craving ignited, Huan Shiyang pressed, Gone already? Sold out so swiftly. Have you stashed any away? The three dogs were momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. Although they typically engaged in less than virtuous activities, they nonetheless held respectable status. Their homes were filled with hidden treasures and wealth. Who had the time to conceal wine? Moreover, in this city of Lionheart, who was unaware of young Master Huan's insatiable thirst for alcohol? How could they dare to hide such a thing? If by chance he were to stumble upon it, the esteemed Huan Tabii would remain unperturbed solely because of their influential connections. But what of them? Who did they know? Should they inadvertently offend him? Tianxian would undoubtedly have their likenesses plastered on the wall as a reminder of their past transgressions. No, we have no fondness for wine, the three insisted vehemently, shaking their heads in a display of false conviction. They frequented taverns daily, yet claimed to disdain alcohol. Who would believe such a preposterous assertion? Enough. You've seen what you needed to see, now be gone. Do not hinder my drinking any longer. Huan Shiyang commanded. The trio, witnessing Huan Shiyang's continued disregard for decorum, left with satisfied hearts, eager to relay the news to their master. After all, this was the sole means by which they had preserved their lives over the years, and they dared not display even the slightest negligence. Though Huan Shiyang's drinking might seem trivial, each time they were obliged to compose a lengthy report to their master, thereby justifying their continued existence. Naturally, the persona they conveyed of Huan Shiyang was precisely the image their master desired. If Huan Shiyang were indeed to squander his prime years of cultivation before turning 30 in a state of oblivion, then even after reaching 30, the esteemed Tianjizi would not achieve any significant progress. Half of those crucial years would have been wasted. Yet, did the master of the three dogs truly believe that Huan Shiyang was unaware of this reality? The performance is merely a spectacle for you. Huan Shiyang does not take it to heart. After driving away the three dogs, this time Huan Shiyang genuinely indulges in drink, pouring cup after cup down his throat. Tian Bo, witnessing Huan Shiyang's frenzied consumption, is at a loss as to how to respond. Should he offer advice? Alas, given my clumsiness with words, I might only encourage my master to drink even more. Perhaps I could join him at the table? Yet, that hardly seems fitting. Even if I were to empty every bottle before us, my master could simply request more. What am I to do? Sigh. Had I known, I would have sought out Madame instead. I should not have come to the Furong Tower with my master. How foolish of me. Tian Bo watches his master downing cup after cup, feeling both regret and heartache. His wooden mind struggles to devise a solution, while Huan Shiyang, having consumed several cups, begins to feel the effects of intoxication. Turning to Tian Bo, he remarks, Why do you not drink with me? It matters not. I see that my mother has sent someone to accompany us. You may drink freely. There is no cause for concern regarding safety, and besides, this wine cannot intoxicate you. Or me.